This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki. Voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Mbak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi.
Regular season MPL Indonesia season 11 sudah berada di penghujung musim. Banyaknya perkembangan dari setiap tim demi mendapatkan tempat di babak playoff. Mulai dari gameplay, chemistry, dan strategi. Namun, player yang berhasil konsisten dalam performa terbaiknya hingga saat ini dan banyak mendapatkan sorotan dari para penggemar MPL Indonesia adalah Keyboy, sang roamer mengerikan dari ONIC, dan Kadera, sang core laner jenius dari GEEK SLATE. baik yang Kiboy berikan pada season 10 berhasil membawa ONIC mendapatkan tahta Sang Raja Galaksi. Walaupun sempat turun ke lower bracket, namun perkembangan gameplaynya berhasil menumbangkan Sang Raja dari segala raja, RRQ, pada Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 10.
Menurut gue sih udah nggak kaget sih. So, kita udah bisa prediksi gitu. Mulai dari mungkin sebelum-sebelumnya kan ada kayak scrim dan sebagainya. Bisa lihat juga kayak rosternya ini, tim ini. Kayak improve banget lah.
Konsisten, disiplin, dan permainan yang rapi dari romer ONIC ini membuat para musuhnya tidak bisa masuk ke lini belakang ONIC.
Ada cara Kitty berada di garis tepat. Satu buah poin. Dia mencatat
Sehingga gold laner dan jungler ONIC dapat memaksimalkan objektif dengan baik. Dengan konsistensi tersebut, Kiboy berhasil membawa ONIC ke puncak klasemen paruh musim regular season 11. Konsistensi tersebut terbentuk akibat perjuangan kerasnya dalam menggapai impiannya menjadi pro player. Kiboy telah melalui semua rintangan tersebut, mulai dari meminjam handphone teman untuk berlatih, hingga mengatur waktunya untuk latihan, bertanding, dan sekolah ketika di mana duduk. Hasil, perjuangan memang tidak akan mengkhianati hasil. Dengan ini, Kiboy dapat membawa ONIC menjuarai MPL ID Season 8 dan Season 10.
Udah ngikutin MPL ini dari semua player, kalau menurut aku Kiboy sih yang peningkatan performanya tuh paling konsisten di antara yang lain.
Salah satu player yang menjadi sorotan pada MPL Indonesia Season 10 yaitu Kadera. Player yang bukan transferan dari MPL ini mempunyai keunikan yang tersendiri, mulai dari hero pool, gameplay yang apik, dan position yang baik sebagai goal laner, membuat Kadera menjadi salah satu player yang wajib untuk diwaspadai. Kadera melengkapi performa terbaik dari GEEK SLATE di tengah hadirnya dua player Filipina, yaitu Baloyski dan Jana Kitty, menjadikan GEEK SLATE menjadi tim yang sangat kuat di season ini. Mempunyai kepercayaan diri yang kuat dalam menghadapi para goal laner kuat di skena MPL Indonesia. Sehingga ini yang membuat Kadera memiliki perkembangan yang konsisten dari setiap pertandingannya dan juga menjadi salah satu rising star di MPL Indonesia.
Cara maintain diri sendiri biar gak underperform dengan cara tetap ada haus pengen menang, pengen juara lah. Vibe-nya positif tapi jangan cepat puas lah.
Konsistensi Kadera terbentuk sejak menjadi seorang player publik biasa. Dengan ambisi yang kuat, dia sering bergabung dengan teman-temannya untuk mengikuti beberapa turnamen daerah. Tidak puas dengan itu dan ingin naik ke level yang lebih tinggi, dia terus mengembangkan dirinya hingga dia direkomendasikan oleh Exort, yaitu jungler dari GEEK SLATE Junior, untuk mengisi role goal laner GEEK SLATE di season 10. Fokus adalah kunci utama bagi Kadera untuk bisa cepat beradaptasi dan mengembangkan gameplaynya sesuai permainan di skena MPL Indonesia. Hasil, Kadera mencuri banyak sorotan dari komunitas dan penggemar MPL Indonesia akan gameplaynya.
Gue sih mentalnya Kadera ngeri banget, soalnya kan dia nggak pernah main di MPL, langsung di MPL mainnya udah sebagus itu. Menurut salut sih gue sama Kadera.
Itu semua membuat Kadera dapat membawa timnya berada di posisi kedua klasemen babak regular season di minggu kelima. Performa terbaik telah mereka berikan sehingga dapat membuat tim yang mereka bela berada di papan atas klasemen. Akankah mereka dapat menjaga konsistensinya hingga babak playoff nanti? Saksikan dan jadilah saksi atas perjuangan mereka di MPL Indonesia Season 11. We own this.
Really?
Welcome back to our English broadcast of MPL Indonesia Season 11. Last week, day 3. Today, 4 matches ahead. And the first one. One is fighting for an upper bracket. Just a slight chance of upper bracket, but the other one is not really fighting for anything. ONIC right now is very, very secure in that #1 spot. They can do pretty much anything in this match, and it doesn't matter whatsoever. So maybe there's going to be some change in the lineup. There's going to be change in how they draft. There's going to be a lot of experimental picks for Korashi.
The way Gani puts it, they don't even need to show up to control or to maintain that upper bracket position. But it does seem like right now, it is the best spot for ONIC to try to experiment with a new lineup, with some new picks, as you mentioned.
Two teams with an amazing fan base and an amazing reputation, but unfortunately a stark contrast in their standings in the season right now so far. But of course, both of them are trying to go up against each other, not only for that victory, but also to get respect points, especially for their fans.
Yeah, again, today in the English test, Sheffin, Mirko, and Arashi. Before we get into all the discussion ahead, we're gonna shout out our sponsor first, MPL Indonesia Season 11, powered by Munton, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series, A34, and A54 5G. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner by UBS Gold. Partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Blibli. Official broadcast, Maxstream. Broadcast partner, TVRI Sport. Partner, Indomaret and Point Coffee. And also supported by BBASE.
There you go. Thank you so much for all of the help to make Season 11 as good as it is right now, with a full crowd now for the EVOS versus ONIC matchup. There's a lot of stakes for EVOS, like you mentioned, but ONIC, I think they're pretty chill. But it's the battle of pride as well, right? For ONIC, this team, 11-1, I think they want to keep that record only with 1 loss.
Boy, I mean, this is such a tough situation for them for sure, but of course, it's not any easier knowing that ONIC, they like giving it that first game just to crush you in the next 2. When both of them right now have to find a way to exploit each other, but EVOS in particular needs to find some solutions to go up against ONIC right here. A challenge for EVOS against the supremacy, and that's a very fitting situation for the King of the Skies, because usually it's a bit more competitive, but in this current season, it's just crazy. And that's partially due to how flexible ONIC is, of course. But if you look at how they play, it's always about their engages. And the main person responsible for that is Keyboy. So when they put Keyboy in something a bit less dynamic, like the Grok here, EVOS were able to actually get some momentum and actually get a very solid performance, gaining the first victory in their first meeting during the first leg. But afterwards, it's just the quick adjustments made by ONIC. And I think EVOS really need to find a way to try and predict or counter that.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see, right, the first game, EVOS versus ONIC, they win in a convincing fashion. So they're not pushovers. They can't do it if they have a good draft, if the situation is good for them. But this is actually the first time that Kyrie pulls up a non-utility jungler and actually lost that game. Before that, it's 100% win rate until this match. So it's amazing how they can decode something that a lot of teams cannot decode before that. And EVOS, this is definitely their time to kind of make a statement towards ONIC.
Yeah, that's a crazy part. Usually with teams, like when they win, and it's not a really big underdog story. It's still EVOS, and somehow, some way, people are saying, "Oh, that's just ONIC experimenting." So once the game 2 rolls in, you can see that it's a completely different story. ONIC just bringing up the aggression, bringing up all those engages that you come to expect coming from Keyboy, and of course the a signature aggression coming in from Sans in that mid lane. And what they need to be very careful against is Keyboy, because you think he's gonna go in and engage, but sometimes he just hangs low, hides away somewhere in the sides, in the bushes, and before you know it, he comes in, he gets what needs to get picked off, right? The gold laner, the mid laner, or even if it really is that important, the jungler as well. So Keyboy being able to engage first and even sometimes waiting around in the wings to try and surprise you afterwards. This kind of dynamic, this kind of flexibility is what makes team really concerned and really confused on what to deal with this. If they want to engage a proper fight, they need to know where Keyboy is. It doesn't matter if he's already in the front, it doesn't matter if he's just in the back. He will make that play happen sooner or later.
Yeah, definitely, especially this Kufra pick. It has been the standout in this season, especially there's a lot of times where pretty much instinct is the one who comes to play for Keyboy, and just pretty much going into something of an unseen bush. Like, there's no tell of what's going on inside that bush, but the instinct is there for this guy, and pretty much the unanimous best Kufra player, best engager so far in this season.
And on top it to top it all off, on ONIC, right? You keep your eyes on Keyboy to try and engage, and before you know it, look at that. Boots just goes in and sets his team up, and everyone follows up so consistently and in such a neat manner. It's really hard to find an opportunity where you can catch them essentially with their pants down. And look at that, Keyboy once again coming in after, right? Not being the initial engager for his team.
It's the ONIC formula, right? Getting a winning lane for Boots to be that main playmaker in the early game and getting a proper independent gold laner for that weak side. Then obviously, with everything clicking in the right way, it feels like ONIC, with this formula, they're just unbeatable.
Yeah, definitely. And another icing on the cake in this lineup is Kyrie, of course. In a 50-50 situation, he always comes through, and I believe he's right now sitting at the #1 in terms of objective takes out of any junglers in the league. So he's pretty much the best jungler, maybe the best player in Indonesia and MPL ID. So, and this guy's pretty much the one that ONIC tried to play through in every match. You see Sans not having a great KDA. You see CW pretty much kind of underperform. I think Kyrie kind of fills that spot, even though he's more of a utility jungler player than non-utility even by his standard.
I mean, again, looking at it, I feel like Sans has been one of the most consistent members on the team, though. KDA not too flashy, but the impact he has had in the games has been absolutely phenomenal. It's the little things that he does on the map, rotating across the map, just getting some pressure, and even hiding in enemy jungle that we don't really see because the camera isn't always on him. But these little things do add little wins to ONIC, and that mid control, Keyboy, Kyrie, Sans, is definitely the strong point for ONIC.
That's the scary part, right? Everyone works in such good cohesion, and it's also based on such a solid game plan. You're just confused, and part of the reason why they're both so successful is the roamer position, and the two roamers for both these teams are actually in Indonesia's national team. So Dreams and Keyboy, they're going to be battling for the title of the best assists in MPL Indonesia, with quite a stark difference, to be honest, in the hands of Keyboy.
Yeah, definitely you can see here, but the difference, 312 and 258, this is a big difference for a #1 and #2. So this can tell you that Keyboy so far has been the better roamer this season. Dreams not having the best, sometimes he just makes not the best decision out there, just bring in all the carries towards the backlines of EVOS Legends and pretty much bite brands or bite the backliners of EVOS in the back. And it really, one of these things are really pretty much not something that you don't want to do as a roamer.
Yeah, there's just so many job descriptions available, but the keys of victory by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G. Beware of Keyboy's position before setting up for the team fight and taking down Sans when he overextends. Mirko was talking about Sans being so proactive, doing so many things on the map. Sometimes he leaves himself exposed, and that is what EVOS needs to try and take advantage of to try and punish that. And of course, beware of Keyboy just hidden down low. The keys of victory for ONIC, though, by the Samsung Galaxy A34 and A54 5G. Pressure and shut down EVO's strong lanes. That generally means brands, but maybe they can switch it up. Be aware of that. And break down EVO's 2-2-1 setup from the mid to the late game. What is that 2-2-1 setup? It's two members being used as bait, two members coming in from the side, and before you know it, the fifth coming in from the other direction. So a bit of a U-shaped ambush strategy, and it's been very, very effective especially in shutting down teams that are aggressive, that want to go and contest that control around the map, especially around the neutral objectives as well. If ONIC can figure that out, or even outflank it, that can spell doom for EVOS.
I think another thing that EVOS Legends can definitely exploit has to be the drafts, right? Because for ONIC, it has been very formulaic. Sure, it is very good, multi-dimensional when it comes to the damage source, when it comes to even early to late game, they always cover up every single department. But it is still pretty formulaic. Playing for boots in the winning lane, if EVOS Legends can somehow get the counter or the winning matchup for Psychots, there is no doubt in my mind that Psychots will be able to make the same plays that Boots does as well, knowing he was also selected as the national team XP laner for Indonesia. Looking at it as well though, I think maybe going for the opposite would work too. Put Psychots on the weak side, play strong side in the gold lane, help Brands shut CW down from the early game.
It's interesting matchup, right? In both gold lane and the XP lane, these two guys, Brands and Psychots, has been picked as the national team representative in the C games, but CW and Boots definitely has something to say to that. They want to prove that they're not probably the one who deserves to be picked, as they're right now the number one standings. And yeah, so far CW hasn't really played the best Mobile Legends in this season. A lot of times, a lot of people might say that he gets bailed out by his teammates. They're playing 4v5. I personally don't agree with that, but he definitely needs to figure it out, Rashi.
You know, I have to say, maybe not the best Mobile Legends, but definitely the best Melissa.
The best Melissa, I mean, that's...
Coming from the Melissa player itself.
Coming from the Melissa main, right?
Melissa 1-trick.
Top rank, top rank?
2-trick. I can play Melissa and 1-1.
And 1-1. Well, for CW though, I think the gold lane is a bit of a very awkward situation here because CW is comfortable playing on the weak side. We talked about this a lot, right? They like having Boots strong in the lane, having items to actually survive and do damage in the front side. So we'll see. It all begins here from the starting lineup. Let's see if ONIC, being in a very comfortable spot right here, will make some changes to the roster.
Let's say it does not seem like they want to change Arashi. They want to use their main five. It's still Hijime, Psychots, Brands, Taz, and Dreams, the IESF World Champion lineup. This lineup has seen better days with them having a pretty inconsistent performance. And on the other side, it is the polar opposite. Consistency for ONIC with Sans in the mid lane, almost on all 5 phones.
Yeah, definitely, but not gonna lie, I'm kind of disappointed that they didn't play Salmon or Trian. This is definitely their chance to actually explore. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, people say that sky is the limit, but that's not the case when you're the absolute ruler of that domain. As they're dropping by to the earth to tame the mythical White Tiger, it's the slick ONIC.
ONIC, 11-1, dominant as ever. The most dominant season since the Kage era back in Season 3. But they are up against worthy opponents. Opponents who started off as the top contender for the Season 11 title.
EVOS, a team with so much history behind them, they will definitely not go down without a fight.
And get ready to witness the ferocity of the White Tigers with their razor-sharp claws, ready to pounce on the porcupines. It is EVOS Legends.
EVOS Legends, a team with a lot of history. M1 World Champions, IESF World Champions with a new roster. Regeneration seems to be something that they can find pretty easily, swapping their junglers, their entire roster, but still finding success.
A lot of history indeed, but the one who made those history right now is not President Zays, no longer on the EVOS lineup, Arashi.
Wait, where's Yeb?
Whoa, where is Yeb? It's only Coach Adin on the left side right here.
Adi Solos.
He's solo against Age and Textum, so a bit of a bold maneuver here, Mirko. We'll see if this plays out. Is it because they're in such a comfortable spot, they pretty much say like, okay, we don't really need Coach Yeb, he can take a break.
Yeah, definitely, and Adi is, I think it's they're trying to make a statement game towards one of the best teams. Of course, EVOS Legends, the world champion ISF and M1, but we're gonna see the most pick and ban heroes here for Coach Age and EVOS.
54% win rate is definitely not ideal for EVOS, but looking at the most banned by opponents is the one on Enjoy, that's pretty default, but the Fanny and Kadira, right? Dreams and Taz being respected so much by their opponents haven't really shown to be using those, relying too hard on those heroes. So we'll have to see if it makes an appearance. But their most picks is also the Yve and the Akai. So a lot of utility-centric gameplay. And they don't really prioritize their marksman too much, right? Yes, bronze is their key to victory, but they're in no rush at all to try and pick it out first. They like setting up the whole team first and then fitting in brands on something that really makes sense. On the other side, for Coach Ari right here, 74, essentially almost 75% win rate for ONIC. Most banned by opponents is the Fanny as well, not wanting to deal with that flexibility, that mobility. But afterwards, all these assassins and also respecting that Valentina in the hands of Sans. On a man that's just so aggressive and so flexible, knowing what to do at what time. Having that Valentina flexibility is definitely something that a lot of teams want to try and take away from him. But looking at the most picks, the Farsa is where he has been shining so much right now, being able to be so active and so mobile around the map, almost like a secondary assassin or jungler.
Sans, all-roll, Mr. All-roll himself. He can literally play every single role. We saw him in the jungle. He was a phenomenal jungler, a good goal laner. He played the Grok and the Cho, so he can be a roamer. And looking at this season, on 5 phones, he's been able to accumulate so much, even on Keyboy's phone, 312 assists.
312 to 94, look at this. Keyboy, definitely. We've talked about this earlier, but...
So Dreams is closer.
Yeah, much closer than what we saw earlier.
Probably.
We'll see. If this game really goes hard in the side of EVOS, Dreams can catch up, but knowing Keyboy, he will definitely have a lot of impact, a lot of assists in this game as well. So I don't know, so many factors lie in the balance here. Because honestly, if the team isn't doing so well, it's very difficult to rack up those assists as well.
Just asked Coach Denver Miranda or Coach Yeb. He says, yeah, bro, needs to fix something. So yeah, he's not here.
This is one of the perks if you're very familiar with the coaches. You actually get to contact it right away.
Insider info.
How many minutes does it take for Yep to actually reply, Mirko?
He's a very fast responder. He literally, it took less than a minute. Okay. The man is on his phone, on a Samsung phone, back at home, watching ONIC. Even though he's not here, he's still keeping an eye on his team.
Wow, that's a big statement though. Just going up against EVOS of all teams. Even though they're not doing very good right now, it's still a great team with a lot of potential, a lot of achievements, and still with a very brilliant coach, a very sharp mind behind them. So going up against this team without one of your coaches, I feel like is a very bold move. But knowing ONIC, this is exactly what they would do in this situation, right? Even worst case scenario, if they don't really come out on top, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, definitely something that they would do, but I do think that it's not enough. They need to bring out like Sans in the jungle or Drian somewhat going in a roaming and mid position. But you know, whatever, you do you, ONIC. You might want to get the win here versus EVOS for just the swag on them. And we're gonna see a very standard ban towards that Joy, but you can see ONIC respecting that Claude and Yi from Hijume and Brands.
It's also the winning formula. If you take a look at EVOS Legends' games, when Hijume gets that Yve, he's going to be able to be such an oppressive powerhouse in the mid lane. With the Claude as well, it is a proper pick because he can play both strong side and weak side, actually, depending on how you play those lanes and where you rotate. But EVOS Legends, not only do they respect the Joy, they will respect the Kufra. Early on, first phase, you mentioned it, Keyboy with the Kufra, so flexible, so creative with the engages. EVOS wipes it out.
They just don't want to deal with it. And EVOS is a team known for letting go that 1-1, I believe, or even picking up for themselves. So with the Melissa being such a prio pick, and with CW, one of the better Melissas in the MPL right now, according to Mirko, possibly taking that Melissa, are they going to try and trade it out for that 1-1? And will that be worth it? As ONIC will ban away this Akai, wanting to make sure that EVOS cannot get a bit of a head in the neutral jungle contest department.
It's quite interesting, right? It's Akai ban instead of Fredrin. Knowing that Toss he likes to play Akai more than Fredrin, which is, for a lot of junglers out there, for those utility junglers, Fredrin is usually the better choice, but I feel like EVOS kind of prioritize the objective takes and Akai takes the cake in that department. But what I want to say to EVOS right now, they're kind of playing with fire. If ONIC picks out the Kaja, the one who kind of counters it, the Kufra, is already banned, but maybe EVOS has a lot more strategies or a lot more picks to kind of counter that. Maybe with a Kadita and ONIC right now. There's a lot of heroes left on the table. Sans, especially, Mirko.
Yep, the Farsa first pick can definitely be picked up here, prioritized by ONIC. But with the Akai ban, it does seem like they want to go for... Oh, you forgot about the Wanwan that's been left open. EVOS Legends playing with fire. Usually we see this done to EVOS. They've lost 2 times on the Wanwan. CW on the other side. A top global Wanwan player himself. I know because I contested that spot for a while. It didn't get to global, but it did get to Jakarta, so he was at the top of the Jakarta list, Arashi. It's I mean, personal between me and CW, man.
The fact
so
that he
he's
even got
good.
close, I mean, that's already an achievement, Mirko, but we talked about how CW likes to be in the losing side, and you are often talking about how 1-1 needs to be having a good laning phase, right? Having to go ahead in the gold lane, so this puts him in a pretty awkward spot. I wonder if ONIC has a different game plan considering the picks right here, because for EVOS, he'll take that Farsa away and also the Melissa, you know, the Jujutsu Kaisen hype train.
Jujutsu Kaisen,
I won't let that go, man.
We have a comment here because ID and I are not together. We only combine our strategies. So we think we need to respect ban. So yeah, a lot of answer towards that 1-1 pick so far. It's a winning lane for Brands in that Melissa, but CW is going to play that losing lane until he gets the items. But Hijime getting the Farsa, I kind of expect maybe a fanny pick or something that can take care of this 1-1 more, because I feel like Farsa is just not enough. Yes, it's a solution, but it definitely can be contested or easily, I would say easily, but it's manageable.
Yeah. I think another option they could go for, aside from just killing pressure with a fanny, could be just a Lolita, right? You can play defensively with the Guardian's Bulwark. You can kind of deny those weakness point takes from the Wanwan, or even better,
cheese it out with Phobius.
They can go for the Phobius here. Technically, they can pick it up for the XP lane, and then later on bend the Esmeralda. So that's another option that they can go for up against the Valentina as well. Pretty solid, but they will just go for standard Lolita pick, understanding that the enemy team has a Valentina, can be able to utilize the Demonic Force as well.
It's a smart pick, a very early counter. Is it too early though? Can ONIC still kind of adjust around this, knowing now that EVOS has a very counter-engage-ish roamer that cannot be as proactive as the other heroes, like a Kadita, for example. This means that ONIC can really read through what EVOS will be able to do. And the scary part is, you have a Farsa right here, but you don't really have a lot of setup for that Feather Airstrike in the mid-game to try and get those pickoffs either. And on the side of ONIC, it's a bit of the opposite, having a Fredrin, having a Valentina. We just talked about the 3-man roaming combo from ONIC. Having a Valentina and Fredrin in that mix already is a lot of pressure from the side of ONIC.
You know, I do have to say, man, this is looking like a very good Cho game for Keyboy if EVOS Legends don't ban it away. The Farsa and the Melissa. For the Farsa, a bit more flexible, can go for the Purify to nullify that Cho pick, but the Melissa, you can only bring Inspire, that's it.
Ooh, look at this. A fanny ban. This is a reminiscence of that ONIC versus BTR game, Mirko. They're really not convinced that Fredrin's gonna go to the jungle. Of course, this is a flex pick, but once you pick that Fredrin, I feel like most of the time it's gonna go to the jungle, but again, it's ONIC, it's Adi, there's a lot of option on the table, there's a lot of switcheroo that he can actually pull off, but here they're actually gonna ban them, or limiting the option for Psychots in the EXP lane. Is Yuzhong viable here, Rashi?
Yuzhong for the side of ONIC. I think he means for ONIC, just considering there's a Farsa and the Melissa, right? Very strong, high damage output backline members. So if ONIC go for the Yuzhong, it's possible, but they don't really want to expose that card unless they know it's in a favorable matchup. So I think that is partially how they're using the Fredrin, right? If it's in a good matchup, they'll put it in the hands of Boots, no problem. If it's in an unfavorable matchup, they'll move it to the jungle and pick something else. We've talked about this already. And now, considering that, like Rico mentioned, the Melissa is stuck only on the Inspire, that Yuzhong pick sure makes a lot of sense.
See, I was about to say, if EVOS Legends ban out an XP laner, then the Ling should go through for ONIC, and then they will flex the Fredrin into the XP lane. But with the Ling ban, it does seem like ONIC wants to go for the Yuzhong. They ban out the Hanzo, signaling here that maybe, just maybe, they don't want to get a hero that can dive to the back line. So maybe no Yuzhong here. Maybe they're just looking for the Fredrin in the XP, and maybe a Lancelot in the jungle.
Is it a tank slot though?
Should be. We saw the tank slot as well from Kyrie against EVOS in the first leg.
And he got the W for that tank slot, but
We have also seen the tank Paquito as well though, so it's still a viable option available for EVOS.
0% win rate though.
Exactly, it's a 0% win rate, but the performance was not bad at all. But EVOS will opt to go for that more, more proven Lancelot pick instead for ONIC right now.
This song.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. This is why it's so confusing. You just don't really know. They might have something else in store for us.
I think Grok and Ruby is also quite viable here for ONIC. Can be placed in that roaming area, and Boots
Cho makes sense though as a roamer.
But Cho, I don't know what's the matchup against Lolita in the late game, but it is a viable option, especially exploring that backline threat.
Man, I feel like for EVOS, they just lack so much crowd control. So for ONIC, they can pick something with more mobility that needs to be stopped. That's why I say that though, the Masher comes in and EVOS has no tools available to try and stop this kind of attack, this kind of dive. A stun from Lolita, a stun from Farsa, and that's about it.
There you go.
And it's going to be the Cho pick. Miracle on point as always.
Gotta give it to him, man. When the Cho's open like this, when you have a Farsa and a Melissa, two very juicy targets for the Cho to pick off. And like you mentioned, the Lolita matchup actually will favor the Cho. It really depends on how the Shenpu is used. It could be a skill matchup on paper, but it's Keyboy here we're talking about.
Yeah, but the Masha pick here, one thing I don't like, it's not really Beatrix, right?
Oh, they go for it.
Masha, it's better against Beatrix than Melissa because of that go away, but as you said earlier, Chow is just so much threat, but it's gonna be a Phobius.
You wanna know a fun fact?
In that EXP lane, so...
The Thunderclap goes through the go away.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's news for me. But we can see the audience prediction here for ONIC versus EVOS, 60-40. Pretty close for a first placer and third placer right now, right? Fourth or third? I forgot. Oh, fourth, yeah, fourth.
Yeah, considering the position, the context right here, the fact that it's only 20% different between ONIC and EVOS definitely shows that EVOS still has a lot of support, and there's a lot of people still believing that they have it in the bag. They can pull off the great upset against the overlords, the almighty ONIC.
Yep, it is White Tigers versus the Porcupine. Normally in the nature, Tigers are top of the food chain, but might be different here in the Land of Dawn for Game 1 for EVOS versus ONIC.
Welcome to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Kyrie with the Demon Slayer on the Fredrim. Taz doing the same with the Tanksalot build. Psychots versus Boots. Masha versus Phobius. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup.
It's definitely a losing matchup for that Phobius, but one thing I want to mention here, I love the spell choice here for Psychots, knowing that Cho is too much of a threat to actually kind of feed out that crossbow tank towards that 1-1, and the Purify can pretty much just erase all the stacks away from you. So I like that he goes for the Purify instead of anything else.
I think particularly for Psychots, that makes sense. He's being in the front. For Hijime, is definitely mainly to try and counter Keyboy on that Cho. In the early game, though, I think for ONIC is going to be overwhelmingly strong right here. A lot of wave clear, but actually, EVOS Legends with the man advantage of using the Lolita to the Gordon's Bulwark are able to actually clear out earlier, and ONIC, they're able to actually send Keyboy, but he will be pushed away by Dreams.
See here, Keyboy just using Chow for to his utmost perfection, just going into the jungles of EVOS Legends, making life harder for Taz. Unfortunately, though, it's a tank slot, so there's not much of a threat compared to if he actually built Assassin here. But right now, so far, there's nothing fancy going on. Even in the losing matchup in the EXP lane, Psychos has been farming quite well, not getting freeze off.
Yeah, it's pretty even so far, but on that note, yes, there won't be a lot of damage coming in from Keyboy, but the displacement can be deadly, man. Sans is on a Valentina, and in the late game, and along with Boots, with a Thunderclap, that's a lot of burst damage, and EVOS Legends, they are heavily relying on the backline being relatively present in those big team fights, whereas for ONIC, they can skirmish all the way, and it doesn't matter if they don't go for a front to back. Their team comp is a lot more dynamic and can move in more directions, and that is something they can completely exploit, as Boots right here is trying to zone people away, but he won't be able to do so.
Seems like they want to concede right now. Sounds jumps in with some damage, but the airstrike gets popped in the back line as Boots will be able to jump in, and it's going to be Kyrie once again who wins that 50-50. Psychots now going to be caught all alone. That's the Demonic Force getting Sans. Sans bringing him under the turret. That's going to be CW with a solo kill up top against Brands. And that side got 2 falls as well. ONIC winning on all fronts.
W all over the place for ONIC, especially though in the top lane. I think that's unacceptable, right? Just getting solo killed as a Melissa against a 1-1. And when everybody's fighting in that total area, is just definitely something that you don't want to see, especially for a gold laner for Indonesian representative in SEA Games.
Man, it's just insane. CW, the weak side player, quote unquote, actually going for a solo kill, succeeding. Not against any marksman, against the king of marksmen. So showing again that people say it's underperforming, think twice. As Keyboy now just zones dreams away again, and ONIC already trying to contest and get more control around the map using the gold advantage.
Random execution used up by Sans actually. This Kyrie's gonna be able to knock Taz up. That's gonna be Keyboy walking him down to pick up the kill. And yeah, maybe CW has been underperforming on the Beatrix, on the Claude, but if you give him his comfort, the Melissa and the 1-1, he should perform. Like I said, he knows the Melissa, he understands the 1-1. It's kind of like me.
Yeah, two-trick player in Melissa and 1-1, but ONIC just cannot stop winning. 2K gold lead so far in the 4th minute. Even in the objective department, I feel like they're gonna have a much better edge here with Kyrie pretty much executing all the retribution perfectly and still sitting on the #1 objective takes, but we can see the emblem here, Arashi.
Demon Slayer for both the junglers, so that's it. For Boots though, that unbending will really be beneficial in the late game. You can look at the mid lane though, they have the same idea, just different ways. They want to go for that big amount of damage, make sure that the Magic Worship can actually do a lot more. Sans has stolen away that Numeran Blast, so EVOS Legends right now are the ones thinking twice about how they want to approach this fight. There's a lot more control available, and Boots already is proactively cutting, exerting more pressure. This is the ideal mid game that ONIC has always planned for.
Oh no, it's still gonna be again. Oh my goodness. The choke! Keyboy gonna be finding the way the Dragon play. But Melissa will be able to escape right now as Kyrie goes to the Retribution. He finds it! Despite it all, the Numeran Blast will be popped in, finding 2. Keyboy now caught in the midst, but it's gonna be Sans who picks up another kill. 2 for 2. But it's the turtle going to the hands of ONIC still.
Not just the total bottom side, Boots didn't join the fight, but just gets the bottom turret with ease. I feel like even if ONIC concedes that, it's still a W for them, but right now it's just multiple W again and again, Arashi.
And in the late game, you have to consider that Boots does not have to be present in the team fights. He can just go split on the sides, and no one can really deal with this Masha, especially in the late game. So that provides yet another solution for ONIC if they feel like the team fight just isn't benefiting their team enough. For now, it's still pressuring, and you can see this 3-man roaming squad from the mid lane is just so annoying, and it's causing Taz to lose a lot of income, losing out to Kyrie 1 level behind.
That's the Gordon's bulwark, but it is going to be the crossbow attack popped and ready now for CW. He doesn't have the Inspire, and he won't need it. He just picks up the kill without the crossbow attack. 1 level lead for CW up against Brands. Fun fact, that solo kill wasn't a solo kill, it was Keyboy who was being active, so they're playing strong side for 1-1.
Yeah, they're definitely playing strong side for 1-1. But in the other side, the Boots, Masha 1v2 against Phobius and Lancelot, there's nothing you can do about that. And you can see Taz actually goes to the base, recalling after that thunderclap from Boots. So you can see it's pretty much a losing matchup. Even 1v3, 1v2 in the XP lane, Boots just unstoppable in this match.
Man, he's just like, EVOS Legends are not equipped to deal with someone with so much HP. A lot of their heroes seem to be geared towards picking off heroes with a smaller HP pool that can get bursted down. But now, Brands is virtually the only person available to try and take down Boots, and he cannot always match that kind of movement. Masha is so much more flexible, so much more mobile around. And look at ONIC, man, pressuring all 3 lanes at the same time, even though they don't really have the control on the mid turret just yet.
Just want to remind you all that CW is sitting on a 3-0 KDA, and 1-1 has not won any games this season in MPL ID, which is pretty surprising. You'd think that a hero that gets banned all the time will rack up a lot of win rate, but I feel like ONIC is going to be the one team that make this work for the first time.
I feel it hasn't worked out because of just the players who've been placed on the 1-1, right? I don't feel like, looking at it, it's always banned against CW. It's always banned against Chidera, the two best users. If Clover was still here, he'd probably get it banned as well. But usually it's left open against Nino, against Brands. Two members, two players who don't really find a lot of comfort perhaps on that 1-1.
Look at Keyboy with the itemization right here. Good mix of magical defense and physical defense, because in the early game, you have to try and cater towards both. And for the side of EVOS, they're definitely struggling as ONIC just stands between the turret. They don't even care.
Interesting move by Taz there with a Phantom Execution to his death, to his demise, basically. Keyboy gonna be able to jump Blue out, and then now Blast gonna be charged in, but Sans gets out. That's a flicker as well to follow it up, but it's only gonna be Kyrie as now on the back line. It does seem like CW is gonna be able to pop a lot of those weakness points, but Psychots is still running wild in the back line. Psychots, though, will fall to CW, who's 4-0 right now, having a time of his life.
Bad trades after bad trades towards EVOS Legends, and right now they might look for more brands. But Blast not going to connect to anything. Meanwhile, Dreams try to conceal, but there's no opening just yet, and the mid turret's going to fall towards 4CW, 4-0-0 so far. There's no answer for EVOS Legends, even though they kind of draft to counter this 1-1. Again, there's just too much threat on the board, and as the great Gary Kasparov would say, if you make 10 threats on the board, your opponent will make a blunder, like a forced blunder, because there's too little resources that you can actually spend towards to counter those kind of engagement for ONIC Esports.
For ONIC, man, they're able to use Keyboy to just zone everyone away. He was the only casualty in that fight. He was able to keep everyone busy and buy enough time for everyone to finally, slowly but surely, take control and deal damage to Psychot and take him out. Now, EVOS are doing a very risky, not risky, but a very desperate trade right here. They know this is the only play they have in the book. Letting go for the Lord for a turret. ONIC will take it in stride and even try and punish EVOS right here.
Is Keyboy actually looking for it? That's my question right now. He doesn't have the flicker, but he does spot Brands out right now. Dreams is in that bush, going to be spotted out and zoned away from that bush. Sound steals away to the Minon Blast this time around, not going for the Demonic Force. Keyboy gonna be zoned, but it's all good right now as the Masha and the 1-1 will be able to pick up the tier 2 up top.
Well, since Brands is so weak right here, there's no need to zone him away with the Feather Airstrike, which is why Sans is going for the Numinant Blast, knowing that EVOS Legends, they have to try and commit and dive in to try and shut down CW. But if they do so, now they're at risk of getting comboed by that Numinant Blast, and look at the damage, man. Sans is still definitely a huge threat, and that mix of physical and magical damage we've been talking about, Mirko, is definitely showing through here.
Sans again going to be chunked down to half HP just by Sans and Kyrie. Now Keyboy, very interesting play. Numinant Blast going to be able to charge up on the two, but it's a 4-man from Sans. Now CW wreaking havoc as he's looking for all the weakness points. He has it down, the Inspire as well. That's going to be Psychot falling, but the range has been nerfed just recently. So CW will be forced out of that crossbow tang. The mid lane base turret will still fall. And ONIC with the First Lord have been able to crack not just one, not two, but all three base turrets are looking for the end. 10 minutes in, the base wide open for the take, and Sans now trying to zone away in the back line, but that's going to be the damage coming through for CW to make up the unstoppable. 10-minute game is possible as they're looking for the end right now, but the mini waves will be cleared out by Hijume. Sans now caught. The Phantom Execution will be popped in, and Psychot finds the kill. Wow.
Set up for Sans, just counter-engaging with that Numinant Blast is absolutely beautiful to watch. 4 people getting caught there, and this is your mid laner, this is your Indonesian #1 mid laner, everybody.
Honestly, man, knowing this is why the Lolita isn't exactly meta, it's very situational. Let's look at the replay right there. ONIC knows that for EVOS to win, they need to go and pull off something big, and something big was definitely what was attempted, but Sans went back with something even bigger. Fortunately, Hijume was able to survive, and so output a bit more damage, surviving also from the crossbow of Tang. But wow, man, ONIC is just one step ahead at every single turn, and CW now with the Athena shield, he is pretty much uncounterable right here. He needs to make such a huge blunder for EVOS to even have a chance at shutting him down.
Wow. And right now EVOS needs to figure it out harder and harder to actually kind of counter this 1-1, but a bit greedy there. And one thing I want to mention is if that's Toss might be in trouble now. If that's a non-nerf 1-1, the game would be over right now.
Yeah, for sure. If that was the Season 7, Season 8, Season 9 1-1, probably it's going to be over there. But ONIC, once again, they're just controlling the neutral objective. They got all 3 base turrets with the first Lord. There's not much oh my God, that EVOS can do. When Psychots gets bursted down by Sans like that, you know, it's a very alarming Keyboy. He's looking for the play right now, trying to bait out the go away from Brands, perhaps. But it's going to be a free Lord over to ONIC. It's Fredrin, Kyrie, soloing it.
Yeah. This is the 11k gold lead at work. You can't do anything. It's a 4v5 and EVOS Legends can't even attempt to try and find something. They're just confused. And now with the Lord taken, ONIC will just wait for it. And EVOS is put in an even worse spot. Looking at the items right here, London Truncheon already completed for Hijume, but it's not nearly enough because the preemptive builds, the preemptive respect defense items being built by CW.
Interestingly enough, CW is building it towards Berserker's Fear and Will to Windtalker. So I want your analysis here, Mirko, because you're a 1-1 player.
Don't go Golden Staff. The Golden Staff does not work on the 1-1. I've been saying this for a long time. Brands built it 2 times. And it's 40 attack speed, I understand, but the Windtalker works better in the kit right now. CW is going to be able to kite away in the back line once again. See that Windtalker? It's doing work right now. He's going to be able to... Oh my God, what a play! CW with a double kill, looking for more. Dreams will fall. It's a triple kill. The team will not give him the Maniac. It's going to be 1-0 for ONIC.
Absolute stomp for the first time. 1-1 is getting the W. Finally, this is how you play 1-1 MPL ID.
It's a big
tutorial on CW's channel.
Big tutorial for all the 1-1s who have failed before. It was picked up 5 times, 0 wins. CW picks it up and says, bro, it's that easy. It's as easy as that.
It's just that simple, man. You just need to know how it's done, and CW definitely demonstrated it along with ONIC. That was a great composition being formed. Being able to skirmish, team fight, and also split push. It seems like they just thought of every single possibility and drafted a counter all the way since the beginning. And contrast to that, you can see that how EVOS was playing, it was so readable, man, so one-dimensional. They need to go for a big win or break team fight or lose completely. And even when they did, ONIC just predicted it, called it, countered it, and it's all over, man. The game highlight, Sans' counter setup ensures ONIC's victory, especially on the Numenor Blast, man.
To be fair though, in that last skirmish, in the last team fight, just Phobius and Lancelot going in towards that 1-1, almost killing him. It's actually, for that situation, I would say it's a good play because what can you do about it, you know? The only thing that worth to be criticized is just the absence of that follow-up from that Forza, because so far in this game, we haven't seen the Forza pop off towards that 1-1 pick. This is a pick that's supposed to be countering that the ace pick from ONIC, but it doesn't work whatsoever. I think the part of what makes it unusable is Keyboy, with the Chow pressuring all the backliner of EVOS Legends.
The Cho pick was massive in the end. Sure, maybe it wasn't able to find its full potential because of the 2 Purifies, but it certainly did bait out the Purify so that the 1-1 was able to find the weakness points at will. It was also the follow-up from the Numenor Blast that Sans chose. Out of all the ults, he chose the Numenor Blast, and it worked out.
Exactly, we talked about it. He could have gone for the Feather Airstrike, but why? There's no need to. The backline is weak.
Exactly.
The backline has no damage output. Might as well make sure that our backline is safe with that huge counter engage. So you can see the instinct on this man, right? His understanding of how the teamfight is gonna go is just top-notch, top-class. We've always known this, we've always said this, but he displays it yet again. And not only that, his aggression in the lane, dude, like, if you are Hijume, you have your work cut out for you, man. It's just so difficult to get anything done. He was trying to roam, but the combination, right? Fredrin, Cho, and Valentina. In those skirmishes, EVOS tried. They tried to match ONIC in the early game. They get completely stomped, man. I think it began there. They just didn't respect the potential for the early game skirmish to be so devastating from ONIC.
I think another player that we haven't shouted out yet is Kyrie, of course, winning all the 50-50s and getting all the objectives so far. And that's what you should do as a utility jungler. That's pretty much what you should do. But we can see the items here, 17-5. Rashi, take us through it.
Look at the items, right? Boots definitely went for a bit more aggression right here. If you look at it, essentially only this Gargant helmet is quote-unquote defensive. Koro decides to chase people down. Thunderbelt to have a bit more slow, a bit more damage, and then the Twilight armor. He is going full aggression right here. And you can't blame him. There's no reason to build anything else. Even if EVOS Legends want to try and focus him down, he is very happy to absorb all that damage and allow Kyrie, allow CW and Sans to destroy everyone. So this playstyle that forces you to recognize the threats and adjust and deal with multiple factors in the middle of the game is what ONIC is so good at. Kyrie, by the way, went for the Queen's Wings as well. So EVOS Legends going for a burst-orientated team composition right here. But ONIC just building all the anti-burst items, and you can see that in the team fight, they just could not get any of the kills, secured. They're able to get them low, but afterwards, they just run out of steam, man. Not enough damage, not enough gold. 11k gold lead for ONIC.
Please take a look, ladies and gentlemen, at the Wanwan build. I don't know what the Golden Staff Wanwan is. A lot of people on stream have been saying, hey, go for the Golden Staff. No.
That's another.
My experience on the Golden Staff hasn't been good. So far, if we look at data, everybody in MPL has been playing with the Golden Staff, except for CW. He knows the OG build. That's the Windtalker and the Berserker's Fury. Get the Golden Staff, throw it back to Claude, to Melissa, to Carry, all right? Because Wanwan doesn't need it.
Well, he's the rich guy, so he can build whatever he wants. 984 gold per minute.
This guy is insane.
That is very, very high. I think the highest we've seen was
1,000. It was him
right?
as well. This man!
Right, it was him as well. So it's still...
He's a farmer.
CW. Well, the carry is still Brent and the Melissa, though, so showing that that pick is still very, very strong, very, very solid. But given the right composition, you can counter it. So you can see again ONIC just knowing that, okay, we can go for the 1-1, right? We have the OG player, we have CW, you can pop off on it. And the Melissa, we can just draft around it. So this is what a good coach can bring to you, right? It's not just good picks, but good solutions to what your opponents have against you.
Yeah, I want to say though, 984 as a 1-1. Beatrix had 1k gold lead. Pretty much, yeah, it's good. Of course, it's definitely the first time it's 1k plus, but 1-1. 984, it's insane.
CW is the richest Indonesian player.
Welcome to the rice fields.
Welcome to the rice fields.
Welcome to the rice fields. Or maybe his Chinese heritage leading him to be good at the money management. Anyways, that aside, look at the gold curve right here. The only real dip is when ONIC maybe were a bit more experimental. They tried to go for the risky end. I feel like if they really committed, they could have done it. But it wouldn't look as clean, it wouldn't look as neat, so they back away and they get the job done regardless. But that was the only single moment in the whole game that EVOS found any success. Before that, the skirmish, ONIC. The neutral objective, ONIC. The macro play, the wave pressure, ONIC. Nothing was going in favor of EVOS, and something definitely needs to change. Maybe it all needs to start from the draft from Coach Age.
It was a disaster from the start. I think the first turtle fight, 50-50, Kyrie won. On top of that, it was a 3v4 because Keyboy was actually up top. So it was a kill on the 1-1 as well. They lost with a man advantage. They lost their strong side gold laner. And we got to give it to the man, the myth, the legend. Your MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G. The man who was on 5 phones at the same time. Sans.
Sans on the Valentina, displaying yet again aggression, map knowledge, and also just team fight wisdom on how he wants to maneuver around this very chaotic team fight. Because remember, we talked about how EVOS likes going for the 2-2-1, going for the U-shaped ambush strategy. But when ONIC is just so ahead and controlling all the pressure, there's no room for EVOS to try and find a lead. In fact, in the early game, they were using that to try and get more control around the neutral objective, but Kyrie just comes in there and says, we don't need control. When you have a retribution as solid as mine, you best just let it go, man. You know, don't even risk it.
Yeah, definitely. But Yep is not in the building, so it's technically Adi solos everyone. So if you have any doubt towards Coach Adi, I'm one of Adi believers. Even if when RQ lose against Blacklist, I'm still standing with Adi. Don't brand the Estes.
I chill out. That's what a lot of the fans were saying. And right now, I think they are wishing Adi in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just displaying to the haters that, you know, just a little something, right? A little show of my own skill right here. Look at the heat map, though. For the most part, he wasn't even roaming around, right? Usually, the mid lanes will roam to the side lanes to try and get some momentum going on. But for Sans, it's all about denying the mid lane any kind of playmaking chance and then helping around in the neutral objective. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that game. In the early game, like we mentioned, it was just so aggressive. There's just so many more winning matchups for the side of ONIC, and they're able to use it to just dive into the jungle. Afterwards, there are some shaky moments like this, but even then, the advantage, the lead that EVOS was able to get from it was very minimal. They can get 1 or 2 picks at most, and while that was happening, the side lanes has constantly been winning for the side of ONIC. And then there were just some desperate plays here from Taz, from Dreams, and from Hijime sometimes that just absolutely get punished from ONIC. And look at this, even if Cyclones want to try and go to the backline and dive in, there's just so much crowd control, and this was that play, man. EVOS was not ready. That is a 4-man movement on Blast with a very fat Valentina. Fortunately, not with the Holy Crystal just yet, so they were still able to survive. But afterwards, that's just it. With this Lord, they tried to go for the end if EVOS would let them, but EVOS fought back, they defended, and ONIC just played slow, calm, calculated, and waited for the next opportunity, and it was smooth sailing from there, man. Everything going according to plan for ONIC.
I want to touch towards that Phoveus pick, you know, because I feel like part of the reason why 1-1 is just so valuable, so pretty much no threat at all in that gold lane is just, I feel like Phoveus is better as a mid laner and gold laner. Is that a hot take, Merkorashi? Because if you're playing against a 1-1 and a Phoveus, you're pretty much, you know, your one is on the bottom side, one's on the upper side. So 1-1 has to come to you, or you have to come to 1-1. But in the end, Phoveus is not a good rotator. There's no movement ability whatsoever to actually catch up to teamfight. So you have to make sure that you're in the vicinity of the 1-1 to actually make that pick work. And it's a losing matchup, right? AXP, Phoveus pretty much loses against everyone.
I think in the mid lane, sure, maybe we can make an argument for that, but in the gold lane, no. Horrible, horrible pick in the gold lane. You do not want to pick the Phoveus.
It worked.
No, you do not want to play the Phoveus into the 1-1,
well,
level 1 to 3.
It's been a while since we saw that Phoveus, man. It wasn't the golden for several games, but that was a few seasons ago, and in recent times, we have not seen that work at all.
We'll continue that argument after the awesome phone right here, because you guys right now can go and check out the Galaxy A Series 5G.
Yeah, that's the reason why CW has been popping off. It's the Galaxy A Series 5G. A34, which one is it? A34, A54. The specs are no joke, Arashi Mirko. I feel like you guys are a fan of specs. The RAM is up to 8 GB, memory 256 GB. Screen is Super AMOLED Plus with a refresh rate up to 120 Hz. Processor is Exynos 1380 and it's 5G ready. The battery is 5000 mAh, so you don't really have to charge when you're playing ranked. Quad cameras up to 50 megapixels, IP67 water resistant rating. And the price, I feel like for specs like this, it's gotta be pricey, right? There's no way it's...
Don't worry, Sheffin, we got you. It's only 4.999, basically 5 million IDR, 1.162 million IDR worth of deals, and 300,000 IDR worth of cashbacks. All you need to do is check out the website, www.samsung.com/ID, and you have the phone. It's time to get yourself
a quota, data. Of course, if you want to play your rank, you can also get those quota after buying in-game items and vouchers in Mobile Legends. It's a bonus up to 3 GB in Dunia games. You can just scan the QR code here, or maybe just go to the stage in Menara Kuningan and get this in the place right away.
Look at that, 170 diamonds and 3 GB of internet quota.
Not gonna lie, I didn't know that. That's actually a really good deal.
It's an awesome deal. It's value, dude.
Okay.
Anyways, let's continue that argument, right? If we're talking about just matchup 1v1, no.
Yeah,
the
I'm not talking 1v1, but you already talked about it a lot of time, right? In the gold lane, it's not a 1v1 matchup. It's mostly a 2v2, and if there's a mid lane, if there's jungler, it's even more complicated than that. So I feel like it's worth the risk. Rather
I don't
than
think
going
so.
to the EXP lane.
I think if you want to counter the 1-1, just pick the Irithel. If you really want to put all your resources into countering the 1-1, Irithel would be the best option. There you go, just go for it. Because if you put the Phoveus down there, you have to allocate everything down below to a lane that's already a losing matchup. Sure, let's throw 3 members down below. Let's throw 3 members from ONIC down below too. CW, who's already winning level 1 to 3. Phoveus not getting the farm he needs, not getting the gold, not getting anything. If you really want to make an argument to put the Phoveus down there, put Phoveus in the XP lane up until level 4 and then swap lanes.
We've seen that matchup, by the way, that situation, right, where the Phoveus just gets really dominated from 1 to 3, and then when he gets his ultimate, he's just way too behind. So he's the Phobius, credit to EVOS, is still the impact player for that game because, again, he was the only one who has a chance to try and make plays happen. But I think the idea right here is that if you want to put a Phobius up against a 1-1 in the gold lane, there's just so many more options, right? Even if you want to put the Phobius in the EXP lane, yeah, okay, the Phobius can quote-unquote counter the 1-1, but it requires the 1-1 to be behind, it requires the Phobius to be ahead. And if you want to try and gamble on that, why not pick something else, you know, like a Masha, for example? That's still an EXP laner that can just zone away all these marksmen and can tank a lot of that damage as well. Or maybe a glue even. So I think the idea is just options, right? The meta right now is so flexible, but what you pick right here, I think there's just a lot more options available on the market that you would rather have compared to a Phobius gold lane.
Yeah, and as you can see here, fun fact by Grab. CW first player to secure a dub with dub 1-1 in Season 11. 7 games so far. I believe it's 8 or 7. I forgot. So it's 1 out of 7 games. It's a very horrendous win rate. And as you can see here, we're not playing with fire anymore. Just ban the 1-1 right away.
Actually, ONIC is staying on still the same side. So either EVOS or ONIC don't really mind that at all, it seems like. The same ban so far is slightly different. I think for EVOS, it's still the Joy, but yeah, again, the 1-1 already. So the Kufra is still going to be available. And for the side of ONIC, now it's still going to be the Yves, Claude, Akai. So a lot of respect bans, and Coach Yeb did provide an explanation earlier, so that's no mystery at all.
Ooh, the third ban from EVOS though. There's a lot of options on the table here. You can pick up maybe heroes like Kufra in the first game because he was just that good on that hero, but the risk is you left out Sansa's heroes or CW, I forgot. The Claude and the one was already banned. But yeah, there's still a lot of heroes on the table, so it's gonna be final. Kufra is still respecting that Keyboy potential.
So they leave open Haya.
Value in me?
I don't think Haya is first pick worthy.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Not first pick worthy, but they do leave it open, and it's pretty scary, right? Knowing that Taz, I don't think we've seen him on the Hayabusa at all. And we've definitely seen Kyrie on the Hayabusa multiple times. Speaking of 1-1, speaking of EVOS, look who's in the building, ladies and gentlemen. It's the EVOS legend himself.
Why is he hiding?
The man who brought EVOS to its Season 7 MPL title.
Shout out to
Clover.
Clover with 1-1 is probably he probably had the best dominant performance in MPL ID or even competitive Mobile Legends history versus Alter Ego. It's insane how good is this guy on the 1-1. I'm sorry.
I'd say he's the best 1-1. Unfortunately, he was only 1-1.
Yeah.
Only 1-1. That's the issue
just like
right
you,
here.
Mirko.
No, Melissa and 1-1.
Okay.
Point is, in the current meta, it's just way too difficult, and which is why I think you can't really be one-dimensional now. You need to have a bit more flexibility because coaches will take advantage of that. Speaking of which, EVOS will secure the Arlott and the Valentina, but as a response, Melissa picked in already. ONIC can still go for the Farsa. It's still available, and we have been talking a lot about how much more worthy it is to pick up those high ground mages. So with the Yves ban the way, Farsa will be the only one.
Payback.
Your team there you go.
I don't know. Arashi, Sheffin, it really just feels like ONIC are outsmarting EVOS. They picked up the 1-1 in game 1, banning out the Claude because EVOS Legends didn't ban the 1-1, and it was a 1-1 Melissa lineup matchup. Now, they ban out the Claude, the 1-1 is banned. EVOS made a drastic change to not pick up the Melissa. And it's just picked up now. No. The Brody gets stomped by the Melissa. The only proper lane is the Claude. That's why they have it banned down, and that's why it was set up perfectly for EVOS. And that's why I thought EVOS would actually go for it. When I saw the Arlott Valentina pick, I was too distracted by Clover. But yeah, man, this is now going to be really tough. They go for the Kadita. And even the Kadita, by the way, fun fact, cannot go through the go away. The Vengeance will be able to get in, but still, this matchup is going to be very hard.
Definitely, and usually we talked a lot about how the Golden is never a 1v1, right? We just mentioned it earlier. So I assumed EVOS was going to go for the Farsa, right? Able to actually roam around and make sure that even against a Melissa, the Golden will have a bit of a chance. But on the Valentina, even Sans himself, we saw that his rotations are mainly based around the jungle and that mid lane. Going into the second phase right here, EVOS will ban away the Diggy. So they're going for a bit more aggression here, wanting to make sure that the backline is not safe. Considering that the Akai has been banned away from ONIC as well, it does not leave a lot of heroes that can save, quote-unquote, the members of ONIC.
Oh, interesting. So
Time and
right now, I
tide
think the
wait for
biggest
no
question
man
for
is
EVOS right now,
nor girl.
which gold lane is actually the best for this kind of composition? Maybe Harith is an option, Arashi, or maybe
Harith.
yeah, because what are you gonna pick in this kind of situation? Beatrice got already banned. ONIC might probably ban other gold laner. As you guys cannot hear it, but ONIC.
I think they can hear it, man. The ONIC fans right behind us, they're starting a chant, and it's going great.
It's original chant, right? I've never heard this before.
I just heard "I want you, I need you."
fire
So
battle.
I don't know what they're referring to, but
Oh, you
I would
know,
like to have
okay.
what they're having. But the Masha gets banned away from EVOS. They recognize that Boots is such a menace on that hero, able to provide a lot of macro pressure as well. For ONIC though, banning away the Beatrix means that they want to try and limit the wave clear for EVOS. And if you look at the picks right now, it does seem like ONIC has an overwhelming advantage there. So you can expect a lot of roaming for the side of ONIC. So something very dynamic, something very active on the map will be picked up by Keyboy for sure.
Well, speaking of dynamic, we've seen how Chow works in the first game, but this game is quite a different story. But I feel like it still can work. But ONIC just opting to pretty much exhaust all the options for Brands here. He's known for his marksman, probably not known for his Harith, but is Harith an option here? I feel like Harith...
Too much magic, no?
Yeah, it is, but maybe just force Taz to actually go for the lane or any kind of... maybe Hayabusa. Hayabusa is viable here, I think, because you have Melissa, you have Forza, is pretty good target towards for that Ogi Shadow kill. So maybe it's an option. Taz has been known to play those utility junglers. Not much of an assassin player, but he is by no means...
or just go for the Fanny, his
yeah.
signature pick.
Wait, it is open.
It is open.
Oh, wow.
We didn't even realize it there, but the Melissa has the go away. That could be the reason as to why ONIC didn't go for the ban towards the Fanny, but we will see the Grok instead picked up. Most likely going to be the jungler unless they flex the Valentina over. Oh, to the gold lane.
Oh.
That could be an option, and considering we were talking about wave clear right here, having a Grok on their side is definitely a big plus. And if you're looking at it, it's a big combo
Very flexible
engage
draft.
from the side of EVOS, but for ONIC, I feel like they have more ways to spin this composition, right? They have good backline, but they're not really locked into that front to back. Especially with the Fredrin, they can just really stop any kind of dive potential. So with two more picks right here, one for Keyboy, and the other one for potentially Boots.
Samus? No, Yuzong.
Wow.
I don't see how the Yuzhong is gonna play out here. Maybe just play out of something that's comfortable for ONIC.
Oh,
So
wow.
Boots.
A Ruby to try and deter
Winrate, though.
any kind of dive. And then the Yuzong, I believe, is just to ensure that Boots has a strong laner.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say earlier, but it is a strong laner, but the target, I feel like it's just not there. Valentina sure is a target, but it's much
He can just
more
roam around
harder.
in the fight, man. He has enough damage and utility to try and, you know, knock some people up and just counter-engage, so it's viable. But EVOS can still pick up the Terizla. And that's a matchup we've seen the Terizla do well in. Depends if Psychots is confident. I think that was what happened in leg number 1.
I think just leave the Arlet into the XP lane, right? Go for...
Oh wait, there's an Arlet. Yeah, my bad.
I think because it's very flexible right now. You can't really blame... I can't blame you for not expecting it.
Here because
There you go, yeah. See, Arashi, you're right. Because, again, they can actually flex this over to the jungle, and I think that's...
Wow.
It was last on Dreams, though. I don't know if that was a mistake or...
So it's Arlet jungle.
Wait.
Arlet jungle, right?
Looking back, it's Hijume on the Arlet.
Oh
It's Brands on the Valentina in the gold lane.
Arlet mid?
Interesting choice.
Yeah,
Wow.
we're gonna see how it's gonna play out. It's an interesting draft from Age. But of course, Adi will not back down easily, drafting a solid draft here today.
Ooh, I don't know, man. I feel like EVOS is so all in right now, which is a bit dangerous, right? Against a team like ONIC that knows how to position, how to hide back, especially in the mid lane. The mid lane usually is a bit more flexible, needing to be a bit more mobile and providing damage. The Arlet can definitely do so, but I don't know about how that limited mobility can fare in the jungle.
Yeah, creativity versus Formula Lake for ONIC versus EVOS. Game number 2.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Man, okay, there's a lot to talk about. Let's start with the Arlet mid, Hirashi.
Is the Arlet mid with the tenacity emblem, so just trying to be as aggressive as possible. Maybe the idea is having Dreams being the real damage dealer and having a quote-unquote tanky hero that can help with the wave clear and supplement the crowd control. We've seen it done with a Grok before, but with Grok in the jungle, Arlet gets put there instead. So it's definitely an interesting choice by Coach Age, but he's not called the mad scientist for nothing.
Let's see, Keyboy already dealing some damage right now with Sounds to be able to find that passive. Dreams might just be picked off. First blood over to Keyboy with that sight on the Ruby. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Fun fact, the King of Marksman is on a mage.
Yeah, it's definitely something that he's not really comfortable with, or maybe he's practicing it on his own. A lot of times after seeing Katera just very, very dominant in this hero. But so far, of course, it's just only one skirmish, but Hijume, in terms of wave clear, it's not really a problem, right? Especially supported by Dreams and Toss. Wave clear is not a problem, but I feel like the problem here lies towards B-Boy might be getting touched down. Oh my god, what? Oh my I don't get it! I don't get it! How?
Every time, man.
Keyman.
Every time EVOS go for something, ONIC will be able to stave off that play, lose nothing, and with the member advantage on the other side, they get their EXP laner ahead. It's already a very strong lane for the Yutong going up against the Lapu Lapu, especially in the early game when Psychots does not have any sustain built into his kit. Now with a death to his name, it's gonna be a lot more difficult.
Yeah, but you gotta watch out though. After Psychots getting that Bravest Fighter, it's gonna be a whole different story for Boots. Gotta have to be careful to actually landing on those kind of stunts from Lapu Lapu and getting chunked out before that Black 7 form is going to be useful in the team fights. But right now, it's a turtle dance for Kairi, might be eyeing for another turtle.
As the Black Dragon form popped up, Taz going to be able to find the position right now, but it's going to be bursted down just like that. Taz finds the wall charge, but the turtle will go to Kairi on that Fredrin. Bottom side, ONIC going to be able to push the tempo. They are going for the enemy purple buff. The Retribution to play with. Dreams can certainly go for the steal right now, or Hijume even. But I don't think they'll be able to pick it up. It's still going to be Kairi with the Appraiser's Wrath.
2k gold lane in the third minute. This is in the top lane too. It's a losing matchup for Price.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not really well versed with gold lane. Talk to me about this matchup, Mirko.
What, CW, Melissa versus Valentina? No, that's not a good matchup for the Valentina. But they're playing strong side for it, not the Lapu. It feels like EVOS Legends, they kind of drafted themselves two weak side or weak matchups, I'd say. They're playing around brands, but there's just no kill pressure that Valentina can place on CW. Hijume, though, can definitely put some kill pressure down with the final slash, with the wild charge, with everything, and the kitchen sink thrown at Keyboy. That's the first kill for EVOS Legends. Unfortunately, it was just a roamer pick.
Yeah, it's a roamer, and they used 5 ultimates to ensure that, and they lose a lot of pressure, a lot of gold from the turret plating. Hijume even taken so low, but this is the pressure we've been talking about. For EVOS, though, I did mention the Teresa matchup. We've seen Psychots pull it off before, so I was quite curious, because on paper, they do the same thing, right? They dive at the back line, they sustain, and they have a very solid lane. Maybe there's a mobility issue, a mobility concern, but ONIC, they are not letting up right now. They have the advantage. They make sure that CW gets ahead, knowing that Boots is in safe hands with 3 assists.
I think the matchup, though, like, Lapu Lapu is definitely... of course, Teresa also wins out against Yuzong, but when you up against Melissa with the go away, the Bravest Fighter actually goes through that go away. That's not the case with Ridzla, so I feel like that has been really taken into consideration for Coach Aki here on the Lapu Lapu pick over Ridzla, but I do agree that Ridzla might be a better pick here, especially against Son. With the Flicker combo with Penalty Zone, it's going to be a lot of things to handle, but Dreams eyeing for a cheeky pick here.
That's what he has to do as a Kadita, looking for those opportunities, but he will be too far away from the turtle. Once again, ONIC, they don't go for that play, they don't get baited, and with the Black Dragon form, they initiate the play.
What a dodge, a sidestep by Kairi. Taz now caught in the midst of it all, gonna be walked down by CW as Kairi goes into the back line. Boots as well, finds the kill. CW with the muddles. The barrier's right there. CW just playing with him at this point. He dashes forward. There's a sorry uwu, but CW, he does not forgive.
My god, Kairi says to EVOS fam, this your jungler? This your jungler? And as you can see here, 3 EVOS and 3 ONIC. And Dreams might be in trouble.
Dreams is in trouble. That's going to be the chain CC. The Petrify used defensively. And the Retry almost taking Dreams down. Ladies and gentlemen, ONIC with a 5,000 gold lead. Look at what CW is doing. Also just denying the minions from the turret, taking it away as they invade enemy jungle. Taz will now be 3 levels below Kyrie.
Bottom turret already taken
Oh my god!
Too. Okay. It's just disrespectful at this point, man. EVOS, they're creative, but
oh man!
3, 2, 4, CW, 2W, it's CWWW right now.
I'm telling you, man, CW is the best Melissa in the league.
That was
I'm saying it.
You gotta feel bad for Hijumi, man. He just stuck against the wall. He can't do anything. That's the interaction with the go away. And the emblems, nothing really like stands out. But the tenacity for both Hijumi and Keyboy just hints that those are going to be the main front lines. Because Taz right now, he is having a very sad time as Dreams goes for this play.
Yeah, Keyboy with the offended brings Dreams back. That's giving the wall charge connecting onto the back line right now. But look at CW and Sans still free hitting. Keyboy gonna fall. Sans flying by. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of EVOS Legends. Psychnuts with a flicker only onto Kyrie, the front liner. CW still alive. Now decides to open it up once again. Brand steals away the feathered airstrike. Still with a 2-for-1. It's strange to see that ONIC is still in control.
It's a bit greedy there for ONIC, just knowing that Boots has a good position in the backline, but didn't realize that Psychots and Ejuma is just too much to handle in team fights. Bravest Fighter connects to a lot of people there, and Final Slash bringing everyone towards the turret, towards turret aggro. But right now, EVOS might be eyeing for the first little of the match.
Oh, everything. Use the cannon. Keyboy still able to survive right now. Not even the Bravest Fighter takes him down. As going to CW hitting the back line for the airstrike as well. Even the turtle. You cannot make this up. Kyrie in a 50-50. It's always 100 and 0. It's 100% for Kyrie, 0% for Taz, and the purple buff. Kyrie, my god, 9, 10, 11, 3 levels ahead again in this matchup. 7.9k. Sans flying over. Look at him. He's jiggling. He's flying. He's dodging. And Brands misses everything. It's still going to be him taken very low. Dreams now looking to play. Sans with the Purify gets out. The feather airstrike comes down. Sans.
Everyone's down. Ridiculous, man. Just 50-50. Even though it favors EVOS Legends there, there's not much members of ONIC Esports in that vicinity, and EVOS still losing out the 50-50 on the grok.
Arashi, explain.
It's just full control from ONIC, man. So much crowd control, so much burst damage, and the execution is impeccable. EVOS Legends, they need a big combo like they did earlier. A big Final Slash into a wild charge combo, and maybe a follow-up from Dreams, because otherwise, they're about to lose this game, man, as Brett gets zoned away.
Look at Kyrie. Unfazed. Walking them down, taunting them. Standing in front, taking the power of nature, going back in. Look at him. He doesn't stop. Taz with a wild charge. Finds the wall, but not much else. The Final Slash to swoop Kyrie on a different direction to say, hey, stop.
Oh my god, it's a 10k gold, 11k actually right now, with also 9 kills difference in the 9 minutes. It's just absolute domination. I think this might be the easiest game if this goes through the late game, and ONIC wins it. This might be the easiest match in this MPL ID so far.
Might be the quickest, right?
Yeah.
I mean, holy moly, man. It's unreal. Again, Kyrie is still consistently 3 levels ahead. He's about to be 4 levels ahead of Taz, and that just might be the biggest level differential we've seen from a jungler. Yeah, he is now.
That's just how ONIC plays. They get ahead, they ensure that the jungler does not have a game to play. When the jungler can't do anything, Kyrie takes full control, and you're seeing it right here. Taz is by no means a weak jungler. He has solid retribution, but what can you do when you're just so behind and you're not being given any gold, any item at all? Once again, ONIC will be going for a free Lord uncontested. The only thing EVOS can do is to sit around and hope that someone strays into their sights.
It's a tricky part for Dreams here in the late game, because of course Kadira is not really good at high ground potential, but you have to be able to own this push and not getting caught by the roamers and the strong frontliners for ONIC. So yeah, it's definitely a big task for him, but you can see the in-game equipment here, just way too much difference.
Look at the gold difference, Arashi, between the mid lane and the gold lane.
Look at the goal difference between the junglers as well. That's painful to look at.
3K?
Yeah, that is insane. And look at the items too. Like the early Queen's Wings from Kyrie, this is for him to get more regeneration, more survivability to ensure he doesn't give away the shutdown and to ensure that he can keep making these crazy plays. And whoa, boots!
Oh, read that like a book, Miracle. Like, that's a really good prediction. Like, how could you predict that?
The reaction time on this man is insane. And now with the high ground available, I don't think it's enough for the side of EVOS.
Look at CW. Look at him. He's using the models out of range. Using the attack assist right there. His task is going to be knocked up, and he will most probably be taken out. Sans picks up the unstoppable. The base turret has fallen here. Psychos to the back line, looking for the flanks, but it's only on to the front two members. CW still free, hitting in the back line, and Psychos uses the Bravest Fighter defensively. EJ jumps in, only to get taunted down and slain by the Dragon. ONIC with a 14,000, 14,000 gold lead. Is that real, Sans? Going in the back line once again. It's going to be Brand stunned up. 14,000 gold lead in the 11th minute of the game. That's more than 1,000 gold lead per minute. They're building for a 15,000 gold lead. Taz, Psychot, and Brands now with the barrier placed down. That's the models once again. CW going to be able to dish out damage in the front line. Picking up the monster kill. Not even Keyboy falling there. And it is a 15,000 gold lead. Keyboy survives. 16k in a bit as CW goes for the base turret down below. 16,000. Have you ever seen that?
That's the highest I've seen ever, I think. Or at least in a long time, we haven't seen this big of a disparity. Now EVOS are able to defend, but look at the bottom turret, man. It's a versus one. Grandma.
Not gonna lie, this root mix has been playing out way better than I thought it would. Of course, if you take a look at it theoretically, against Katira, against Psychos going in with the Bravest Fighter, it's gonna work really well, just cancelling out all the potential coming in from EVOS Legends. And the engage too is just impeccable so far. Another turret falls down for ONIC.
This might be it. This might be the 16,000 gold lead power spike. Sans! Oh my god! He flew through the wall, but he will be punished. That's what you get for doing that, Sans. But now Dreams in the back line. Going to be able to burst the frontliners. CW is still in the back, pretty safe. Boots finds the Greener's Dime, also two members. Brands dealing no damage, tickling Keyboy. And CW now jumping with the Inspire and the Go Away. Going to be able to dish out so much damage as Dreams will be able to escape. ONIC looking for the end right now as Taz looks for an opening once again, but the Abraser's Wrath does that much damage to a tank. EVOS surviving another day in the land of Dawn. But ONIC will just say, you know what? I think it's time for the Enhanced Lord.
I feel like Sans is just giving another life for EVOS. At this point, like, you know what? I'm just gonna go for the ballsiest play on the board. It's just going in, just very risky. And I feel like it's just made ONIC's game much harder. Not much harder, but a bit trickier for them, you know. But right now, it's still ONIC on the driver's seat. 15k, 14k free play still. And another Lord will fall to Kyrie. I don't know like, if I could say that or not, but it's still 50-50.
I think ONIC is going to go for a fight instead. If EVOS dare to even show themselves in this neutral objective, you can't bet that ONIC is going to go in. So EVOS Legends, they're going for it, but they're already forced to send Dreams back up, so no flank potential. And that's going to be Hijumi flickering away. So little available for EVOS, so much to do. If they can pull this off, this is going to be one of the biggest miracles in MPL ID as Boots goes in.
Taz now looking for the retribution, having the wild charge. Psychos going to be zoned away. Boots jumps into the back line, but for the airstrike comes down as well. Psychos with the Bravest Fighter to be melted down before he can actually do anything. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Hijumi falls. CW picks up the legendary. Psychos is next on the chopping block. Keyboy looking for the stun. That's the Petrify. Furious dive. Perfectly chained. Lord slain. 16,000 gold lead in a bit as they clear out the waves. That's 15.9. There you go. That's the golden number for ONIC. Brand stealing away the feathered airstrike, trying to pop it right now. Sans again is going to be able to use the wings by wings to get a vantage point. Now it's a feather airstrike by Brand, but he's going to be flickering out to safety. 16.5k gold lead, the most you've ever seen in a competitive match. A stomp.
I think stomp is an understatement. I'm speechless. Just every L that's in this match has been taken by EVOS, except for the exchange and Sans going in, just way too risky. I feel like that's the only W EVOS has in these two games. Just insane how dominant ONIC right now.
What the heck was that? What the heck was it? Like, for real, EVOS, they were stomped. Arashi, it was very uncharacteristic. I think in game number 2, we said it. We said maybe we gotta see the drafts improve, but did the drafts improve? It was cheesy. It was kind of crazy, but it didn't work out.
I feel like it's even more one-dimensional. The only way they win, you saw it happen in the mid lane the one single time, and then ONIC just goes, okay, cool, I guess that works. Anyways, that's never happening ever again. We're gonna split up, we're gonna make sure that you don't have control. We have everyone in our sights whenever we go for an objective, and towards the end, you really see that ONIC just shows no respect at all, man. The way Sans kept just positioning on the side, you know, just like teleporting essentially by flying out of the map first, that was all for show, all for fun. Everyone as well, just standing in the base, recalling. They just wanted to show that as much as EVOS, the White Tigers, are on the top of the food chain, ONIC is the one that's boss in the MPL ID Season 11. Not even close.
Shout out to ONIC, man. I think they know that I'm fasting right now. They want to have as fast as possible. The 2 games, here you go, Shafin. Just have a lot of break because you're fasting.
I think some of the members are fasting as well from ONIC,
Let's
right?
make this as easy as pie.
Well, technically, they kind of helped the fasting members from EVOS as well with that victory.
Oh man, this is not a good look for Indonesian representative in SEA Games. You know, of course.
Yeah. I mean, we have 2 Indonesian representatives on ONIC.
Yeah, but Psychots and Grants is pretty much irreplaceable, right? In the starting 5, they have the most statistically they always have. Never mind.
2-0 untuk ONIC. Sobat ONIC, mana suaranya? Wow. Permainan kalian keren banget. Ini di leg pertama sudah pernah bertemu juga dengan EVOS. Menang kali ini juga menang lagi. Boots, menurut kamu gimana nih? Perbedaan dari leg 1 dan leg 2 ketemu EVOS itu seperti apa?
Hari ini gamenya lebih cepat sih dari leg 1.
Yes, cepat banget ya game pertama, game kedua cepat. Kenapa tuh Boots? Menurut kamu?
Mungkin kita lagi gacor.
Oh, oke. Nah, kalau mau nanyain Kiboy dulu dong. Kiboy ini kamu bertemu di Land of Dawn dengan Dreams. Dan kalian berdua itu top 2 assist selama season 11 ini. Menurut kamu gimana nih?
Kalau menurut gua senang lah. Terus kayak ya gitulah.
Ya gitulah gimana? Apalagi nih kalian berdua kan roamernya timnas. Setelah bertemu di Land of Dawn hari ini sebagai saingan, tapi nantinya harus juga sebagai teman satu tim nanti di timnas. Seperti apa?
Ya pokoknya pikirannya nggak boleh kalah lah. Pride soalnya.
Oh, oke. Nah, cewek. Kalau tadi tuh top assist kita. Nah, kalau cewek tuh sama cewek ini adalah salah satu MVP juga kita sama Brands. Nah, ketemu juga nih di Land of Dawn. Menurut kamu gimana permainan Brands hari ini juga?
Permainannya bagus sih.
Kamu atau Brands yang MVP nih? Yang bakalan jadi top MVP?
Gak tahu, tanya Muntun aja.
MVP regular season ya di season 11 ini. Nah, kalau ini nih dari tadi suaranya kenceng banget dari tadi Sobat ONIC Sans ya. Kalau Sans. Sans. Dibalas dulu dong ini teman-teman semuanya. Sans.
Makasih Bang.
Oke. Nah Sans, kamu tuh dewa banget ya. Sampai-sampai sebelumnya tuh sempat ada interview sama Drian. Terus Drian bilangnya, aduh Sans itu dewa banget gak bisa tersingkirkan.
Enggak lah, player sama aja. Sama-sama player. Enggak. Sama aja gak ada dewa.
Oke, tetap rendah hati ya ini nih pemenang champion kita kali ini. Dan yang terakhir Kai. Bisa dong disapa-sapa biar teman-teman Sobat ONIC juga tetap dukung ONIC sampai nanti di playoff. Apalagi kalian ini udah secure untuk playoff, untuk upper bracket playoff.
Terima kasih Sonic, terima kasih semuanya. Dukung kita di playoffs guys.
Wow, udah semakin jago kayak ya bahasa Indonesianya ini belajar dari teman-teman apa gimana?
Gua nggak ngerti lu Kak.
Oke langsung aja. Teman-teman sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk ONIC. Dan untuk mengupas lebih lebih dalam lagi tentang match kita kali ini, langsung aja di sana udah ada yang siap-siap. Di sana ada Om Wawa, silakan.
It's a gap in every department, right? Retro battles, objective takes. Gold lane 1v1, EXP 1v1, just rotating the roam rotation. Just impeccable game for ONIC. And I feel like EVOS stands for extreme version of stomping.
Oof.
Wow.
Wow, it's an acronym.
Yep.
Wow, extreme version of stomping. I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat it. In game number 2, it was a 16,000 gold lead in the 14th minute of the game. So, again, Arashi, there's really no way to sugarcoat it. That was a stomp. That was the stompiest
Extra
stomp.
violent and it's one-sided. EVOS.
Okay, we can keep on going for this, or we could analyze the game. I think we should throw it over to Bookman.
Well, with that, by the way, seems like EVOS' chance of being in the upper bracket is no more, unfortunately. Bitter pill to swallow for the EVOS fans, but it is what it is. I think, I don't know, were they expecting ONIC to take it easy? Because, you know, maybe, because ONIC did not do that at all, man. And for EVOS, they went for the very bold strategy of having an Arlet in the mid lane first of all, with very minimal lane domination, very minimal roaming potential as well. And, I don't know, Grok in the jungle, like, I think they were just trying hard to be flexible, to outflex ONIC, and it really doesn't pay off, man. Against ONIC, it's just a bit too difficult, and they lose out on that mid prio, they lose out on the side winning lanes, and of course with that, they just started losing because they went for these skirmishes when what they require in this game is the opposite of game number 1. In game 1, it's all about them being able to pull away ONIC from each other and go for those skirmishes where their heroes are stronger later on in the mid game. But in game number 2, they were supposed to group together because we saw that if ONIC really gets caught into a big wombo combo, EVOS can win, but they just went too early before anyone had any items, and the early game power and the early pressure and wave clear from ONIC just allowed them to just outmaneuver and outplay everything. And by the time they had a chance of actually going for a high value neutral objective, they can force a 5v5. They're just like, what, 10,000 gold behind? Like, how are you supposed to pull back from a game like that?
They tried, right? In the last Lord fight, they're going for the Hail Mary play, trying to steal the Lord. Of course, if that Lord were to be Onyx, it's also an automatic L for EVOS. There's just no way you're defending 16k gold lead and a Lord. So Onyx played that beautifully, knowing that TAS is the only threat for that Lord take, just going everything on TAS, all damage. Let's just get him off the board and let Kari do his thing. But before all that, before Lord even comes, it's over. It's just over for ONIC.
Yeah, I feel like in that match, even like early on when the wild charge was there, when he was able to get the stun onto Kyrie, he's still in. Oh, give it Sans. Give it to Sans, man. Your MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G on 5 phones.
Exactly, 5
6,
phones,
1,
man.
14.
5Gs.
He has 100% KP every game.
Yeah, technically, you're true.
Technically, right. Yeah. He went for the Blood Wings as well right here, so a bit more shielding and really not respecting anything. But soon we'll take a look at the bit of the mic check, and we'll see if the mic checks sound as disrespectful as the gameplay, right?
I don't think so.
The items, right? The items and what they were doing with the recalls and how they were playing it, Sans being the first man in front, really didn't show anything. So let's take a listen.
Tidak, udah balik. Lepas ambil ya.
Satu mic. Nice boots.
Nice.
Bisa.
Nice. Mati ya.
Mati. Nice.
Lolinya lah. Santai aja bro. Nah, tuh.
Nice. Itu dia. Nice.
Loli ya. Tunggu Kak. Ya. Miss gua.
Duduk. Dia mau.
Bisa balik.
Maju.
Lihat Gilang. Nice lang. Gas. Nice.
Immortal dia.
Menang dia Brit guys. Nice. Dua udah skill Loli ya. Bisa tower guys. Bisa tower. Orang dulu boleh. Tower. Awas Meli. Pelan-pelan. Ada grip ya, sabar.
Nanti.
Gua pecah. MM-nya. MM-nya guys. Nice. Pecah bro.
Boleh.
Ayo. Low ya Kai. Gue skill 2 lagi dia tuh. Tarik. Gerak.
Mati dia, nice. Masih bisa guys, dulu tes dulu.
Aman.
Dapat gue.
Nice. Orang-orang guys, depan. Bunuh we.
Aman guys.
Langsung cari kanita. Ini kanita. Bunuh lah ya. Bunuh. Nice.
Aman gue.
Gue pressure top, udah aman sih topnya. Bisa bawa L open, bisa bawa. Lu di Petri gue aman sih gue nih. Aman gue guys. Depan dulu, lapu dulu. Bunuh. Gua lapu dulu ya.
Gua lagi.
Bunuh.
Tuto, ada tritas.
Iya.
Gelang. Aman. Emang enggak, Be? Mau enggak?
Gol.
Nice one.
Dua orang nih, ketemu lagi orang.
Balik.
Aman dua orang nih. Lihat gua. Aman lang.
Ada dulu.
Stun lagi, gua stun lagi.
Nice.
Gua skill 2 lagi dia.
Petri nih.
Nice. Mati dia.
Nice.
Tutanya gerak guys, gue ya. Gue tan.
Ya. Flicker juga dia.
Recall. Nice.
Nothing special, just the usual ONIC comms. I think it's kind of a Ramadan vibes too. They don't want it too hard. They don't want to go too hard.
You're right.
On the opponents, but eventually they actually went too hard against EVOS. But I think even in EVOS, right, they have a very, very low chance to actually secure the upper bracket. So I think
now it's zero.
That's zero.
Yeah, I think they're not really fighting for the upper bracket. They know that there's just absolutely no way we're actually getting this. So we're gonna experiment this a bit. So maybe just put Hijime on a tag, which
a bit too much.
Yeah, pretty much he's not comfortable with. But I don't know, maybe that's what happened, maybe that's not what happened.
I don't think that was what happened at all. I think they were really trying to win. That's why they brought out everything, even the cheese picks that maybe they were saving for the playoffs, because they wanted to get the upper bracket slot. Even though there's a slim chance, I think still, if it was anyone who could take it easy, experiment, it was probably just ONIC, not EVOS.
Exactly. And for them, the case of success here, maximum pressure to EVOS' gold lane. That certainly is the case because CW was on 2 strong sides this time. A very different look compared to the usual. And it's due to that split play they keep making, right? 2 and 3. 2 on the top, 3 in the bottom. And of course, Sans prime positioning to deal damage. I don't know if you want to call it prime positioning. It's more like crazy positioning. Always in the front, but we already called it, right? That's the win condition. EVOS needs to punish him when he does those things, and they were unable to. So ONIC was just able to do it so well. And again, that split was so good, and every time they save CW, and then they make sure that Boots gets ahead. Both games, right? So it's no secret, and yet teams still can't counter it.
It's insane, right? How they get every W's on the board. But you can also get a W on Indomaret.co. It's loyalty or membership app to get the maximum benefit and best deals through every purchase in Indomaret. Of course, if you become a member, you could get points for every purchase, exclusive great deals for members, and even free products. We all love free products, of course, merchandise or presents. You can download the app or be a member with Indomaret.co. You can also do it in Menara Kuningan here as well.
Go ahead, check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Indomaret. If you are in Indonesia, you can always just come over. And there's also an exclusive deal, as you can see, with Point Coffee. Don't worry, we will be drinking Point Coffee later, right after we break the fast. Well, after Sheffin breaks the fast.
Yeah.
No, we gotta wait for that. It's fine. We'll wait with you, Sheffin.
Exactly.
We respect tradition.
Sure. Let's see if that's also the case in backstage. Maybe they're the one who's gonna tease me when I'm fasting. I don't know. But yeah.
That has never happened.
Yeah. What do you want about?
That's never happened.
What do you want about?
That's just a joke. But what's not a joke is you can also invest in gold in UBS. Coming soon, limited edition UBS Gold merchandise.
It's still not here.
And MPL Season 11. Get yours at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. The one who made the championship ring in M4 for Echo. Get iced out with UBS.
For Season 10 as well for ONIC.
Man, at this point, I think it's confirmed it's only going to be in the playoffs. It's so deep into the last week. I don't think they're going to release it on the last day of the regular season.
Maybe they do, and they'll be like, here, this is a teaser of what's to come. And then
I'll be pretty annoyed if that's what happens. Well, it's coming soon, guys, so don't miss out, because I've been waiting for way too long, you best go.
Hey.
It better be good.
No, the payoff, man. You gotta wait.
It better be come to those who wait, Arashi,
it's gonna pay off, of course.
It better. Well, but with that, I want to grab UBS Gold merchandise. You guys can grab some value deals right here with the Grab app.
50% promo code with Grab Food with MPL ID X Grab. Order your food right now with 50% for all you new users. Also, if you're more of a, you know what, I don't want to order. I want to go to the restaurant. I want to eat there. I want to watch MPL live at Menara Kuningan Ballroom Sanctuary. Grab a bike or grab a car with the 90% promo code.
All right. Don't forget to participate in the Grab Challenge, right? It has been starting since March 18th. So for more details, just check out grab.to/MPL and make sure you participate, man. Free hero skins. Oof.
Free
My
hero
favorite
skins for all you amazing MLBB players, MPL watchers. Speaking of watching MPL, I think
watch it.
Swap off any app you're on because Max Stream, you can watch MPL 2023 on it.
Ooh.
And on top of that, there's way more than just MPL.
Yeah, there's more. There's a lot of original series there.
Really?
For example, there's Love in the Game, Love Coach with Rachel, with Eterna. The One, Believe, Rasha the Wonder Kid, and Kolak Express, of course. You can enjoy without paying extra. And also Technostorm DGTV, there's also exclusive. I'm sorry, I already said that earlier, but yeah, watch only on Max Stream. Don't miss out on cool and exciting shows.
Bro, you're not saying it the right way, man. It's Rasha.
And it's Kolak.
Kolak.
Did I say that?
No,
I
that's
said Kolak.
That's how Gani says it, and that's the right way.
Okay,
Kolak.
The Gani way is the right way.
And Rasha.
Because so far, Gani has been finding a lot of success. His team, ONIC, 12-1 now.
Man, shut up
They
about
have
that.
one more match, I believe.
He said it often enough. We do not need a reminder, Mirko.
There you go. Take it away, Sheffield.
Yeah, of course. Another match ahead, 3 matches ahead, but we're gonna go into the break right now after that stomping. We'll see you soon on another match. See ya. We're starting out.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby,
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan Bibi, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Bibi.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas gak jadi beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas dan jadi beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan beli, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all there. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti.
The Kingdom faces an old friend, the Rebels riding the Blue Bulls, and right now RQ and Rebellion, by their standards, not in their best of positions. RQ, after they lost to GEEK SLATE, probably missing out on the upper bracket spot here in MPL Indonesia Season 11, but that's still not to be decided yet. Meanwhile, Rebellion is still fighting for dear life, fighting for that last playoff spot in the 6th position. Of course, that also depends on how good Alter Ego will play in this last week. Mirko, Rashi, how are you feeling?
An interesting choice by Rebellion Zion, swapping, making a big change in the lineups in the last week of MPL Indonesia when it matters most, especially for their team. Barely just out of the red zone, knocked back into the red zone. And for RRQ, they're still on track as long as they win their next 2 matches to be able to secure upper brackets.
Stakes are quite high for both these teams right here. Upper bracket and of course playoff survival for the team of Rebellion. They seem to be in high spirits, but having such a drastic change, like you mentioned, Mirko, can be big trouble.
Of course, in the English desk again with me, Shefin, Mirko, and Rashi. Before we get into the discussion, we're gonna shout out our sponsor first, MPL Indonesia Season 11, powered by Munton, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series, A34 and A54 5G, official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel, official gold partner by UBS Gold, partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Blibli, official broadcast, Maxstream, broadcast partner, TVRI Sport, partner Indomart and Point Coffee, and supported by PBASE.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the 2nd day for, actually, it's the 3rd day now.
Day for last week.
Time goes by so fast for Season 11. It feels like we just started, right? It really felt like it was literally last week that we just started, and we're already here in the final week where it's going to be concluded for the playoffs, Arashi.
Yeah, it's a shorter, I mean, to be fair, it's a shorter season as well, technically, but it has been very exciting, very interesting. And speaking of which, the first time both these teams met, right? RRQ had a very dominant performance. Rebellion, they let go of that joy, and Albert completely stomped on it. So, as we said, upper bracket spot and the playoff ticket at stake for both these teams right here. They need to pull out all the stops right here. We talked about RRQ having a drastic change, but now Rebellion Zion matching it again with an equally drastic change, right? Shifting roles around when they are still competing for survival is definitely a bold move. And like we mentioned, the first time they met, Rebellion just could not get a foothold here. RRQ are always one step ahead. They find the early skirmishes, they find the level advantage and try and use that to their full advantage, and Rebellion just could not find the right fights. So, if they want to try and change things around, they must find ways to find RRQ when they are vulnerable, either through rotations or through the draft. And keep in mind, this was also one of the games where Skylar was able to use the Aerithal that has been so unsuccessful, and yet somehow was able to make it work very convincingly.
Yeah, definitely 2-0 for RRQ, I believe, but Rebellion, they have a history of being the Kingslayers, not much. It's a different case this season. Of course, Janarko pulling off the glue roam against Albert's Joy at the 2nd game, I believe, versus RRQ. 1209 KDA in that match. A very, very bad display of ML for Rebellion. RRQ, though, very, very dominant performance, as you said, Arashi, making the Earthal work and just finding all the Ws in all departments.
He just really did a very good job in securing so many different frontliners that are tanky, securing the Cult Altar for Vin, which we haven't seen in a while, hasn't been as successful as Signature, but it allows them to be so much more aggressive, and without proper setup, without the experience to deal with such an unfamiliar style of play, Rebellion were powerless to try and stop the onslaught of the Kings. So, with time to prepare, with experience gained in the current season, can Rebellion find something different? It all begins in the draft, like we mentioned. Can they secure the same kind of flex pick as well? Because with new member, like a new roster, right, new positions, that also means like, you know, new calculations on how they want to try and get a composition going.
There's a fun fact though, right, for both of these teams, both Skylar and Heis, it seems like both of them really do not find success on this Melissa pick. Heis was able to get the dub in the second game in the lane. Obviously, it was still going to be RRQ who won it with the joy let go by Rebellion Zion. But with both these gold laners limited, not able to utilize one of the most broken heroes that we have in the current meta, that's going to be a concern going into the draft. If the Claude is banned out, then they're really going to have to battle it out. I would still say, though, that Heis is a bit more flexible than Skylar. You take the Beatrix away, the Claude away, and he really does struggle. Meanwhile, for Heis, he can play a whole lot of different heroes, even though it didn't work out in the first leg.
Of course, he's known for his a lot of magical damage heroes on that gold lane, especially Harith and as well as Lunox. And this season, also Valentina just copying, I would say, Chidera, just finding all the success available in that hero. But Albert, the first time, but probably the only time Joy has been picked in the jungle area. Most of the time, Joy goes to the XP lane, but again, this guy can play all the heroes available and proving that he's still one of the best jungler in Indonesia up there with Kyrie.
Well, I mean, certainly the performance on the Joy was very, very convincing. But keep in mind, this hero too was quote-unquote nerfed in the past patch, having smaller shields as well as more dashes required to activate the electrifying beats. We'll see if he can even, if he's even allowed by Rebellion to pick up the same kind of pick. Feels like that will not be the case. And as you can see here, for Rebellion, Ouija used to be the main win condition, going for the big ganks, setting up the pickoffs for the side of Rebellion. But we'll have to see if Rebellion can try and find something different here, because RRQ seem to have really picked up on it.
I think that's going to be a big concern, right? Because again, we did see a very different Rebellion Zion without Ouija Narco. In this match still, it was Lemon in the XP lane as well, where we have seen Banana actually step into that role. Maybe Banana, with him being a bit more readable, with him having a pick, more meta picks in the draft, it can give Rebellion Zion an edge in the draft with their flex potential. But maybe, just maybe, Lemon comes down into the land of Dawn once again today to face off against Rebellion.
Flex potential is a thing, Arashi creativity is also a thing, but in that second game earlier, EVOS versus ONIC creativity looks like it's not
that
the
was
way
a bit
to go.
too creative,
yeah,
I feel like.
A bit too creative, but Lemon is one of those guys that can pull off those kind of unorthodox heroes, especially Edith. He loves to play the Edith, even though not the best Edith out there. There's some questionable play, but especially that, in that 1v1 department, he sometimes a bit too confident going into.
He's a coin flip.
Yeah, it is. But once that flip goes into your favor, it's just a lot of benefits that you can get, Arashi.
He gets 7-0 or 0-7. There's no in between.
And speaking of inconsistencies and randomness, the two GOAT laners with inconsistent forms, Skylar and Heis, both just not doing that consistently right in the current season. Can they maximize their impact for the team? Because early on, Mirka has touched on this, Skylar is a bit more one-dimensional. Heis still has the option of going for the magical damage carries in the GOAT lane. So maybe he can try and find something that really works against Skylar that can be targeted in the banning phase. And if it's a glaring weakness, if teams are noticing, if we notice it, right, there's no way their opponents, the coaches in the MPL right now, have not picked up on it and will probably attempt to try and use it to their advantage in the drafting phase.
Yeah, definitely. And there's going to be, I feel like there's going to be a lot of Claude ban in this match, both for Skylar and Heis. Both these guys have been popping off with this Claude. Of course, Skylar has been proven internationally, banning out versus RSG. A lot of his heroes are banned out. Meanwhile, Heis has not found the success, but still, it's one of his main heroes.
Let's take a look at the keys of victory here by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G. Follow-up initiations from Vin, because he will make it happen if he gets the right hero. So that could be a quote-unquote key to victory as well. And winning the high ground matchup hero. We've seen Clay or Rainbow, right, depending on who's fielded, actually do really well being put in the artillery spot. But we have to see, right, because we've seen for ONIC, Sans is a lot more aggressive with it. For RRQ, the same thing can be done depending on the circumstances. To kiss the victory for the other side though, still by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G is playing the flex draft again. Confuse RRQ as much as possible and use the wider hero pool potential to try and just get an edge in the drafting phase. Unleash the hidden potential of Swalo as a roamer. That's the interesting part. Big shoes to fill, a lot of pressure against the King of Kings, against Vin, one of the more crazy, the more creative engagers, especially on that Kufor. Can he pull off something equal or even better than RRQ?
I think, again, though, for RRQ, it feels like back when they had R7, they had two pillars making the calls and making these plays happen. It's Vin and R7. But now with just Vin being the main playmaker for RRQ, it really feels like it's GEEK SLATE back in Season 10. If Vin performs, the team performs. When he gets those picks, when he gets those initiation plays, when he performs well, the team follows through. But as we saw just yesterday against GEEK SLATE, when he doesn't find those picks, when he doesn't find a comfort hero, the enemy team can really exploit that and take over the game.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of unnecessary mistakes, unnecessary engages, especially with that Tyrant's Revenge. I mean, wait, is it Rage or Revenge, the one who first killed?
The Dash Revenge.
Okay, Tyrant's Revenge just going in, just getting caught by Poloski. Easy divine judgment towards the turret. And those kind of mistakes are pretty, I would say it's not really, it's pretty familiar for Finn to actually do, right? Especially on that Kadita. We've seen it in M4, it doesn't really work out. And I gotta say, man, it's definitely in that lemon area. Like, it's on and off. It's either... I was gonna make an analogy, but I think I'll get fired if I actually say that. But Rashi, just go on.
Sure. I mean, the Kadita, I think we were talking about, funny enough, Vin hasn't been doing very well on that hero, but yet the stats are still pretty good for him. So we have to see. Let's all begin here at the lineup. Let's find out who is exactly in what role right here.
Let's take a look at it, man. Right now, for the side of RQ, it's not going to be Lemon who gets placed down into the land of Dawn. It's Banana. Once again, they're choosing Sweet over Sour.
I was going to say that.
Clay,
it's gonna be
Skylar, Albert, and Vinsu.
Sour. Wow. I read your mind that time, but we're going to see Rebellion. Will they stick to the lineup yesterday? But it's going to be Sway Low on the... Yeah, it is the same lineup, right?
Oh,
Big
man.
Mac, EXP, Cars in that mid lane, and Sway Low with the Kaja yesterday. Doesn't really find success. It's a weird change-up, right, from Rebellion, but we're gonna see. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rebels are charging onto the battlefield with unwavering determination to overthrow the kingdom. Get ready to see these bull-headed players in action. It's Rebellion Zion.
The Blue Bulls on stage, as Gani likes to put it. They're here for some sort of redemption, to make it back to the playoffs. They made it all the way in Season 10 to the playoffs. Not a good performance in the playoffs itself, but we expect improvement from the squad.
Well, they're up against one of their arch nemesis, kind of. It's a bit of an ironic matchup, but here they are walking onto the stage right now.
Step aside, Rebels, for the true royalty of the battlefield has arrived. The King of Kings reigns supreme and will stop at nothing to claim their rightful place on the throne of victory. Rex Regum Kaon.
Rex Regum Kaon. Consistency, the most consistent team in MPL Indonesia, always securing top 2. Most trophies for the Indonesian League as well. Backed by their new coaching staff for RRQ and a familiar face for Rebellion Zion, Chico and Bang Duk.
Chico and Bang Duk, man. One man very creative, the other a bit more orthodox and problem-solving orientated. So we'll see. On paper, it means that Coach Chico will have a bit of an edge in the beginning of the game, where Coach Bang Duk doesn't really have a lot of information, a lot of data to try and solve problems, to try and begin to deconstruct the playstyle of Rebellion Zion. But, you know, this is exactly where the expectation can get you in trouble. If Bang Duk comes up with something even more surprising, right, turning around the expectations of the audience and us casters, that could be crazy, it could be fatal for Rebellion Zion.
We're going to see most big heroes and banned heroes for the King of Kings. RRQ, you can see the most bans, Fanny, a lot of standard bans there, 1-1 Enjoy. But of course, Fanny. It's a pretty interesting ban, right? It's like Kyrie, it's like even Vincent falls in the same category. This Fanny is very, very lethal against RRQ. They don't want to face this kind of heroes that can disrupt your momentum, this can disrupt your rotations and just burst anyone down in any kind of lane.
Well, right now, it seems like the Fanny has been less dangerous. They haven't changes. It's easy to deal with. So it's not been banned as often compared to the Joy and the 1-1, but RRQ, they still really enjoy going for that Farsa pick to supplement the early game pick-off potential. On the other side though, most picked and banned heroes for Coach Chico right here. The most banned by opponent is the Yeeve, that mid lane setup that just gives so much more utility and slows down the action a bit for this team to actually get momentum. They pick the Grok a lot as a very smart flex pick along with the Fredrin, and the most bans gonna be that Kaja for the usual pick-off playstyle that Rebellion Zion really enjoys using.
And don't forget that Glue ban too, which Anarko has been playing it in the roaming area, one of the pioneers of using Glue in that roam position. But it still can be flexed again. Rebellion Zion has Big Mac on the XP lane, but you can see here Rebellion Zion match history, not the best out there, and they're still fighting for a playoff spot.
Big Mac, his move into the XP lane was a bit weird when he got promoted, right? Obviously, a better XP laner compared to Syap, who did not perform at all in the MPL, but for Big Mac himself, this is the first time ever he's been on a stage like this, and I'm not quite sure if he's ready to take on that Tyrant mantle. I feel like Cars suits better in the XP lane. And again, it just goes to show that there definitely has to be a problem for this big of a roster change to be made, right, Arashi?
It's a bit sudden for sure, and especially coming up against a very reputable opponent here in RRQ, and the pressure coming in from the fan base of both teams. I feel like it's a very tough situation for any kind of player to step into and just shine at his full potential. So we'll have to see if Big Mac can overcome those challenges, because his team will need it, right? Against a team like RRQ, a single lane not doing okay can mean that the balance of the game swings completely in RRQ's favor.
I just have one question, Arashi. Do you need the help of the curse?
Ooh. Man, honestly, I feel like RRQ's got this. I believe in them. But there's nothing wrong with taking precautions, isn't it, Mirko?
Yeah. And the precautions that Albert has been able to utilize has been just that Fredrin. He's been able to use this Fredrin super well. Honestly, looking at it, I thought he would really struggle with the utility meta, but he has adapted like a monster. On the Fredrin, he does a lot of damage as well. Not just being that utility jungler, but also he's a good mix. He likes to skirmish around in the team fights, and the neutral objective control has been stellar.
Yeah, has been stellar indeed, but he still doesn't forget his roots. A lot of assassin picks so far, laying Hayabusa and Fanny. Even, I would say this Fanny level is up there with Kyrie, like this kind of really good Fanny player, but maybe it's just my opinion, but Albert, of course, still on his top of the game. #1 jungler in Indonesia, as you can see. He's representing Indonesia for the SEA Games in this year. So yeah, pretty much de facto the best jungler in Indonesia, Rashi. That's Indonesian.
That's Indonesia.
Yeah. No, I claim Kyrie. He's Indonesian now.
Okay.
Exactly. I mean, we're going to force him to convert. Anyhow, Albert on the Fredrin, it just suits his playstyle so much, man. Being active, setting up plays, and also doing damage. Give Albert a better hero. I don't think you can find one. But if you don't see him on the Fredrin, usually he gets those assassin picks. And now for Rebellion Zion, that's a big consideration point. Are they going to try and deal with a very mobile, very elusive and dangerous assassin? Or are they going to deal with a very annoying, very flexible frontline crowd control engage tool in the form of that Fredrin?
Well, from the track record, Arashi, most banned by, I believe, most banned by RBL. There's no assassins there, so they don't really fear the Fanny to be picked by the opposing teams. They know how to deal with Fanny, allegedly, but we'll see how Chico will actually play that matchup against Albert, one of the best Fanny in Indonesia, and we're gonna go into the drafting phase for game #1.
Let's see, here it is, RRQ on the blue side, Rebellion Zion on the red. You can already see the respect bands here. The 1-1 has been left open. Whoa,
that's an early
super quick, and you're right. A very early Beatrix, and the keys to victory, utilizing the flex potential, was one of them, Arashi. What are your thoughts on this?
Wow, I mean, seems like there's a lot more respect respect band from both these teams, and it also opens up a bunch of other heroes. Although, very noticeably, having the Arlet picked up first, right, in the first phase, we saw it earlier coming from EVOS. It was used as a flex pick, but it wasn't exactly that flexible. And for RRQ, they really want to secure an engage tool. They don't go for the Kufa that's still wide open. They want that Franco instead, possibly predicting some kind of mobility play from Rebellion.
Yeah, mobility play is predicted, but I feel like it's the Poloisky route, it's the GEEK SLATE route. They want to fade it towards that 1-1 to be able to pop that easy crossbow of Tang with the Bloody Hunt combo, and as well as picking Farsa off. A good backline threat potential here for RRQ in the hands of Clay. Of course, he's very, very capable with the Farsa, and pretty much erasing the threat towards that 1-1. So Rebellion, the question is, do they want to pick the Phoveus now? Already picked Arlet here, so if it's gonna be a Phoveus, it's gonna be a Phoveus mid lane, and they can ban the Esmeralda afterwards, so we can see.
I will protect you.
What will they pick? It's gonna be Lolita.
Similar to game number 1, the Lolita becomes a more viable option now, especially considering it feels very forced when you already have an Arlet to pick up that Phoveus, especially in the mid lane up against the Farsa. It's going to be bullied a lot, and the Franco too, a melee hero, not really going to be able to find that success, but remember, they can always just pick it up in the second phase if it's not banned. Kind of like what EVOS tried to do up against ONIC. With the bans though, Lolita coming in, picked up by Rebellion Zion, they have a Beatrix. I feel like at this point, they need to set up this Arlet for success. There is no way that they want to play just for the gold lane, right? They need to play for the Arlet here, the winning lane. But they'll probably go for some XP bans like the Yuzong, a good laner up against the Arlet. What else does well?
Because the Arlet, maybe
If it's ONIC, it's Thomas.
Thomas?
But it's not really
banned,
popular.
Yeah, I don't think it should be banned though.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think it's a bit too volatile to be banned out. It's not as prio, but for the side of RRQ, there's just so many more options still available. They want to go for the Bakiro, that could still be an option.
Lapu?
Lapu is still there. The glue is banned away though, so that's something that Rebellion doesn't have to deal with. I do wonder if...
My pleasure.
I'm wondering of what the plan is. Having a Lolita is a great solution because it blocks away the Iron Hook as well with the Guardian's Bulwark, but this also opens up a chance for RRQ to try and bait it out using that for the crossbow of Tang. We have a comment here for Poloisky though.
RQ has a greater chance than us because they have more matches. Our chance is only 20% to make it to the upper bracket. So far, GEEK SLATE already winning versus RRQ, and right now RRQ is the one to hope that GEEK SLATE will fall in the later stage of the season. But we can see here a Karina ban coming in from RRQ. Not really the usual ban, but I understand Karina, of course, a big threat towards that 1-1 pick because that crossbow of Tang, once you pop it, if you actually pop that first kill, it's going to be hard for you to actually channel it towards the other members of Rebellion here. But I feel like we haven't seen Karina that much right now.
No, not at all. It's a very interesting ban coming in from the side of Rebellion Zion, but it is just respect. Now from Rebellion Zion, a strange ban for RQ, my bad, with that Karina being banned out. As now they look for the final one. Do they want to take out the Lancelot? Do they want to force Vincent on a hero that he's not comfortable with?
Ooh, right now RQ now is not really worried about that. Oh, okay. I was gonna say RQ is not really worried about that threat towards 1-1 in a sense that like those kind of heroes like Phoveus, but right away on Q it's gonna be a Phoveus ban for RQ, knowing that there's still a chance that maybe Arlet gonna flex to the jungle. It has been done, but I don't think that's the case for Rebellion. But still, there's a chance for Phoveus to go to the mid lane, just like which team was it? The one who pulled off Phoveus mid?
Phoveus mid?
Todak?
No, it's MPL ID. I forgot. But they did pull
Alter
off.
Ego? It might be.
No, it's not. Odil wouldn't pick Phoveus, but yeah, I forgot.
Why
I
not?
don't know.
Oh, why not? I mean, the man is flexible. I believe it's Alter Ego, but I might be wrong. On that note, though, let's take a look back at the draft right here. Lancelot finally picked up by Rebellion. Tankslot most likely, so for RRQ, they need some kind of crowd control because relying only on the Iron Hook and the Farsa, those are not reliable sources of crowd control, especially against two very mobile heroes like the Arlet, like the Lancelot as well.
Akai.
Ooh. That makes sense.
Yeah, Kai's definitely makes sense because versus Lancelot, it's it's a pretty good matchup, especially against that Lolita. Once you get into the Numen Blast, you can cancel it, or either you can just purify out of it with the heavy spin. But so far, Rebellion, there's not really worried about that 1-1 at all in terms of damaging that hero. But it's gonna be a Paquito and Lapu-Lapu, and we're gonna see if this Paquito is gonna be a Paquitang or Tankito, some people might say, or it's gonna be an assassin Paquito.
I really hope it's gonna be the damage Paquito, especially after the buffs. I feel like there is potential to bring him back as a damage dealer, especially when you're up against a Lancelot here. Rebellion Zion with the final pick here. It should just be their mage mid lane Cars. What, Yves? Did he really want to go for Yves here?
I think it's going to be a very surprising pick because I don't really see Yves being picked here, Rashi. Is there prio heroes, but I don't know.
Well, the Yves would work because there's so many melee, slow lumbering heroes on that RRQ, but it's gonna be a savior.
We haven't seen this guy for a long time, but
against a Lapu, man.
Yeah.
But it's the only, you know, long-range threat that you can use against a 1-1, and you can see audience prediction, just as always, Kingdom is very, very enthusiastic in this audience prediction. 87-13, Rebellion just getting swept on the prediction.
Well, you can't blame the audience, man. RRQ has been doing a lot better. They were defeated, but at a very difficult game compared to Rebellion, with a lot of questions on their new choices in players and the rosters.
Well, we're gonna see a very, very interesting draft, especially for Zico, bringing back that savior into the lineup. We haven't seen this guy for a long time, as I said earlier, but we're gonna see how it fares out against the pressure from that Forza, especially after level 4. Is gonna be very, very difficult, but here we go to the Land of Dawn, the King versus the Rebels.
A proper front to back for the Rebels, and that is indeed the Gojo skin on the Xavier. The limited time event is gone, so I really hope you guys got it before it ended.
I got it. It's an amazing skin, so look forward to the Dawning Lights, man. It looks beautiful, but Vin trying to tempt fate right here, just keeping the aggression up on that Franco. Very immobile, very vulnerable to getting all in the early game, but he makes it out. Just looking for a bit of information, and now RRQ knows where Vincent is starting.
Albert is on the killing spree.
I was gonna say that, answering my question earlier, Albert on the killing spree. So I like this approach better. As you said, Americo, this is the style of Albert. He wants to go for the damage, he wants to carry, and in Tankito you can't really do it, but Ben might be in trouble.
Yeah, he's already taken very low right now. Scars is able to pop that Mystic Field to chain the CC from Swaylo down. Ooh. So far getting proper mid-control with the help of the Guardian's Bulwark here, and even another Mystic Field connecting Swaylo all the way with a flicker. He has the instincts of that assassin, of the mid laner, the damage dealer, but it's not going to be worth it here unless he's able to find another play, finds a kill. That 1-for-1 is definitely in favor of RRQ.
Is it though? Because Rebellion Zion, first blood, of course, worth more gold than the second blood, the second kill for RRQ. So I don't know about that, Rashi.
Well, they do have the gold lead right now, so it does hit in that direction. But look at the Paquito damage. Mess around, get knocked out. Vincent gets forced to back away, and this is the power of the Paquito, especially against melee heroes, right? Double knockout strike just does surprisingly a huge amount, and with the killing spree, with the with the damage items he is gonna build, even the Paquito needs to think twice before going in aggressively.
Yeah, definitely. But so far, the gold lane, there's not much focus towards that lane. I feel like RQ just want to let it go and just try to make Skylar getting all the minions available for him, just getting for level 4 and items as much as possible. Even though it's going to be difficult for them to actually over. Vincent might be eyeing for a retribution here, but
he misses the Bully Hunt and the Flicker. Now Vin going to be able to find the kill. No, Vincent is able to actually escape, and now Heist put some damage back on the Mystic Field by Cars, saved his jungler. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, River, Big Mac going to be caught. Flicker's out to safety, but the further airstrike and the stun coming in with a Flicker. Banana finds that stun to give RRQ their second kill in the game.
Wow, everyone's surviving by the skin of their teeth right here. This is an intense game, and you can feel the aggression building up. But look at this, the talent prediction. First of all, 2 of you for Rebellion, that's interesting, but Ranger Amas, notorious for being an RRQ supporter. What has happened?
I don't know. Following my footsteps, he's a
curse
prodigy of mine.
Is it a curse attempt? That is very unexpected. We'll see how this game plays out, because for now, it's still very, very even, but RRQ definitely have a bit of an edge in the early game here. Paquito and Lapu is a combination you do not want to get engaged on by.
They definitely have an early edge, but in terms of Lord, turtle fight, Finn going in.
Bloody Hunt, everything. Oh my goodness, Sway low. He isn't even low anymore, he's just gone. Albert now, Turtle at half HP. Vincent looking for the opening, but Banana finds the stun. Now it's going to be the Dawning Light all the way from the mid lane. Vincent's going to be chained away. That Iron Hook almost connecting by Vin, but Albert will secure the first neutral objective of the game.
I think we're kind of underestimating the fact that Finn just picked the Franco. This man is very, very notorious for his Franco. Black is International or C-Game, C-Ball MLBB from Philippines. Banned this guy a lot of times, and that's one of the keys of victory for Indonesia at that time. But I feel like Swello has to lay low for a while right now, as the Numinous Blast doesn't connect, doesn't want to commit towards that flicker. RRQ right now, they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, very good risk management from RRQ though. If they don't really have a chance, they just go for it. But here we go, it's gonna be Sway low. Sway gone.
Oh my god, Sway low not having a good time in this game, man. As a roamer so far, he's been engaged on so many times, and Albert now is just gonna be recalling. There's a emote, Tabrakajala from Vincent as he goes in against the Paquito, but he's not going to face him in the jungle. Paquito, 2 kills ahead. I don't think he wants to take this, and that's the reason you don't want to take it. He's still able to find the orange buff though, so not bad by Vincent.
Definitely not bad at all. As you can see, Vincent's going to be just full healthing after this, but Banana is there. The threat to steal that blue buff is there. Vincent doesn't have the red tree.
Vincent though has been showing great mechanics right here, just dodging away from a lot of spells. Like earlier, the stun from Clay, the Iron Hooks as well. He's been able to use this Lancelot to its full potential, but for how long? Albert is still building a very good lead right here, and if he does not keep on curve, he'll be too squishy, even as a tanks a lot. As Vin looks for these hooks, but hasn't been landing as consistently, as scarily as we saw in the grand finals of season 10, I believe, right?
Yeah, definitely can't really keep up that kind of performance for too long, of course. Ooh! Okay. Doesn't have the flicker though, so it's not really that much of a threat towards Swello, especially he's a tank. As right now, Skylar doesn't really do anything so far, only 1 assist. But that's the thing that RRQ wants to do, just skip all the goal towards Skylar from that minions and just let him be snowball, getting all the items and make that cross-border tank more lethal as the game goes on.
Rebellion Zion, pacifists in this game, not wanting to go for anything. But now it's going to be Banana who's going to be able to zone the other members away. Now it's going to be Vincent who jumps in with the Phantom Execution, but Albert finds the Retribution. It's actually Banana with the Brave Spider, almost taking Vincent down. The final slash in the back line, and that's going to be Big Mac taken out. Cars as well, caught in the Bloody Hunt. Albert looking for the kill now with a knockout strike, finds it, cancels out the Moon Blast, and that's going to be Clay who flies over to pick up the kill. Albert still surviving, 7-1.
4-0 trade there, 1 total and 3 kills for Albert and Kuren right now in the top lane. Vin is eyeing for a pickoff towards highs. Things are looking very bleak for Rebellion Zionist right now. He's just gonna get zoned out, and the turn's gonna fall towards RRQ Hoshi. I mean RRQ.
And look at the follow-up coming here. Clay just coming around, making sure that whatever play is being set up, he is always there. Albert will take a bit of damage, but the Iron Hook does not land. Doesn't matter though.
He gets the orange buff as well, winning out the red tree battle. Vincent not too on point there, but he is a few levels below of the boxer himself. Now in the mid lane, going to be pitched down right there as the Feather Airstrike comes through. Cars, the Iron Hook doesn't need to connect. Albert is a monster on the Paquito. It's a double kill. He's 5-0-3. This is the Albert we've been waiting for.
Wow, it's looking like the chapter 2 of another stomping here for RRQ versus Rebellion. It's gotta be... Do you expect this, Arashi, this kind of dominant display for RRQ? Of course, a lot of people has been predicting for RRQ to actually take this match because Rebellion, they're not in the best of position, but this is very dominant. It's like EVOS versus ONIC type of beat.
Well, honestly, RRQ is so good right here, but Vincent gets spotted out. Banana is going to be stuck in the 1v3.
Oh, they want some Banana. He's still going to be able to escape, though. They're peeling him down, and that's going to be Banana with the Bravest Spider, but that's the Nunan Blast connecting. Albert now has rotated. Highs will be knocked out. It's a monster kill for Albert, and a Bloody Hunt to secure the kill for Skylar.
They want to peel the banana, but they forgot that it's Ramadan. RRQ just stopping the banana to be eaten by
It's fasting season.
Yeah. Fasting season.
Not so fast, RRQ says. And now with that advantage, they're going straight for the Lord. And this is the typical high-tempo gameplay you expect from RRQ.
8
Rebellion
minutes.
Zion, without the experience, without the knowledge, they cannot deal with this.
Oh man, look. This might be a better stop than, dare I say, EVOS versus ONIC. 8-minute Lord, 9th minute to be exact. But Albert very, very brave there, knowing that a lot of members for Rebellion is there, but Feathered Airstrike just zoning RQ's Rebellion on their way. Vin.
Hey, Vin.
Ooh, chill out now, chill out now.
He was really looking for the 10-minute end there with the flicker play. I think if they got highs, it would have definitely helped them to get a few more on the board. But it is going to be the purple bomb stolen away. Knockout strike used up, canceling away defensive execution. That's going to be the bravest fighter used. Even the iron hook. They really dislike Vincent.
They want to make sure he does not get to play the game, man. This is the pattern we've been seeing from a lot of these more dominant teams. They get a lead, and then the first person they target is the jungler. If your laners can't play, you can't play either, but Big Mac tries to shut Skylar down.
That's a nod up for me, Skylar.
Wow. I mean, Donnie said it before, Big Mac, call him Small Mac now, and right now, 0-3-0. It's not really looking good for the Big Mac himself.
Yeah, 13-1, and the only death is towards the roamer in Vin, which is what RRQ wants. There's no death for other members as they siege to the base turret.
Ooh, Banana with the bravest fighter onto Clay. Just to escape from the base. Now it's going to be the Mystic Field, locking Vin down with the immobility, but Vin finds the Iron Hook and the Bloody Hunt. Now it's going to be Skylar looking for every weakness point, but Halo just disappears before the weakness points can even crack. Albert doesn't want to let the 1-1 fly.
Yeah, and that's another kill towards Vin, the target that RQ doesn't mind to let go. RBL still try to find some room to breathe, some room to operate, but so far nothing has been working. Sway Low definitely has a lot of burden to bear, especially just taking all the hooks coming in from Vin. As right now, looking at the items, Arashi.
Oh!
Ooh, okay.
Banana just goes in and asserts dominance yet again. He does the Bloodlust Axe and the Oracle, so a good mix of survivability along with the dominance ice. But this is still very risky behavior. And on the other hand, look at Albert. Hunter Strike into Malefic Roar. That's a lot of burst damage, and he's going for a BOD, it seems. That is nuke potential. That means Highs will not be able to play at all, or at least very, very safely.
You know what's interesting, dude? I really need to ask you guys this. Skylar has the steel leg plates, building 2 an Athena shield. There you go, he has it now.
Yep.
Despite being 10,000 gold ahead. Do you think it's the right call?
They're just trying to preemptively prepare for the long-range poke coming in from cars on that Savior. Because usually, we have seen that in the previous seasons where the Savior was meta, it's all about being able to use a Dawning Light to poke down your opponents so that they can't even go for a fight. That will not be the case for this game, as Banana, once again, impudently goes into the jungle just because he can slide out clean.
He's as slippery as a banana peel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Marco. Okay. Banana is trying to give out all the fight elements available towards Rebellion Zion, but to answer your question, Mirko, I feel like it doesn't really necessary for him to actually build towards the Athena. I think Silence Rope would have been enough, especially in that 10k gold lead advantage that RQ has. Just pouring it out towards more damage would be much more wiser decision here for RQ Skylar. But again, he wants to respect his opponents, so you do you, Skylar.
You do you, Skylar. I mean, this guy, second place at MSC, man. I don't know. I personally would build damage, but that's why I go 0-10 in games.
Hit or miss,
What
man.
happened to Trick 1-1?
Oh, no, on the 1-1 I go 10-0.
Okay.
Well, on the note, reminder for you guys at home, we have 7 members of the Indonesian MPL representing our team here in the SEA Games, so make sure you show out and support them.
Yeah, definitely. As you can see here, RRQ just setting up all the lanes available, trying to push to all the 3 lanes. Then another hook, but watch out for Banana for an early bravest fighter.
Let's see, penetrate into the mid lane. Skylar trying to siege that top side down, but the base turret still holds out strong. Finn getting a minion there with the Iron Hook. Not the target that he was expecting, but now it's going to be the Lord pushing in the bottom lane. 2 waves stacked up together with a slow push built up. Dawning Light was used in towards that mid lane. There's going to be a free one right there, but the Feather Airstrike connects. Not so the Iron Hook though. Big Mac jumping in with the vengeance right now, getting the resets. That's going to be all the weakness points popped in. Skylar finds the kill. Now translating it over to Vincent, who uses the Phantom Execution, but in the back line, it's Banana, who's going to be able to zone everybody away before Vincent falls to the hands of Albert, who picks up a double. 3 base turrets down, 13 minutes in, a 13,000 gold lead, and Skylar is objective. He's looking for the base. Albert doing the same thing. Carr still trying to defend desperately with the Dawning Light. He's able to clear out the minions. The Feather Airstrike comes down once again. The Mystic Field misplaced. No minion waves, but Skylar will be able to end the game with Banana, who zones them away.
RRQ breaking their fast a bit too fast here, fisting on the Rebels and the Kings. Once again showing that they're still sitting on their throne very, very happily.
You are not the king of kings for no reason. RRQ show again that when you play with the big boys, you better bring your A game, otherwise you get knocked out. Albert on the Paquito, man. So far, he's the only damage Paquito we've seen, and he's always had amazing results on it. It's just dangerous all the way from the beginning, from the early game, all the way till that late game. Heis was just unable to play at all, dude. Misstep once, and he just gets bursted down.
Not gonna lie, I'm a happy chef-in right now.
Why?
The 3 matches so far, it has been a stomp, and I'm looking forward to RQ stomping Rebellion again because, you know, I need more break because I'm fasting right now, but a lot of people might not agree that they want to have a much more competitive match. Of course, Mirko and Arashi might want that as well, but no. For me, RQ, go RQ, match number 2.
Rebellion Zion definitely do not agree with
Caster,
you.
by the way.
They want to...
Supposed to be neutral, by the way.
Yeah, but it's okay. That's chefing for you. It's fine. No worries, man. Anyways, looking at the game again, though, it does feel like it's exactly like you mentioned. It's a stomp. It was a pretty hard stomp. Today's just been a very stompy day.
So far.
So far.
Remember, there's still 2 matches after this, so there's a lot to look forward to still. But yeah, for Rebellion Zion, no real mobility, vulnerable backline, and there's no real plan for the early game. They're able to stave off the Iron Hulk with the Guardian's Bulwark. They have a solution for the crossbow of Tang, but with everything else, right? The aggression coming in from the Paquito, from Banana on the Lapu Lapu. He was 1v3 for multiple times during that game. No risk at all.
Definitely an interesting play, right, Banana? Pretty much very, very aggressive and just doing all of the bravest fighter. Once the total fight starts, he just goes towards the enemy jungler, trying to poke as much damage as possible towards that jungler, so so Albert can pretty much have the total for free. But of course, I feel like, back to your point, Arashi, in the late game, the only solution that they have towards that one is the only Guardian's Bulwark in that Lolita. I feel like it's not enough. It's only one solution there, and I feel like for a lot of teams out there, when you're playing against 1-1, you want to outdraft, I mean, out-prepared or just
get a winning
over-prepared.
matchup, right?
Yeah, against the 1, but in this case, apparently I feel like they're just way too lax against a 1-1 draft, even though it's not really the biggest problem in that match earlier.
I think they tunnel vision a bit too hard with the first 2 picks being the Arlet and the Beatrix. Again, Arlet, sure. Arlet can be in the first pick, but usually it's accompanied with something like a Farsa, especially when you see a 1-1. You want to win out either in the burst department, in the lane, or with range, and they just didn't have any of that. Sure, they had range in the later stage of the game with Xavier, but picking up a Beatrix up against a 1-1, not a proper bully. I'd much rather, I don't know, I'd probably get like either a hero that scales together with a 1-1. If you really want to win that lane, Irithel, right? We mentioned this before, but again, that Beatrix, just super weird pick.
This is a bit too early, and if you look at their composition, they have no real engage either. They really have to try and use Sway Low to try and flicker forward with a Numinant Blast, but that's a bit too costly to use that way when you have so many vulnerable backline members. So, their lack of crowd control and their lack of like team fight, their lack of ability to dictate a team fight just shows, man. Albert, Banana, even Clay, everyone is able to just avoid any kind of catch potential from Rebellion Zion. The only real fatality is always Vin on the Franco, and he's building full tank, so he's going to absorb a lot of damage before he goes down. And Albert, he is ahead, he is confident, he just goes for the Bloodlust Axe, and when he's that ahead, dude, you saw it. On 200 HP, it doesn't even matter. You misstep, he will still one-shot you, even though he is, you know, basically 2 hits away from death.
Yeah, definitely full damage there aside from the armor in the late stage of the game. Probably going for immortality, but interesting build by Scholar. He actually doesn't go for the Malefic Roar. He goes for full attack speed in Scarlet Phantom and Windtalker. I think he wants to proc that attack speed as much as possible and just get the bonus from DHS. But we can see here the stats RRQ versus Rebellion 17-2, pretty much a stomp just like the first game, and I mean the first match earlier.
Big Mac and Highs having 0% kill participation.
That's sad.
Well, there's only 2 kills on the table,
Yeah.
so
both the side laners, right?
that's crazy, man. Sandbag
man.
is Vincent, but you know, this is the jungler, and he's also the sandbag, so you can see that there's a lack of front line as well. Sway Low keeps getting picked off, and overall, it's just super one-sided. Only one tower taken from Rebellion, a team that is notorious back then for getting an early lead and then failing to do anything with it in the mid game. Now, even in the early game, they're just getting destroyed, man.
Yeah, definitely no lead for Rebellion, just facing the Kings. Very, very helpless, but let's see if they can turn it around in game 2 as they, of course, they try to reset Chico. A lot of people might say he's one of the best drafters out there, but we can see here the gold curve. Pretty much no fluctuation at all. There's nothing going towards Rebellion. Zion just keeps going up and up.
It's just a solid performance. There's not a single shutdown being picked up by Rebellion, so of course it's gonna be a pretty flat curve, right? If a shutdown was picked up, maybe somewhere in the mid game, it's gonna look a bit different. But for now, you know, not really surprising of a gold curve. So I don't know, for Rebellion, they have to just draft a bit different, man. They need to find more
I
tools
feel like
available.
I'm gonna have to cut you off here, Arashi. I gotta be honest, man. Come on, man. You put 2 players who are very well. Okay, Swaylo, mid laner, put him on the roamer. You put Cars, a gold laner, into the XP lane, now into the mid lane. It's just they're not comfortable. I gotta be honest, right? Looking at it, it feels like they're just not comfortable. There's no way to sugarcoat it. They are not comfortable at all in the roles that they're playing. Sure, they got early kills with the Lolita, but in the end, it wasn't even favorable for them. It was favorable for Clay. Franco dying, sure, roamer. Clay gets the kill back. I think it's an okay trade, and you can see miscalculations. Opening up the map, there were a lot of mistakes, and it comes down to comfort. And Albert, he was on a comfort hero. 9-0-5. This is the Paquito that got a Maniac at M3.
Cool.
MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G. Need we say any more, man? Albert is just insane when he's given the right tools for the job, when his team can back him up as well. So, like you mentioned, Mirko, the draft, not so solid. The comfort of the players in their own roles, respectively, also not so solid. So they're in a very difficult spot. And imagine if you're Coach Chico right now. Like, man, what do you do?
But what's going on? That's the main question, right? Because I'm going to be honest again. Sway Low, one of the best mid laners in MPL ID. Despite not getting a lot of resources, he's able to have consistent performances, carrying his team in a lot of these matches. And Highs as well, with the help of Vijanarko. Sometimes he gets the carry.
Well, look at the hate map for Albert. It's always his jungle and then the opponent's jungle. It's always him and then straight to Vincent. In the early game, like you mentioned, Mirko, Suelo was able to get a kill, but what does it get them really and at what cost? They also still have a very weak mid laner in the form of Savior. So in this early game, they contested the area, knowing that there's a lot of burst damage, a lot of burst and utility to back it up for the side of RRQ. And keep in mind, there's also a lot of execution outplays being made by RRQ in this game. You cannot really take that away from them. They're still really mechanically skilled. But even without that, looking at the state of the map, on the options they have on the table, there's just nothing. Even if Highs here wants to run away, there's no backup, there's no mobility, there's no security for him on the Beatrix, and they have no options to try and shut down this 1-1 as well. So eventually, every single lane, literally, including the roamer, was just snowballing, was just getting out of control. And Rebellion, they just completely lost it. They can do nothing at all to change the outcome of this game.
It's definitely a hard game for Rebellion, and as you can see in the mid-game earlier, Alpha is just very, a lot of risky plays if we put it in a different game, but Alpha is just Albert. He's just going into a bush which has 4 players there immediately backed up, but of course that also a sign for like the lead is just way too much, but you can also get a lead. How do I bridge this? You can
the
also
gold
get
chart.
a lead, yeah. With a gold lead with UBS Gold coming soon. It's a collab with MPL Indonesia Season 11 merchandise collection. Get yours from ubslifestyle.com or UBS Lifestyle e-commerce.
Go ahead, check it out, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to see your bank account go like the gold chart, gotta invest in gold. UBS Gold, the best source for that. Right, Arashi?
Absolutely.
You have UBS Gold.
Smart people do, man. I'm just saying. In the world that's just so unstable right now, so many doubts. Gold is secure, so get yours from UBS Gold. Grab it before it's too late.
Save money with Grab because there's a lot of promo codes, Sheffin.
For gold?
For new users.
New users.
You can enjoy a 50% discount at GrabFruit to power you up when watching online with MPL IDX Grab promo code. And of course, 90% discount on Grab Bike and
90?
Grab Card.
My win rate on Melissa?
Nah. Yeah, that's 90%? A lie. That's a lie.
I'll show you.
That's a lie. But of course, 90% discount if you go to the Manarakuningan Ballroom Sanctuary. If you want to watch MPL and get discounts, saving money, and make your day with watching MPL, just go with Grad. Of course, do you want a skin too also, Rashi?
Of course, man. Who doesn't want skins? The skins in Mobile Legends gets you wins. It's not a secret, so make sure you participate in the Grab Challenge. It began on March 18th. You need to get on it right now, man, before you miss out.
Don't miss out. Get on right now. Unfortunately for me, though, I can't use the promos. I can't use the promos.
Oh,
because I am
why?
an old user. I've been loyal to Grab ever since.
Oh, okay.
I'm a new user.
That's a good thing, but you might want to use your Grab in a better phone, Mirko. In the best phone available, it's gonna be Galaxy A Series 5G. 5G includes Galaxy A34 and Galaxy A54. Specs are no joke. Will make your gaming experience way more enjoyable. RAM is 8 gigabytes.
8 gigabytes.
Memory, 256 gigabytes.
256.
Screen is Super AMOLED Plus with a refresh rate up to 120 Hz.
Wow.
Processor is Exynos 1380 and it's 5G ready.
5G.
Battery, 5000 mAh.
5,000.
Quad cameras, up to 50 megapixels.
There's a lot of fives.
50.
I just realized.
Well, as you say that,
5,000,
it's
5G,
IP67
5 million IDR.
water resistant, so not 5 over there, Mirko.
But it is 5 million IDR, right? So
yes, it is.
We got a lot of fives. Galaxy A54 5G, A34 5G. Awesomes for everyone. www.samsung.com/ID. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen, before you regret not getting it.
Yeah, impact your game just like Cars and Albert Hero the Paquito and Xavier the Impact player. But not gonna lie, one has way more impact than the other, Rashi.
One is 9 and 0, the other was...
It's kind of sad, right? Because he used the Gojo skin, which kind of ruins the atmosphere or the canon lore of Jujutsu Kaisen. Gojo is pretty much unbeatable. Iwaimo. But right now, Gojo...
Maybe it's foreshadowing for the future.
Oh,
we never know what the writer decides to do.
Okay.
Well, all right. But honestly, looking at the chart earlier, 4K goal difference from multiple members on the team. That is painful to look at. So for Rebellion Zion, they got to make sure that that does not happen again, man. If, honestly, right, it's a tough situation for everyone involved, so you can't really blame them. But I feel like if you're Coach Chico at this point, you need to try and get a simpler, more straightforward draft. Of course, it's going to be very difficult, and it's going to be very simple for Araki to deal with it. But at least it's not too difficult for your players to try and execute in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, you gotta try, right? When you have limited resources, you have to make use of that limited resource. Doesn't really matter if you have, like, I don't know. I want to make an analogy, but I can't really picture one right now. But you know what I'm talking about. These guys are not really comfortable in their position, in their role, as you can see here. Pretty gloomy expressions. Probably just Ramadan. Well, Ramadan, you're happy, but you're pretty low on energy.
Oh, yeah, but it seems like RQ, they're still full of energy despite that, right? Albert still full of energy. Clay, dead end from Bogor.
Haven't showered since Ramadan started, but we can see here drafting phase begins for Chico once again. Tough test against the Kings.
A switch in sides right here. Rebellion Zion getting the first pick. Wonder what they're trying to get, what they're trying to secure. As if you look at the bans, seems to be not too far off. Claude, and now there'll be a Yves banned out, so they don't want RRQ to have that long-range mage.
Okay, out of topic right now. Mirko, Rashi, if you look at Bangduk and kind of squint your eyes, doesn't it look like Gideon?
Is banning.
You know who he looks like? He looks like you, Sheffin.
No. No. I want to say that's an insult, but no.
What do you mean? Are you talking?
I want to say,
You're
but
talking smack about Coach Bangduk? Watch yourself, man.
Hey, I'm gonna break it up. I'm gonna break it up the fight here, man.
Gideon.
There's an Arashi fan, there's an RQ fan, and someone who just tried to insult Bangduk. Okay, getting back into it. Rebellion Zion,
Keep
glue
Bangduk's
ban.
name out.
Hey,
out your
stop,
mouth.
Arashi. It's time for RQ to ban. They go for the Fredrin, and it's gonna be first pick for Rebellion Zion. With the Fredrin banned out, honestly, why not go for the Farsa, right? Again.
If they really want it, right? They need some mid control, they need some crowd control, so Farsa does fit in. And of course,
Valentina is an
the Farsa was also very dangerous, very damaging during the first game earlier.
Yeah, Valentina is also an option. It's a flex pick for Haisu. He knows how to play Valentina in the gold lane, those gold, but it's gonna be, Valentina is the option. So yeah, I think I prefer the Farsa, not gonna lie, because Claude is already been banned, so there's more targets in that backline, especially that gold lane, as long as it's not really like heroes like Lunox or maybe Harith. As long as it's a usual marksman, you're gonna have a good time with that Farsa, but right now RQ might pick it right away.
For Rebellion, this might be an attempt to put the Valentina in the gold lane, sort of. It is still possible. I mean, at this point, they're being so flexible, literally, with their roster as well. They might as well give it a try. So for RRQ, though, they secure the Farsa, so already a very good rotation. And along with that, they are the ones having the Arlot this time.
There you go, Mirko. As you said earlier, he wants someone to accompany this Arlot, and it's gonna be that Farsa in clay. But Rebellion, they have to answer for lane matchup in the XP for the Arlot. If it's ONIC, as I said earlier, it's usually a Toms, but it doesn't really work out in a 5v5 team fights, as well as other EXP laners out there like Lapu or Yujo. But it's gonna be the very comfortable pick for Rebellion in Beatrix and Grok. Of course, Grok still flex. Valentina, I don't think it's flex anymore, but you know, you might never know.
Well, we just saw it in the jungle earlier, so you can definitely flex it. How effective it is, though, leaves it's still a different question. So for RRQ right now, mid lane and EXP lane secure. Will they want to go for an early gold laner here, knowing that there's not really a Farsa to counter? Of course, the Masha is still available if Rebellion wants to explore that option, but honestly, I feel like RRQ, they could be confident enough to try it out. We did see that Skylar was uncomfortable on the Melissa though, so maybe not just yet. It's gonna be a Brody.
Interesting.
I actually don't like the Brody into a Beatrix, but looking at Skylar's Melissa yesterday, I understand.
Yeah, exactly. As we were saying, he doesn't look very comfortable on that hero, wasn't making the right kind of plays you would see from like CW or Nino, for example. We have a comment here from Banana though. Just trust the process. Players who don't play also learn. It's not like they're doing nothing. They will definitely continue to develop. That's a very true statement, but at this point in Season 11, you gotta do it fast, man. There's not much time left.
He's talking about himself there because he hasn't played for a long time, and yet he continues to improve. Now, playing in the MPL stage, 3 MVPs to his name.
Yeah, he's definitely someone that a lot of us knows as a chamat. And Banana, of course, pretty good showing of Lapu-Lapu so far in the season, not just in the match earlier, of course. I feel like Lapu-Lapu is just his most comfortable hero right now, but we're gonna see him playing Arlot in this match. Rebellion right now, they still haven't picked a jungler, possibly a roamer, possibly an EXP, so it really depends on where this Grok will go for Chico.
Bans here for Center Rebellion. It's going to be a Kaja, respecting the pickup potential for RRQ. It's pretty dang scary. They got a Arlot they can set up in the EXP lane, most likely. They got the gold laner, they can also do the same thing, and great long-range follow-up, and more stuns on the mid lane. So having a Grok, I feel like for Rebellion, it has to go to the roaming position. Anyone else is going to be at risk of just getting completely shut down, getting caught out again and again. So I think the Grok makes sense. With that in mind though, it means that RRQ could be a bit more targeted with their bans here if they want to keep narrowing down the hero pool for that EXP lane.
Yeah, the thing though, Rashi, like I know that Grok is signature to Chico, signature to Rebellion Zion, but it's not really a signature for Swalo. Sure, he has played it sometimes when Wichanarco is playing those damage roamer, but I feel like it's more of a signature for Wichanarco, and he has been playing that Grok pretty well, even though doesn't really result in the best standing position right now. There's 7 still fighting for that playoff spot. We're gonna see a 2 EXP laner ban towards Rebellion RQ, betting out the Yuzhong and the Terizla.
Well, for RRQ now, they want to make sure that the Arlott can just lane without getting bullied too hard. For Rebellion, they gotta make sure that the jungler here isn't someone that's dangerous. And here's now they're confused, right? The Fredgen has been banned away, but the Paquito is still there, but if they focus too much on that, they could very easily fall to an assassin in the hands of Albert.
Sir, what's your command?
I think Paquito is an option, but I don't think it's as good as the game earlier. There's a lot of punish mechanic for Rebellion Zion there. Of course, Rebellion Valentina has the stun. Pretty much wall charge is an instant stun for any kind of diving potential coming in from RQ. But right now, RQ, I feel like they're just gonna opt for a standard utility jungler. But we'll see if Albert will pull off something crazy, maybe like a Ling, maybe like Hayabusa. That's an option.
They can go for the Kufra right here first, right? It's still an option for RRQ right now. Just looking at the way the game can be played. Or just pick up the jungler. It really comes down to, I got it, Kufra. So we're gonna go for it first. Again, setting the baby alien for success.
Well, you see what he can do. We have given success, so that is definitely a possible, very possible win condition for RRQ. For Rebellion now, rounding out the composition, it seems like it's very short range right here. A lot of combos. If they go against a Farsa with this, though, they gotta go in all the way. They need someone else to try and set it up, right? It cannot be just the wild charge.
It has to be Lapu. That's the only option available that I can think of to kind of...
Agreed.
Just disrupt the... Oh, no.
Can't be played yet.
Oh,
exactly. I like the Masha pick up against the Brody and the Farsa. It's a solid one, and that's going to be the Martis as well.
I like the Martis pick more than Masha. Of course, Masha is solid pick, but I don't know, man. I feel like compared to the draft earlier, I see more room of error for Rebellion pulling off this Masha as compared to ONIC. But Martis, of course, a lot of CC. You know who you call, it's got to be the Martis. Pretty much negate all the CC with the Mortal Coil, of course. Has a lot of potential in that turtle objective take, too.
Right.
Go for an assassin, honestly, right here.
Surely, though, there's a lot of fighters, a lot of crowd control this time. I feel like utility would make sense.
Oh,
Ling.
Okay.
A Ling without a lot of support in his hands. Then we try and shutting down the Beatrix right here. No other real target, so perhaps trying to use that mobility to his advantage is definitely a unique approach I wasn't expecting. But as you mentioned, Mirko, it's going to be an assassin.
Yeah, expect a lot of DHS coming in from Albert. And Brody might also build that DHS for Masha, for the frontliners of Rebellion Zion. But we're going to see Chico trying to find solution to this very, very difficult problem that he has to face.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, as we dive into the land of Dawn right here. Both of the drafts have been set. RRQ with a very nasi uduk bangduk draft. Aggressive early game, killing pressure versus Rebellion Zion with a standard one. Is it going to be the early RRQ aggression that gets the better of Rebellion Zion to secure a full clean sweep?
Full clean sweep sounds very, very good for me, but might not be the same for Rebellion Zion fans out there. They want to get the playoff spot. Of course, Swalo upping the second skill, just negating all of that minions coming in towards Clay. Very standard move here.
Looking at the emblems right here, 2 tenacity emblems for the side of RRQ. They want to go in and want to make sure that the Arlott and the Kufra, respectively, are doing well. But look at that. That was a interesting play, but I think Vincent is still fine for now. But keep in mind, for the early game, Rebellion Zion will be lacking on a bit of damage. They have fighters, so they have more sustainability, but they won't be able to pick off that backline or dive towards it that reliably until later on in the game.
Ooh, it's a tricky matchup here, but look at where Swalo is. He's still trying to... Wow, like, have you even seen this? He's actually still trying to drop all the minions, but Vincent might be in trouble, but no. Alvarez is going to take that with the retribution that he has, and a lot of support from RQ.
He's freezing
Again,
3 waves.
wow, interesting.
Huh. A very interesting choice to make here. As again, in the gold lane, most definitely the Brody will be able to get a bit of an advantage with getting a few hits onto the turret. He does a lot of damage with the basic attacks onto the turret.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing that he wants to achieve, because it's a losing matchup against a Brody for a lot of marksmen out there, but Banana having a tough time against Big Mac, and Vincent has to pop the flicker here, but Albert might eye for something else.
Here comes in and snipes away that gold buff, so it's still okay for him. And Banana now he's getting pressured by the presence of so many members near his lane. Rebellion is setting up to try and get a bit of pressure for the turtle contest. But against RRQ in the early game, like I mentioned, they might be lacking the damage as Heist gets a sneaky steal on the top side.
Good steal. Vin now opening up the map for the turtle side. Banana gonna be there. Made to disarm. Purple buff gonna be the focus for RRQ for now, as they won't really be able to contest for this turtle. Albert has used the retribution, but now sets his sights on Sway Low. Banana walking in as well. It's gonna be the wild charge to cancel out the CC coming on from RRQ.
I like the decision here from RRQ, knowing that they don't have the tools available to actually contest it, especially if it's still level 3 compared to the roamer from Rebellion Times level 4, and Albert doesn't have that blue buff, has to secure it with ease with the retribution there. So yeah, I feel like that's the right thing to do for RRQ as right now, top lane.
So there's going to be a little bit of turret gold, a little bit of poke as well from Clay. RRQ currently behind in gold by just a little bit. But for you guys, don't forget to buy your playoffs tickets now, because it is ready only on Bleebly.
RRQ for now, they are getting troubled by how tanky Rebellion Zion is. They're not doing too much damage, but RRQ knows that they can't really push him away right here. Double crowd control immunity, and on top of it off, early on, the Masha, who will be rotating closer to those turtles. It's a tough situation, but Vin goes in right here. They're going to try and get Vincent.
Oh, he finds Sway Low and Vincent. Vin going to be caught in the midst of it all right now with the bouncing ball, but Cars focuses down the back line. Albert going to be able to gap close with the Finch poise, but it's first blood over to Rebellion Zion.
Again, in hindsight, it's a good engage from Vin that he doesn't calculate like the backup coming in from Rebellion Zion, especially Grok, and the Mortal Coin coming in, and Decimation too, just pretty much giving away a kill towards Rebellion. Zion just doesn't really calculate the amount of damage output he can deal, or his teammate can deal in that Farsa and the Brody. So yeah, this is the thing that we talk about Vin being kind of a on and off. Sometimes he doesn't really perform in certain heroes and certain times.
For RRQ though, now they're struggling with a lack of DPS. Later on, Albert can fill in that role, but for the most part, it's going to be on the shoulders of Skylar. And on a Brody, that's not exactly what his hero is designed to do. So maybe, Mirko, that build we were talking about that was used by Echo, I believe you were mentioning, could be put to use here by Skylar.
By Eman, RSG.
Oh, RSG, my bad.
Yeah, but I'm not too sure. Maybe the Endless Battle gets built up.
I think it's only DHS.
I think so too, right now. Looking at it, it's just going to be... Oh, boy. He gets caught in the time revenge, and the rage going to be slain here by the final slash as well. A bit of a mistake right before the turtle is going to be taken. Albert now with the top of the blades. It's going to be Vincent who wins it out. Wild charge not going to be able to connect as Albert picks up 4 blades, but will be slain. There's a barrier getting walled. Albert smacked in the face by the Grok.
50-50 taken for Cars here. Finally, I mean Vincent here. Finally, a room to breathe, for pretty much a sign of life for Rebellion as they try to force something here. Big Mac might be in trouble, and one more basic attack. Goodbye, Big Mac. I'm eating you up.
Consuming Big Mac. It's a weird combo, huh? Healthy and junk food. A very interesting lane matchup in the bottom there. Let's see which one actually survives longer. Pun fully intended, but for RRQ right now, still same game plan, but in the mid-game, we're going to have a bit more traction, right? At about the 10 to 11 minute mark. But after that, I feel like they're going to be the ones struggling to try and keep Rebellion Zion from just running all the way to the back line.
Albert still finds the purple buff there. Vincent now going to be engaged on. Banana finding the stuns for a bit, but Vincent on the Martis. That's why you pick it, the anti-CC. So slippery.
2 turtles so far, Rebellion Zion, but it doesn't really show up in the gold department. Only 800 gold lead so far, Rebellion. Not much of a gold lead. And right now, Vin just trying to find something to work with. Play, of course, and Skylar might be a great combo to actually do with Tyrant Revenge and Rage towards the perfect target. Earlier, he has Cars on his hands, so I feel like Cars is the only available target in this kind of skirmish in the early game, unless Heist joins that teamfight. So Vin has a lot of persons too, but 4-man from RQ right now.
Trying our best to try to invade into the jungle, trying to just shut down Vincent like they did in game number 1, but with the crowd control immunity, with the higher HP pool and better pressure from the mid lane on the Valentina, Rebellion Zion is doing a lot better, and they're still hanging on to that 1k gold lead. I think RRQ need to stop going for kills and maybe go for objectives or structures, because it's not really working out for them.
Sway low with the wild charge, going to be able to knock Albert off the wall. Vin clapping, applauding right there, as he's not going to be able to find the Tyrant's Rage. Now it's going to be Big Mac who finds it. The Feather Airstrike comes down. Big Mac who stacks on him. The Tornapart Memory doesn't take him down. Super close as Heist pops in that Renner's Apathy, looking for some more poke. Rebellion Zion have fended off their purple buff.
It's so difficult right now for the side of RRQ because Clay is getting zoned away by the potential, the possibility of the beefier members like Vincent, like Big Mac on running towards him. So he's popping the Feather Airstrikes really, really late. Look at the items. The Half Seize is completed for Skylar, but there isn't really a squishy target that can be used as a source of income for that Brody as Clay gets walled off. But fortunately, Rebellion don't pursue it.
Ooh, it's gonna be a tough job for Albert, especially in the late game. Once Heist hit that, Has Claws, that Wind of Nature, it's gonna be real hard for Albert to actually make a play towards this guy, because pretty much 1v1 you're gonna be out damaged, but Sway low, getting a lot of damage to his face, but still survives, and this is the beauty of that Grok pick. No CC at all, connects.
You're seeing that.
Oh my god!
Doing more damage though, and as we say damage, here can go with the play onto Heist.
The Feather Airstrike and everything now. Heist still going to be able to escape. My goodness gracious, the wild charge onto 4. Finn is slain. A good snipe by Heist. Vincent and Cars now looking for some damage. Banana will be caught, but the final slash cancels it for a bit before Cars picks the kill up. Well played by Rebellion Zion.
As you can see here, one of the solutions for Rebellion right now is to play reactively, knowing that we intend to make those kind of mistakes, but you cannot make a mistake if you actually buy the emotes for MPL ID. Get yours right now until 30th of June. Skylar?
Ooh, no Tornapart Memory. I thought he had it for a bit there.
Yeah, that's why I tried. It's just going up, like, why are you going up?
Would have been a solo kill, but Heist calculated it perfectly. Cars with the mid control. Orange buff stolen away. Vincent has used the red tree though, so purple buff will still be able to get secured by Albert.
But now it's a different situation. RRQ are the ones being pressured by Rebellion Zion. They're the ones that can't really deal with this Masha already.
Yeah.
Having the top lane pushed back again and again. Vin looks for something here though. Will it connect? It's Skylar going in.
No way.
No way. That's the wild charge. Swaylow saves it. But Clay finds the compensation. Vin's Timer's Revenge going to be cancelled out, as in the mid lane we do see a trade happening. Cars falling to the hands of Albert as he tries to siege down the mid lane tier 1. But Swaylow is rotating over with Big Mac to cancel that siege from RRQ.
RRQ right now looking for the weakness of Rebellion Zion. It seems like it's Cars is the one who is pretty much most vulnerable to all the engages coming in from RRQ. You can see here 1-2-0, not the best of KDA from mid laner compared to anyone else in Rebellion. Only 1 death or 0 for Vincent. So I like the approach from RRQ, just knowing who to go and when to go. You can see there he could have gone for Heist or the skirmish in the bot side, but they opted to go for the mid side where no one else is going there. No one else in Rebellion is actually in the vicinity.
Well, Rebellion Zion going back to the same pattern here, having the Marshall split push and having RRQ attempt to go for it, but at what cost? They're gonna definitely lose a turret. Will they lose a Lord as well?
Wild charge gonna be popped there as Albert pops in. That attempts to play, chasing Swaylow down, but it's gonna be Vincent who gets slain under the Lord. Albert picks up the Lord, and that's gonna be Heist all alone, left to fend off the 5 members of RRQ. 2 for 0, 3 for 0 with the Lord. Albert with an amazing secure.
Not gonna lie, I don't like the approach from Big Mac. They're still staying on the top lane, trying to clear the lane when, it's very obvious that RQ still wants to go for a fight, and that's one of the reasons why RQ ends up winning the Lord. 4v5 for RQ, it's an advantage any day of the week, but right now Banana is still looking for something with the final slash. Didn't get anyone. Finn.
Further airstrike, zoning them away. Banana still just using the stuns and the resets to put some pressure down as the Lord marches down the bottom lane. It's an awesome game for RRQ, just like you guys can find some awesome nightography and performance in the Samsung Galaxy A series. Rebellion looking for an awesome play themselves right now with the Feather airstrike and the Render's Apathy. Big Mac with a thunderclap slays Clay, but it is still going to be a tier 2 falling up top by the Ling.
All things considered, this is pretty good for RRQ. They are now the ones with the gold lead. And remember, RRQ, they do very well when they have pressure, when they have vision. And now Rebellion losing those turrets, RRQ is definitely going to try and put it to good use. If you look at the items right here, Lightning Truncheon completed for Clay, but with the beefier members available, he is only a threat for the squishier backline members. What is important to pay attention to is the endless battle on the hands of Albert and the Malefic Roar rushed by Skylar, knowing that Sway Low and Big Mac are going to be so thick.
Oh, Banana actually missed that final slash. Cars, though, will be slain, so not a problem there. Still worth it for RRQ as Vincent now is looking for the re-engage with Tyrant's Revenge. No, the Tyrant's Rage won't be able to connect. The Power of Nature and the Mortal Coil cancels it out. The two anti-CC heroes. RRQ takes the dub and moves back. Big Mac walking them down on the Masha. Banana gonna get walled off, but the wall not on point there. Banana's still able to squeak through the wall. He's a very slim dude.
Oh, is he slim or is he tall, Miracle? But Big Mac right now will be jumped on. Can they take him out though? 2 HP bars.
Commit. Not too sure about this. Banana has a few more resets. Goes in onto Big Mac. His second HP bar going to be melted down. Back down to his last. The final slash. Bringing him to the resets once again. As he is going to be able to actually bait out so much. Albert with the top of the Blaze and the Defiant Blaze all the way. But he will be slain. Vincent finds the reset. Looking for more. Banana gets out. It's a stun. The gold laner down. RRQ Vin now looking for the Tyrant's Revenge. Finds it onto Vincent, but the Mortal Coil saves him. Big Mac looking for the flanks, but he will not be able to find it. Skylar will be able to steal away a few of those camps right now. He's looking for some damage, but he gets slain right before he can do anything. Even with the flicker, not able to escape.
That's a really weird commitment there in the bot side from RQ, knowing that Big Mac is pretty much one of the hardest members to kill because you don't really have the tools available. You're not carry, you're a Brody without DHS, without not much of a damage towards this Masha. But I feel like one thing that MLBL can improve is the use of Big Mac splitting up is not really have to the utmost potential right now. But Banana is in trouble.
Ooh. Let's see with the final slash. He finds 3. Sway Low with wild charge now. Going to be able to find Banana right now. As that's going to be Clay dove on with the thunderclap. Finn all the way to the Lord Pit, opening up the map. Banana still going to be the one who is targeted down by Rebellion, but he's still able to survive. Meanwhile, in the purple buff, it's Albert trying to secure his purple buff to get a better position. Vin now walking into Tyrant's Revenge onto Vincent and the Rage as well, but Albert is still going to be on Sway Low. That's a turn of our memory, slaying him. The final slash in the back line, but it's going to be the Tyrant's Rage stolen away by Cars. Now it's a 50-50 battle. Albert versus Vincent on the retreat. It's Vincent who wins it. Albert forced to run away. Finn as well. Rebellion Zion takes the dub.
And that's what happened. 50-50 is for a reason. You can't really win anything as Albert, especially when you're a non-utility jungler. Ling doesn't really have an advantage in terms of lore takes, but it's a 4v5 team fight for RRQ. Clay is not in the vicinity. Shout out to Big Mac just poking Clay down with a thunderclap and a lot of damage coming in, forcing Clay to back off. And RBL, they have a chance to actually commit to this.
With the Lord pushing, they seem to be trying to manipulate the waves to go in 3 different directions, right? All 3 lanes are being pushed together. This is how they want to try and use their frontline composition. They can, sustain the Mortal Bit, but look at it play though. Oof. Vincent, aggressive. He is building full tank. So honestly, surprisingly, Banana has been very durable, but now with the damage piled up like this, can they stall and take out this Lord? They lost the top side base turret, but they won't be able to get anything back in compensation.
So far, Clay is not really having a good time, especially with too much dive potential from Big Mac and Vincent, even the car in Sway Low, just with the flicker and the wall just canceling out all the Feather airstrike that he has. And I feel like in terms of killing off the Beatrix, one of the most important thing right now is the damage coming from Feather airstrike. So it's something that RQ needs to watch out for.
Ooh. Look at that Render's Apathy, he's getting so much damage. player's gold by UBS gold, though. It's Albert who's topping the chart.
He's still able to farm away, and the mobility is definitely serving him well. The issue is, what can he do with that gold? At the end of the day, the best he can do is split push, and against Rebellion Zion, there's a Masha that can definitely be a threat, stop him in his tracks, and even later on, you know, make sure that he's far away from the lore during a lore take. So Rebellion Zions are the one with a lot more options available. And look at this, RRQ can't really catch a break.
Banana with the final slash now onto highs, but he does more damage. He melts Banana down like it's nothing. With no Banana, this might just be Rebellion who can get the win.
Yeah, definitely, I don't want my Banana stolen, but yeah, that's a bad engage for Banana. Is just going in knowing that he has the Haskell's, he has the penetration available. So right now, Vin is trying to pretty much desperation here. He's just gonna be able to get the detonation here. So
the flicker and the clap as well with the Tyrant's Rage, but Vincent just finds that kill like it's nothing. 2 members down for RRQ. Rebellion Zion running wild as they pick up the second base turret in the game. 2.5k gold lead. RRQ struggling in game number 2.
Man, what is happening? Vin is usually well known for getting those very elusive, very surprising engages, but now he is just so one-dimensional. It's so straightforward how he's trying to get a pickup onto highs. And if he keeps doing it, it's not gonna work. Albert now is the one tasked with trying to delay the game, trying to steal the Lord, but with everything up against him, with the burst damage and the crowd control, there is no chance.
Thunderclap was used up to cancel out, to knock Albert off the wall. And now Banana is going to be caught. That's going to be the terrifying Banana slain. Killing spree for Vincent. Big Mac picks up the immortality. Another HP bar to deal with.
Oh my goodness, Albert. Like, I know that he has to go for the Hail Mary, he has to go for the contest, but just way too much mechanic from Rebellion. Wall charge, you have the wall, you have the Thunderclap to actually... Oh my goodness, almost there. Albert has to force to bring that Tempest Blade, but right now Rebellion still waiting for that Lord and just managing the waves.
Torn apart memory, not taking Big Mac down. Still immortality intact. His Heist looks for the siege, and like you mentioned, Arashi, Vin not able to find those creative initiations.
Yeah, shout out to Vincent and Suelo just tanking all the initiation from Vin, but he's in trouble getting 2 there, but there's no follow-up whatsoever. Rebellion pushing the issue.
Not at all. Banana now looking for some plays. The final slash going to be able to connect onto 2 members right now as Big Mac still is able to soak in everything with a Thunderclap. Jumps out to Albert, who's able to find a Tempest of Blaze, but dashes right through to the members of Rebellion Zion. Clay still able to micromanage the waves really well. Highs gets taken very low. The immortality still intact though. Suelo in the back will be taken very, very low. It's still going to be Albert who loses the immortality, and Rebellion Zion set their sights on the base. It's still Skylar with a double kill. Highs flickering forward with nature, buys them time, but the base will be taken out. Rebellion equalizes in game number 2.
Ooh, okay. 1-1 so far. Rebellion Zion, of course, doesn't want to go down in front of the Kings that easily. You can see the happy faces from all the Rebellion fans. Of course, it's a breath of fresh air for this lineup, for this weird lineup, new roles. But right now, they might have a chance to actually secure the playoff spot if they win against RQ.
Yeah, if they want to secure the playoff spot, they need to win this and hope that Alter Ego does not do well. For RQ though, if they don't do good here, they're gonna get booted out of the upper brackets, and that is not what they want. Rebellion just showing all the doubters, the haters, that new roster, no problem. But I do feel like RRQ, we're just stuck there. They have no idea what to do.
Okay. So, Ling Albert, not as mythical, not as glorious as it was back then. Of course, a lot of things came to as a problem if you pick a Ling, because utility jungler is much more popular right now. Game highlight, winning objective contests. Rebellion forces RQ to play game 3.
I feel like it all went south when they were forced to pick that Brody, man. It's so early and there was no real benefit to the Brody. And with the final 2 picks being so tanky, it just means that RRQ had no DPS whatsoever to talk about in the middle of those big fights. And so you see that winning an objective contest, how are how is RRQ supposed to contest it when Rebellion, they can just keep moving forward slowly but surely, and if they don't back away, if RRQ don't back away back into their own base, they just lose out, right? Their backline just gets dive on.
Yeah. I told you from the start, I believe, when they picked up the Brody up against the Beatrix, very strange that they pick up the Brody up against the Bea. It's kind of a countering yourself. But the Bea can just clear the waves. You won't be able to put in as much killing pressure as you would expect up against the carry, up against even a Moskov actually on the Brody. So again, the Brody pick into the Bea. It's a counter matchup that they set up for themselves when the Melissa was open. But again, we've spoken about the Melissa.
Also, the Masha pick is incredible how well it is. And I feel like at this point, we've seen a lot of Masha picks lately, right? I feel like it's a bit underutilized in the start of the season. You can see here, there's pretty much there's nothing you can do against a Masha splitting. There's no one that can actually win that 1v1, at least once in the meta. And, you know, what can you do about it? As you can see earlier, Albert getting cancelled out when in a Phage Poise mode in the wall, just counterclap, half HP. As you can see here, 16 to 12. Item-wise, Arashi, what stands out?
Well, Albert didn't go for a full quote-unquote DPS build. He has a decent amount of damage and the basic attacks, but nowhere close enough to try and match Big Mac in the 1v1. Looking at Big Mac's items, he doesn't even have the Twilight armor that you would usually expect. He went for full quote-unquote burst damage on that Thunderclap. He doesn't care about chasing you down and doing damage that way. He just needs to make sure that both Skylar and Albert, as well as Clay, gets completely zoned away. And without them in the picture, then the frontliners, especially Vincent, can just move up and take ground, control the area, take the neutral objectives, and by proxy, it means Heist is also relatively safe because there's no one that can get past the whole front line. So having a composition like this without enough DPS for RRQ was very dangerous, very greedy, and Rebellion Zion, you know Coach Chico, man, he just knows how to take advantage of it, and the last two picks really show that. So if RRQ don't shapen up, right, have a more flexible draft, like if you want to go for a Brody, maybe have a Lilia with a bit more deep, quote-unquote DPS in the mid game, in the mid lane, you know, I think Rebellion can draft yet another winning composition.
Yeah, and I like what Vincent has been doing in this match, you know, just negating all the potential coming in from that Kufra, the jumping in, Mortal Coil, easy cancel. And once you go in, you can't really go out unless with a flicker. So once you go there, you're gonna be decimated with the ult coming in from that Martis. So it's a big turnaround a lot of times. It's been the same story over and over again, but you can see here the stats. Rashi, talk us through it.
Which gets to be Albert because he is still farming, but you can see that no matter how much he farms, it's just not enough right now. Top of that, Banana on the Arlet was able to survive for so long, actually more than you would expect. But the carry is still going to be Skylar, so he was still doing damage. There's just a lot more HP that he has to burn through, so it makes it very difficult. And keep in mind, that's not the only problem, right? You can say that maybe Clay can pitch in and try and do some more damage as well, but he was being zoned out too. You saw the Feather Airstrikes, none of them ever got nowhere close to Highs. Right? Everyone was just zoning him away. Heist just conveniently waits outside the range and just uses the Renner. And once everything is down, that's where he just changes it up and goes in aggressively. Looking at the gold curve, there was that one moment of turnaround where RRQ were almost able to equalize. In fact, they were able to get a bit of the gold lead in the mid-game. But afterwards, inevitable that Rebellion are going to shape up. They're going to wisen up to the strategy and the usual movements of RRQ, and then they just take that victory.
I feel like even in the late game, I can't really see like how RRQ can win out the fight. There's a lot of attempts from Banana just going in too aggressively with the final slash, trying to find something, and pretty much hope that RRQ member will follow up, especially Albert with the Phage Poise. He has the biggest potential in terms of following up, pretty much the fastest follow-up in that team, but there's just nothing, really nothing.
I agree. I think this game in particular, Rebellion Zion really exploited what we mentioned early on, Arashi and Sheffin, the drafts. Skylar, not flexible. If you don't give him the Claude, if you pick the Beatrix away from him, if you ban the Wanwan out, what is he going to play? He plays the Brody. Okay, Brody still a solid hero on his hands, but the Beatrix gets picked up, a counter matchup. They pick up the Beatrix first. They're so confident because of that. Because They want to see the Melissa. They want to see the Brody. They want to see everything except for the Claude, Wan, and Beatrix on Skylar.
And those are the heroes that can really do well against the tanks, right? The Claude would shred through all those tanky frontliners and have a clear pathway to just go in the backline with the Blazing Duet. But a Brody does not have the same kind of impact. For now, though, here's the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G, 5-1 and 7 with a 75% kill participation. The full tank Martis in the hands of Vincent. Very solid performance here. Just being aggressive, doing damage, absorbing damage, and of course, securing all the neutral objectives, showing up against Albert, one of the more well-known junglers in the MPL right now.
Yeah, interesting build though. Like, even though it's a tank build, it's a pretty standard build, but when you see utility junglers, usually they don't pick out the dominance eyes. They try to focus on how to survive and pretty much how to use your skills to the utmost potential. And in this case, he actually goes for the dominance eyes, which I don't know, man. I feel like it could have been much better if it's just brute force breastplate or any other item, because like, what are you gonna proc that passive to?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, again, another thing that we have to look at. Rashi heat map for Vincent.
Well, look at his maneuvers, right? He's all over the map, but always mainly near the neutral objectives, and for the most part, he wasn't really in charge of doing a lot of ganking. He was just contesting the mid lane dominance that was so devastating in game number 1. Looking at some of the highlights right here, every time there's a fight, you can see that the damage is coming through from the side of RRQ, but Rebellion in the early game were able to stave off the aggression with their reactive rotations. And then afterwards, in the mid game, they were able to just outlast the bulk of the damage. Sway Low, though, was doing such a good job as a cover tool instead of being an aggressive engager. That was what they were able to use for maximum benefit. And RRQ is too one-dimensional, because I feel like there were other ways they could have engaged. They could have switched it up for the side of Rebellion, but they were unable to do so. And look at that. Whenever they lose momentum, the chase, the mobility, the tankiness from the side of Rebellion was just too much for them to handle. They end up having to gamble again and again on the neutral objective 50-50, but Vincent is just way too solid. He has a Demon Slayer as well. It's just way too idealistic for RRQ to believe they can do so against a top-tier MPL ID team.
Yeah, definitely top-tier team indeed, but there's been a lot of also miscommitments from RRQ, just chasing Big Mac all the way to their own turret. It's just, I feel like this kind of decision needs to be, rethinked again, especially when he's the sole shot caller, as you said, Mirko, earlier. But yeah, after this, we're going to go into the game 3, but we're going to have a break first, of course. We need some breaks. So, we're standing out.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And bukan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all in. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalan.
Back again for Game 3 between RRQ versus Rebellions. And of course, still with me, Sheffin, Mirko, and Arashi. And of course, first thing that I want to say is thank you so much, Zico, for ruining my grand plan of just dozing off before I break my fast. Just thank you so much.
It's okay, Chico, well played. Good game to you. And Rashi, you told me you needed my help. I tried. But I think just because of that, I'm gonna have to do something.
Yeah. For all of you guys that can't really make it to Menara Kuningan, you can also watch it in Cinepolis. Of course, don't miss the excitement of watching the latest movies as well with 7.1 visual and audio. You want to do it together?
Quality. Quality. I'll just do the quality.
There's also a discount of 20,000 rupiah exclusively for MPL ID fans. So if you like movies, you like MPL, it's double the price. Just use the promo code CineXMPL to get a discount when purchasing on Cinepolis website and app. So what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for, Rashi and Mirko?
I'm waiting for the job, man. I'm still working, man.
Okay.
Yeah, once you're off,
I'm working over
done,
here.
we're off, bro.
I mean, I have the ticket. Can I just go right now?
Yeah, you know, this is
No,
a
you can't
movie
go right
voucher.
now.
No,
Bro.
not right now.
Bro, you're on the clock.
You gotta work, unless you wanna, split your fee with me and Arashi.
Okay,
Oh, sure, yeah, go.
no, never mind. Of course.
We're gonna turn down money.
Just want to remind you guys that Transformer event is still going on, and actually just going on. You can also buy the diamonds in Dunia Games. Of course, if you buy diamonds and any other items in Mobile Legends from Dunia Games, you can also get extra quota of 3 gigabytes. Of course.
Per purchase. Per purchase.
Yeah, so you can go buy, like if you want 1,000 diamonds, get 500 diamonds, and get another 500 diamonds, and you get 6 gigabytes of free quota, Rashi.
Ooh. Exactly.
Quick
Maths.
mathematics.
Quick maths.
Quick maths.
Yep.
I was ranked pretty high in class.
Okay.
Wow, I could tell.
Weird flex. Wow. You have to be I think you're the special kid, right?
Special kid?
No, special in a good way. Why you? That's a bad connotation.
I didn't say anything.
Okay,
I'm just saying special kid.
Well, special in a good way, of course. Good at math. Good at, I'm sure you're not really good at socializing with people because you're good at math. Yeah, we're just gonna move on, of course. There's still Transformer event going on, so if you top up, you can also get chance to get your favorite Transformer skin. There's a lot of skins out there. Megatron, Optimus Prime.
No, you're doing it wrong.
Optimum Pride.
No,
wait,
Optimum
wrong-
Pride.
wrong
I
one.
forgot. I forgot the meme, man. I'm trying to make the Filipinos happy.
Well, here, we at this point, we got to look again at the game recap, right? Let's take a recap. It's what happened, because before the game, I heard an Arashi, I heard an RQ fan saying, oh, RQ, we're going to win, like up against a struggling, a new lineup from Rebellion's Eye, but hey, it's 1-1 Arashi.
Oh, Ling Albert. Oh, Ling Albert.
Well, Ling Albert, turns out the best thing he does is farm. Look at his gold, man.
Yep.
It's all 16,000.
4K.
But for what? Right? He ain't gonna invest. He ain't got UBS gold in the Land of Dawn, so he can't do anything. And Vincent, on the other hand, is able to actually elevate the rest of his teammates equally. And as a team, they're able to do better. So the game plan for game number 2 for Rebellion is actually relatively simple. Keep Heights alive and ensure that the backline does not get to play at all. Ensure that the Brody and the Farsa gets completely run down. So as we mentioned, Mirko, simpler game plan, Just makes things a lot more.
Who's in the building? There's where
a lot
he
more
is. So
difficult.
that's what he's doing. He's just
Where are you
watching
going?
MPL Indonesia. Your team needs you,
What are you
Region
doing
Arco.
here?
Your team needs you.
He's
They're
just
up on
enjoying the
stage
show, dude.
with Suelo playing Rome because you're not there. Oh, he says he wants to play the fighters. That's why.
Oh, okay. You're pretty well versed at sign language, Mirko. I think it's your talent. But yeah, of course, game 3, Chico has to figure out a way to actually pull it off against RRQ once more. Keep the momentum alive, and another standard pick here, standard ban for the side of Rebellion, Choi, and probably 1-1-2.
Fun fact, today, all the teams who secure a first pick win the game. ONIC, 2-0, 2 first picks. RQ, game 1. RBL, game 2. RQ, game 3, first pick.
So you're saying,
based
Rashi,
on
what does
statistics.
that mean?
So you're saying I have a very optimistic outlook on this one, but for now, let's take a look at the band still for the side of RRQ. Still gonna be the Fanny and the Joy.
Your team is banned.
Oh, so Fanny and the Valentina. The Joy has been banned by Rebellion with that Fredrin as well, so not
they're leaving it open
allowing
again.
Albert to get that, but Albert has shown that the Paquito could be an answer.
So 1-1 and Claude, either 1-1 or Claude is going to be open. So I'm really curious to see RRQ, do they want to actually play that 1-1 if it gets open, or just go for the world-class Claude in Skylar, just giving him the comfort pick. Of course, Nasiuduk has been known for giving out the power heroes towards his players. So RRQ, they need to figure out a way to actually negate all the potential. Oh my god, interesting.
There you go for the 1-1 ban, knowing how much of a nuisance it is, but also kind of forcing Rebellion Zion to ban out the Claude.
Well, first pick side 1-1 ban. We haven't seen it too often. I think we've seen it before, but it is definitely the exception, not the rule. So for Rebellion, will they ban that Claude? Will they allow Skylar, the one weakness they were able to exploit in game number 2? You can see Coach Chico already barking out instructions, trying to make sense of all the facts available at his disposal. Very tough call to make right here. Only 14 seconds left as well.
Yeah, the thing with power picks too, you can't be over-prepared to a power pick. So if they actually pick that Claude, I think Rebellion and Chico has something to say or a plan for it, but no, they're gonna just ban the Claude, just doesn't want to deal with it.
Farsa first pick, is it gonna be?
Might be possible, but yeah, I think there's not really other option here. Maybe not like we haven't seen a lot of Faramis, right? But looks like Rebellion Zion might eye for a Faramis pick here, just countering the glue from Bangduk from possibly Banana.
Banana on that glue. I believe he had several MVPs on this hero, definitely showing that he understands his role in a big team fight on a hero like the glue. Of course, it will rely on the rest of RRQ to try and shape something coherent around him. For Rebellion right now, with 2 picks at their disposal, they go for the Grok very, very early on, and they will take that Farsa.
So no Faramis here.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, did it get nerfed? I believe it doesn't, right?
No, didn't get nerfed. It has just fallen off the meta, I guess, right now with Farsa and Grok pick, though. This means that RQ can pick up the Melissa. I don't think it's going to be picked up, but there's always a possibility, right? I don't know, Arashi, at this point, I think RQ should just pick up the Beatrix if they want to secure a comfort pick for Skylar.
The Beatrix is also definitely a lot more flexible compared to the Melissa. But here we have a comment from Baloyske.
Baloy.
I think Lemon is good, but Banana is also good. So don't criticize Banana, but trust the team. Banana can play because RRQ believes in him. So if you support RRQ, you also have to trust them, which is exactly what I'm putting to practice. Thanks, Baloy. You said it best. But now they go for the Martis pick very early on, and a Yee.
RRQ loves the color purple.
Are you my next conquest?
Purple meta.
The purple meta.
The eggplant meta.
From RRQ, Rebellion Zion. They're going for a very colorful draft for now with Grok and a Farsa. Now, what do they want to pick up? I honestly feel like the Melissa fits so well here up against this composition, against RRQ, but he's only played Melissa once. He's lost on that Melissa. I don't think he's comfortable on that hero. Will we see a Beatrix picked up again for the 3rd time? You know what else would work? A carry.
Yeah, against these thicker health stacking heroes, the carry can definitely do a lot of work, but the short range, I think, is what's going to be so punishing to deal with. Remember, for RRQ right now, there is burst damage, quote-unquote, but there's also a lot more spammability in their mid laner compared to a Farsa. But for Rebellion, they seem to be the ones going for the pick-off strat right now. Picking up that Lancelot right here, most likely. Gonna be a tank slot, of course.
Yeah, I like that because once you actually proc that split towards that Lancelot, it's not really gonna be a big threat for you because you have abundance of dash skills, and against a Eve, that real world manipulation is not gonna be too much of a threat too. So I feel like it's a safe pick for now for Rebellion Giant. I do think though, I think they should have saved that jungle pick towards the later stage of the draft, but that might not be the take that everyone agrees with. Rebellion though, Franco banned. Interesting.
He might go for the Kufra next, trying to limit Vin's hero pool. That is also quite exploitable, but I think banning out the Beatrix would be a pretty wise choice to go for as well for Rebellion.
Warwick just banned away that Terizla as well, so trying to make sure that Banana gets to do whatever he wants. Because Big Mac, we haven't seen him do anything too flashy so far, but the Masha performance was pretty good, so I think he's gonna try and go for something a bit more aggressive here. There's no way he wants to just go passive against Banana here, because the last thing you want to do is let Banana be active and roam around the map, securing plays for RRQ.
Yeah, definitely let the Banana rot. Let the Banana doesn't really let him not have any kind of room to actually operate. Just give him a hero that he's not really effective against this kind of draft. As you can see here, 3 heroes for Rebellion. It's not really the prime target for that glue, but as you said, Miracle is gonna be a ban towards Finn, but it's gonna be Kaja instead of a Kufra. So still, Kufra on the table might be picked by them to kind of counter that Lancelot, that tank slot, just wrecking havoc in the back line of RRQ.
Kaja banned out as well though, Rashi. It should just be the Kufra, but we saw what the Kufra was able to do in game number 2 against the Grok. Almost nothing. Always getting cancelled by the power of nature.
I wonder if Rebellion themselves want to try and go for a Kufra, because honestly, it's a Lancelot, right? Lancelot doesn't really enjoy going up against the Kufra, technically. Those punctures really do struggle to get past. But we'll see, though. I mean, they have a Grok, and we've seen Suelo perform really well on it. Without a Masha available, though, they won't be able to get someone dominant, someone that can just stay in the EXP lane with very, very low risk. Unless they want to go for a Lapu, that's still somewhat of the same effect.
Well, I feel like that's the most standard pick here for Rebellion countering that. I wouldn't say countering, but of course it's the okay pick towards that matchup against Glue, but Rebellion Zealand still hasn't picked that Marksman too, so, or Gold Lane, it's gonna be a Vendetta. This is one of the, I would say, unorthodox way to counter that Glue pick, because it's a skill matchup, right? It's hard to execute. You need to have a high-level mechanical player to actually execute that Benedetta pick effectively, but Big Mac has a lot of things to prove here.
For RRQ, though, finally being put on the spot, which gold laner do they want to go for? The Beatrix is open, it makes sense. There's that Renner, Yves, long-range, annoying combo, but they are still going to be very vulnerable to a Benedetta and a Lancelot. So some kind of protection is in order here. They can... Yeah, I'm not quite sure. If they can secure something like an Akai here, it would be great, but it's not going to be possible.
Beatrix and a Hilda. Interesting choice with a Hilda right now. Technically, okay. Wants to go for a little bit of early aggression, but I think the Kufra just doesn't work right. That's why they go for the Hilda instead. What are they aiming for here in the skirmishes early game? I guess that's going to help a lot as well with the Lancelot being zoned away. Even though it's a tanks a lot, the Hilda will be able to do a lot of base damage early game. Rebellion needs someone. Honestly, the Melissa fits perfectly. I'm going to have to say it, man.
Same.
Against the Hilda as well, the go away. Say goodbye to Hilda.
Yeah, also the split is pretty much non-threat once you pop that go away.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah, they just need a bit of DPS here because RRQ are using the exact same strategy.
I think they want to go wild here.
At Rebellion.
Yeah, as I said earlier, they want to go wild because it takes too long for them to actually... A lot of people might say that Melissa is pretty much auto-pick here, right? The fact that they're taking too long, I feel like they're preparing for something that's comfortable for highs here. It's going to be a Harith. Definitely comfortable with it.
There's a lot of displacements though for the side of for RRQ, right? Sure, you have the Purify, you can get out of the lockdown CC, maybe from the glue with the immobility, but Remember, the Martis saves that Mortal Coil to a point where the Purify has been used. That displacement can mess a lot with the Harith. So can the Hilda, actually.
Yep, we're gonna see in Game 3, will the Kings finally get dethroned by the Rebels here in Game 3? Of course, both teams fighting for different teams. We're gonna see in a portal in a second in the Land of Dawn for Rebellion versus RQ.
Let's say as we dive into the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, everybody is running in place. That means we have a pause.
Clock is ticking down right here, and let's talk a bit about the picks. Like we mentioned, like you mentioned, Mirko, a lot of displacements, a lot of crowd control, small ones, but enough to ruin the fine-tuned mechanics of an Assassin, of a Beradera, of a Harith. And my concern is, in the late game, the Harith has damage. A lot of it is dangerous, but can he burst down through a Glue, a Hilda, as well as a Martis? We've seen the problem posed towards RRQ. When they had a Brody, it didn't work out. Now on the Harith, even if they want to try and attempt to do that, they have to wait a long time for the Harith to actually have a full item build to be able to actually go through all these heroes. And even then, the damage does not come out as quickly.
And there's also another problem with that pick, right? Because there's too much magical damage for Rebellion Zion. The only physical damage that's pretty much countable is just the land slot, the tank slot. It doesn't have damage in the early game. Once you get that War X, it's a different story, but it's not really the DPS that you're looking for in that physical form. A lot of marksmen pretty much way better for that physical damage department. So yeah, itemization for our Rexpect Kumkeon is going to be straightforward. A lot of magical defense, probably like almost non-existent armor for the roamer or any members of RQ.
I feel like it's funny that we are talking about builds as the MPL date promo was being shown on
Wait,
screen.
there's Benedetta. I'm a fraud. I forgot there's Benedetta.
Yeah, I was about to mention, there is a
I'm sorry.
Benedetta as well, so there is physical damage, but again, it's not really DPS, right? It's not, she can't really substitute
With the final
for
blow,
a
technically
gold.
it is DPS.
Yeah, but not for very long. And now Vin already becoming a huge problem for Vince and just beating him up. He's gonna try and abuse this as much as possible for now as he...
way too deep, I think.
As he's allowed to, but...
Yeah. I feel like it's going to be way too deep here. There's going to be 3 members right there onto Vin, but luckily for Vin,
still has the flicker.
Still has the flicker to get out. He does flicker out, and it is a Hilda flicker, not a sprint. Something that we have seen more and more here in Season 11.
It just allows Hildas to be a bit more aggressive, a bit more unpredictable with how they want to use their ultimate, right? Because if you're just sprinting, they know you're coming, they can prepare countermeasures, but when you flicker right on them and use all your spells, before you know it, you're down to half HP, and Vincent right now is exactly at that spot, and Clay is in the area to try and change things. So far, it won't amount to anything just yet, though.
Albert Mirko, it's definitely a threat, but, not too big of a threat, but it's still a threat towards Vincent. And level 3 so far, haven't secured level 4 compared to Albert right now. So yeah, you can see the effect of Vin just roaming around the map with the flicker too. As you said, Arashi, especially for cars, it's going to be much more difficult to actually set up a feathered airstrike, because once you have the flicker, you just go in and pretty much just stun him up.
No way. Vincent going to be zoned away by Skylar, who's almost able to find a solo kill. Vincent running away from the gold laner. And RRQ with a 300 gold lead early game will be very comfortable to go and control the first turtle.
Keep in mind, later on in the game, there's another huge problem for Rebellion. They lack crowd control severely, man. They have a Petrify, Electro Final Blow combo, some stuns from cars on the Farsa, and a Wild Charge. That's it. If RRQ can avoid those main three things, they can just go wild in the back line.
Let's say Suelo going to be immobilized now as he looks for an opening for the team. Cars is in his own jungle with Vincent. Big Mac is pretty low. Has the final blow in the Petrify. Banana going to be able to actually jump in with the slam, pass combo. Blocking Vincent down, immobilizing him a bit. Now with the power of wildness still in his arsenal, will threaten Vincent out of the way. But Ben will be caught. First blood over to Vincent. Albert now jumping in, looking for more, looking for some sort of trade to get the better trade. But it will just be Rebellion Zion moving back.
Not quite. I think it's the trade that favors RRQ, especially the one who dies is Vin, the roamer of this team, and Albert just taking that red buff Vincent wants no part of that contest. Pretty much, once you up against a Mortis and using Lancelot, it's gonna be hard for you to actually maneuver with that puncture. So yeah, it makes sense, but another W for RQ.
Keep in mind, during the whole time this is happening, Skylar is just farming again and again. The Farsa is supposed to try and dictate that lane, but with Vin being so troublesome, he's just keeping Rebellion occupied, giving Skylar so much free space to be free in this lane.
Raji and Sheffin. Here with Flicker, by the way. No Purify here, but the ball charge connects there in the bottom lane. There's a Force. Gets popped in, and it's Cars, not Highs, who picks up the kill still. Very solid trade on the board. A good pick off for Rebellion. Zion has been, will be stunned up. He will not be able to push the pressure on Cars.
Well, like, that's a bit too easy, isn't it? Just very, very lax in the near of the push there. I feel like there's just no communication at all from Vin, just maybe not knowing that it's way low and Cars is there, but again, easy kill for Highs or for Rebellion Zion. They'll take that any day of the week.
Calamity Reaper completed for High, so a bit more damage, but on the top side now, Big Mac is jumped on. He is a very elusive Venadera, slides away with the final blow. And RRQ, they have a bit more crowd control, but they are struggling to actually find and force these kills out of Rebellion Zion. They will be able to actually win in the macro department though, and in the neutral objective game as well. Ideally though, they should be trying to look for some turrets, because later on they're gonna need them.
And right now, Banana is just trying to zone out Vincent from that turtle fight, or turtle take from Albert. Vin does the same too. Very, very annoying, but who gets it?
Vin.
It's gonna be Vin.
Took it from Vincent, taking it away, trying to bait out the retribution. Vincent saves it, thinking that he might want to use it for the turtle, but he ends up just going for the purple buff instead. The Zaman Force gets popped in, but Highs doesn't do enough damage to take Albert down. It's actually Skylar now with the help of Albert with Mortal Coil. The execute coming in from Albert.
Yeah, there's just not much damage from Highs in this early game. There's only one item so far. It's the Calamity Reaper and Virko. What's happening here?
I don't know, man.
Virko, I thought we had an arrangement, man. I thought we had a deal.
We did, man. But game number 2, they weren't able to utilize the curse, or it's on cooldown. Maybe it's Miracle Bless right now. I don't know. You're just gonna have to hope for the best, Arashi.
All right, I'm backing on that Miracle Bless, man. Spam it in the chat as, whoa, behind the towers, Vin.
Feather Airstrike, good snipe, but Vin with the flicker gets out in time. But now it's gonna be Vincent who jumps in with the Thorn Rose, picks up another kill. Rebellion Zion leading in kills, but still losing the gold department. Sway low, caught, now will just give over the kill to the Decimation. Albert picks it up. Okay, sure, RQ has a few kills, but 2 kills are on their utility jungler. Is it worth it? Meanwhile, bottom lane, Highs caught, Zaman Force popped in, still able to dash back and forth. Flicker as well! Highs with an outplay! He gets sniped down in the end, but hey, that's what he wanted to go for. He was dead anyways.
Yeah, you gotta salvage everything once you're about to die. And Vin though, after that death, I feel like there's also a trade that the tower in the bottom lane is just way, the HP is just not there after Skylar got it down. So it's really, it is still a trade, even though there's no kill so far for RQ at this department. But Vincent, Decimation.
Jeez, Albert doing so much damage as Big Mac tries his best to dash all across the place. Highs pops into the Zaman Force, but he is not able to burst the RRQ members down at all. It's still just RRQ dominating this game for now.
You're saying Albert's a utility jungler, but this is Albert, man. On any pick you give him, he is gonna go aggressive. So you can expect both Decimation kills and RRQ. They pull the trigger.
Clay likes junk food, eats Big Mac up, the snipe. That's what you get when you give Skylar his comfort pick. But Vin, whoa, Vin, not sure about this right now. Zaman Force gets popped in. Vin with the bar of wildness. Swaylo just standing there calmly as he trusts Highs to finish the business.
See, another unnecessary engage from Vin. I know that he wants to cancel that recall. At that point, he realized that he's just way too late to back up. You know, might as well try to get a kill, but yeah, a lot of miscalculations so far in this match for Vin, game 2 especially, but I believe he doesn't want to, you know, replicate it again in game 3.
Well, so far it's only 7 minutes or 8 minutes in, so the death timers aren't that bad. So him delaying the members of Rebellion Zion from backing will mean that they have an advantage in the wave management. Now Vincent goes in aggressively, a very messy fight.
That's the feather airstrike bin. Very, very low, but Heiss has used a lot of his resources now. Forced to run away. Skylar not going for the Renner just yet as Swalo will be in his sights. Renner finally going to be swapped onto. That's Skylar trying to read out the movements, but Swalo would not recall there. A bit too close to the RRQ members. Albert looking for the steal once again as he is 3 levels ahead of Vincent. Now the purple buff will most likely go to the hands of Albert.
Tank slot doesn't matter whatsoever. Finn's still gonna pop up on this Hilda, as you can see here. Albert getting a lot of damage to his hands, still not much for him. Even like against Blacklist International, but on the top side here, Big Mac gets the turret. Even against Blacklist International with Estes Com, this hero is popping off. Finn knows how to play the Hilda, but just minimize all of this unnecessary engages for him.
Get the gold lead for Skylar and Albert right here, the 2 core members that is usually relied on to make the plays happen, to output that damage. About 1,000, 2,000, more or less. So it's definitely a better game for RRQ, but we still have to wait and see in the late game. Can Skylar be protected from all the engagements, from all the burst damage of Rebellion? Because if they can do that, they have a very good shot at actually turning the tides and taking down the Kings of Kings.
Another thing they can actually utilize is, again, Big Mac with the split potential. Finn? Where's Finn? Yeah, there you go. Just, oh my lord, and
get out of here.
Lord is Albert to take, and the only thing they can hope for is a miracle, which it's not gonna happen. Swalo will get chunked down real low too. Albert, a very, very safe turtle, but as I said earlier, they have to utilize Big Mac again. With a split push potential, there's just no way you can catch the Benedetta if you're actually... Yeah, it is. The only trade available, but Skylar.
Oh my god. Oh! I think Big Mac just accepted his fate at that point. Just stood there as the Nibiru's passion rained on him. Vincent with Retribution secures the purple buff, but Albert just stands there menacingly. Banana now in the midst of it all with a split as Heiss will be caught with his Amon Force. He is able to dash away for a bit, but it only just tickles the RRQ members as they dive under the tier 2. It's the decimation. Banana is too tanky, and RRQ with a 5,000 gold lead are going to try to snowball all the way.
This is a bad time for you to lose 2 members as the Lord marching down towards the bot side. RRQ has managed to wave very well here. Mid lane, no waves yet, but top lane is going to be slow pushed by that minion. Right now, RRQ, their only problem here, Hilda is not really good in terms of sieging the turret, but you have Yves here. So what's going to happen here?
They have Skylar as well, just picking apart the members of Rebellion Zion. And like I mentioned, no crowd control, so Skylar here gets bursted down. Oof. But now there's no high ground left. And RRQ have a chance to try and make something happen. Hard passive on the bot side or has already been popped.
Swalo now trying to zone the RRQ members away with a barrier as well. Heiss has popped into Zaman Force, so that is gone right now. In the top side, Banana doing his best, getting the turret passive also. RRQ building up a 7,000 gold lead. Right now, Rashi Sheffin. Does seem like RRQ want to keep on going with another minion wave. Now, maybe the Renner's Apathy not connecting right now as Big Mac tries to look for a final blow, but will be zoned away. The Feather Airstrike doing the same thing now, zoning RRQ away. As Banana will be engaged on by Vincent.
Dawn?
But he has to use the Phantom Execution defensively.
Yeah, I was gonna say don't use the split to Vincent, but yeah, good decision there, Banana. But Skylar, as the game goes on, it's gonna be harder for him to actually go deal damage in front of the trying to play front to back, because there is Cars, there is Heiss, there's Vincent, there's a lot of threat that's pretty much, you know, uncoverable for you. And as a Beatrix, I feel like they have to build some sort of defensive item here. Probably. Do you agree that Athena Shield is a must here, Mirko? I think it is.
I don't think it's a must, but it's definitely the better option, trying to deal with the burst coming in from Harith as well as the Feather Airstrike, and then the physical damage coming in from Benedetta and Lancelot. It's a tank slot as well, so it won't be that bursty in nature, so he can just sustain through it with the Has Claw. So far, it makes sense. We've seen Beatrix damage when the game goes late, man. When you can get close to her, it does not mean that you don't get instantly deleted, right? A random shot to the face can take you out, and that siege potential, man, they can just abuse that long range. And to make things worse, Clay has the double wand already. So even if you're building tank, you're taking percentage HP damage. His damage will no longer be able to be ignored, and for good measure, a necklace of Durance to reduce the shielding and the healing that Rebellion Zion has at their disposal.
Yeah, especially on the Herod, but it's gonna be on another easy Lord for Albert here as Vince just trying to make life harder for Vincent. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Vincent. Hello, RRQ. That's a free enhanced Lord. And the Hilda, man. The Hilda. 0-3.
I think at this point, this is his signature, right? One of his signature.
Yeah, definitely one of his signatures here as they try their best to keep on going here in the mid lane. High is going to be poked down by the damage. Finn with the power of wildness. High's very, very low. The render chop not connecting. The Feather Airstrike is able to zone Skylar away. Banana jumping in, but Cars will be able to pop the wings by wings now with the enhanced Lord down below. The turrets will be sieged down slowly but surely. That's the final blow to the back line by Big Mac, looking for a Petrify as the Mon Force gets popped in as well. High's dealing no damage to Banana as the enhanced Lord gets cleared out very slowly, taking away half of the base HP. Highs is starting to deal damage, but it might be too late. 10,000 gold lead already built for RRQ as Big Mac jumps back in now, trying to salvage, to save the mid lane turret. The Render's Apathy goes wide. RRQ not able to take anyone down, but it's fine because the structures have been sieged successfully.
Not gonna lie, this is a pretty bad use of Lord for RRQ. Yes, the turret, all the turrets are gone, but I feel like they could have done much more, especially if they wait out for the Lord to actually come and just pour all the resources there. But you already committed a lot of stuff in the mid lane just now, but Vin still going in.
Zaman Force popped in. Banana has bought enough time right now as Highs dashes back in front. It's Skylar with a snipe down onto Sway low on the Grok. It's a big target, and you know Skylar, he does not miss.
The bigger they are, the bigger they fall, man. Sway low taken out. RRQ with an 11,000 gold lead. And every time, look, whenever they go for some aggression, they go for a pickoff, they get one member. Yes, they don't get any more objectives, but they go straight towards the buffs. Man, it's been few long minutes where this Lancelot has not been having any kind of buff. Vincent, look at the damage dealt. He's all the way down there, and he is still level 14 at 15 minutes. That is not normal. That is not okay. Rebellion Zion are really behind, and RRQ are loving it. They are taking complete control, completely abusing their power lead.
10k gold lead so far, and
it's over 9,000.
Vincent. Yeah. Vincent is still eyeing for a flank here. Just high
spy. Oh my goodness, Vin! Going in, a decimation by Albert! That is another kill now onto High. Sway low with a defensive wild charge, but he will be caught in the real world manipulation. Big Mac with a final blow, dealing some damage, but in the end, it's Skylar who's going to be able to gun them down one by one with the help of Banana. Now on Cars getting brought back to the base, but it's fine. It's fine. It's Banana. He's slippery.
It's still 4v3, but they don't want to first force the base take here, but they're just gonna go the disciplined way, just take the Lord one by one, just slowly but surely choking on Rebellion Zion. 10k gold lead so far, and right now they have to hope for a miracle play for Vincent here, just weaving through with the puncture, but as Vin there is going to be a tough job.
I think they're going to gamble on this, man. The waves are pushing on the bot side, and they have way more than enough tankiness to withstand Vincent and push him away, especially Vin. He gets shooed away, it won't be a 50-50.
Finally, Vin gets what he deserves there, man. I mean, it was about time, right? He's just been such a nuisance to Rebellion Zion. But now it's going to be the snipe once again. Skylar holding it on, but he doesn't even need it. It's a decimation again. Skylar flipping forward to pick up a mega kill. But Albert is looking for the reset once again now, looking for the decimation, but it will not be able to find his Big Mac jumps into the back line. But it's Skylar who's able to maneuver around it. Albert buys the immortality. Just when you think Albert will fall, he gets the immortality. And he doesn't even die! Albert is godlike! And so is RRQ, as they will be able to end the game. Sway low all alone with a wild charge and desperation. But a decimation and the gun shot to the head will wipe Rebellion Zion out. RRQ with a 2-1.
Convincing game for the Kings here, just shushing away the Rebels. And RQ fans are happy in the building right now. It's always full pack every time RQ plays, so shout out all the kingdoms out there. Arashi, like, what went wrong. I think everything went wrong for MPL, and 10K gold lead at one point, but Vin, it looks like he's not really satisfied. It's actually, you know, what's this called?
What?
Vin is doing something like this. What's this called?
Just shaking his head.
Yeah, shaking his head. I'm sorry. English caster, by the way. English caster, by the way.
He is shaking his head, so maybe he
Doesn't
was
look like any of
disappointed.
the RQ members are happy about the win.
Yeah.
Why, Arashi? They're one step closer to securing upper brackets. There you go. Dead End is feeling, and he's smiling. There's some positivity. There you go, Dead End. This is why I love Dead End.
Watch out, though. He hasn't showered in weeks.
That is the meme.
The frown from RQ, though, hints that there's some dissatisfaction, maybe with how the game number 2 went and how they had a very, lackluster performance, or maybe the fact that a team that has recently switched out some of their players, some of their roles, can actually still give RQ a hard time. We'll never know. Maybe if we have some insider info, inside scoop on it, we'll get back to you guys back at home. But for now, man, RQ once again just shows that, there was a bit of a misstep in game number 2, but we are the kings of kings, right?
Yeah,
bow down.
You're
bend
welcome,
the knee.
Arashi. It was the bless.
Miracle bless. Let's go. So whatever works at this point.
Whatever works, whatever the viewers want to say. It's curse, bless. It really depends on the agenda. Anyways, looking at the game, RRQ one step closer to securing upper brackets. Unfortunately for them, in the rematch or the rescheduled match against Aura Fire, Aura will be starting with a 1-0 lead already. So I think if GEEK SLATE gets a 2-0, they might actually still be able to secure upper brackets.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a tough job, right? Even though Aura Fire, they're just playing for fun at this point, right? But in game 1, Aura Fire versus RQ, it's a domination.
Mana tepuk tangannya untuk RRQ? Wow, congratulations. Tapi ya ngelihat ini 2-1 di game yang pertama kayaknya easy game banget. Tapi di game kedua dan game ketiga lumayan sangat menarik. Vin, menurut kamu gimana tuh?
Ya, itu harusnya kita bisa lebih baik dari itu sih.
Oh, oke. Tapi ya, tadi di game yang kedua kita ngelihat Albert pakai Link. Nah, ini signature hero-nya Albert nih di season-season sebelumnya. Ini tapi baru kali ini, di season kali ini kamu pakai Link. Itu kenapa tuh? Kamu mau mencoba memakai Link lagi atau seperti apa, Albert?
Karena udah nggak bisa main Link sih, makanya nyoba doang tadi.
Oke, nah, di samping Albert nih, Deden from Bogor. Iya, oke. Dengar-dengar nih ya, dengar kata Deden, kalau lagi puasa tuh semangat banget mainnya. Benar nggak sih?
Benar banget.
Kenapa?
Kan puasa ibadah.
Oh, jadi berikan yang terbaik gitu ya?
Ya.
Oke. Nah, BTW ini sekarang ini RRQ lagi jalan-jalan juga dan kali ini lagi di Semarang. Bisa dong say hi teman-teman di Semarang.
Halo.
Halo dong.
Halo Semarang.
Oh, lebih semangat lagi dong buat Kingdom Semarang.
Halo Kingdom Semarang.
Wow. Oke. Nah, Skyler. Di kali ini ya, nanti hari ini di match hari ini juga ada Bigetron Alpha akan melawan GEEK SLATE. Nah, GEEK ini juga akan menentukan posisi kalian juga di upper bracket. Ada pesan-pesan nggak mungkin buat BTR, buat Bigetron atau buat GEEK? Nggak ada. Kan berharap gimana tuh nanti game matchnya seperti apa? Karena kan kalau misalnya GEEK menang atau kalah itu bakalan memengaruhi posisi kalian buat upper bracket.
Ya, Hengki menangin lah.
Kayaknya Albert dari tadi bisik-bisik juga. Ada yang mau diomongin nggak buat GEEK atau buat Bigetron?
Ya itu tadi Heng, bantai GEEK SLATE Heng.
Oke, sekali lagi yaudah ya. Kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk RRQ. Dan langsung aja untuk mengupas lebih tuntas lagi, lebih dalam lagi di analisis segmen sudah ada analis kita, ada Om Wawa. Silakan Om Wawa.
A very short interview with RRQ as always, and I feel like the key to victory for RRQ is just giving Skylar the hero that he's comfortable with the most. As you can see in the latest match, actually, when he used that Melissa, it's quite, like, without sugarcoating it, it's pretty disastrous, right?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday it was, right? But the trend still is true, Arashi. First pick, 100% win rate.
Okay. I wonder if it'll continue, because with 2 more matches, right? If it does, play out the same way, you can't really deny. Of course, there's superstition here at play, but maybe there's something more to it, right? Maybe the fact that you can dictate what first pick you want, especially when the gold laners right now are being so hotly contested. It used to be the jungle and the mid lane. Now we're finally in the age of gold laners. Mirko grinning from ear to ear. But let's take a look at some of the highlights. Hai is able to go for that quote-unquote outplay. Very good on him. Afterwards, it's so funny. It's like the exact same situation that RRQ were in game number 2, man. You see damage coming out from the side of Rebellion, but RRQ, they just soak it up. Martis, Glue, Hilda, right? These are very beefy meat sponges. They can just absorb everything that Rebellion is throwing at them. And when they least expect it, a snipe comes in. When they least expect it, Clay will just slow them down even more. I think a combination, right, of utility and beefy members is just so deadly, man. You can't move, and you're being slowly but surely whittled down by big men pinching you together. I feel like that is just an awful way to go. Here we saw that play by Big Mac, showing again his mechanical prowess, a chance for him to turn it around, but like we mentioned, the physical damage isn't bursty enough, isn't dangerous enough, so with the Haas Claws, Skylar, just with minimal sidestepping, was able to out-sustain away from it and survive. So the itemization is still very much on point, provided he's on the right hero. I think that is, like we agreed on, the main concern here for RRQ.
Yeah, definitely, but we've talked about Skylar enough, but we have to talk also about Albert. It seems like Martis is the hero of the match in this representative RRQ. MVP in the second game might be the MVP in the third game.
I think so.
We'll see how it's gonna go. But of course, there's a lot of 50-50s, and we're gonna see the MVP in a second. It's gonna be Albert again, Martis again.
Look at him. Picked the right pose. That's the real GOAT pose. And your MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G is going to be the baby alien, Al-Borabab.
Look at his build, man. You were saying he's going to build utility? Nah, there's a Hunter Strike built in there.
And everything else is utility, though.
Yeah, true. But like this is where this man excels, right? When he can play this utility, quote-unquote, survivable, but at the same time, you leave him alone, he will do damage, right? Especially with the decimation. He can just get resets again and again. It really suits his assassin background. So I think heroes like this is definitely something that you cannot let Albert be on. But for now, let's take a look at a bit of the mic check, and let's see. Usually RRQ gets very heated. Let's check it out.
Flicker Arlot, 430 Arlot. Nice! Santai lagi guys.
Bisa lagi Ban, gua datang Ban. Sini gua sini.
Sapir gak ada Sapir. 3 doang dia. 3 doang dia. Udah ulti Lolita. Nice guys.
Gak apa-apa.
Lihat nih Loli guys. Flicker.
Lo kok belakangnya.
Loli gua gigit. Loli dong, nice. Patrick gak ada flicker guys. Majuin Ban. Aman. End yuk. Sisa end guys. Nice. Kalem ya guys.
Sini. Lihat gua.
Nice. Gitu dong. Udah ulti gua pernah. Banana di rumput tuh, dia mau target gua.
Gak ada ulti.
Gua balik. Low gua. Boknya low banget, Cok. Nah ini Lord, gua braided. Balik. Gua balik.
Depannya.
Gua mid ya.
Let's go.
Gua tutupin belakangnya.
Ada pelan-pelan, bisain.
Pelan. Let's go dong. Tower. Bisa tower nggak itu?
Tower, semua tower. Aisyah cari.
Cabut guys, nggak ada gua guys. Terus dulu.
Ulti 3. Langsung. Nice.
Bro, let's go.
Awas kiting.
Bisa, percaya gua. Nice. Bisa.
Kalau mau deh.
Ada ulti.
Lihat lance guys, lance di belakang guys.
Mati udah. Ayo!
Nice.
Sini.
Ayo. Nice.
Sini, lihat gua.
Nice.
Gol itu.
Lance. Ratain guys.
Flicker.
As, battery.
Gua cover layer.
Nice. Desainnya.
Nice guys.
RRQ with a beautiful game, securing the match versus Rebellions, and 2-1. Not the best of scores there, but you know, still get the job
A win
done.
is a win.
Yeah, win. A W is still a W, and we got to also shout out Finn, Hilda, very good as you said earlier, Mirko.
Power of wildness. Vin likes it wild, so go ahead with the power of wildness. You can see the amount of pressure he was able to put onto the enemy jungle, and it's perfect up against a Lancelot. Sure, it is a tank slot, but a tank slot is still an assassin. Okay? Yep, the roles doesn't change, right? In game, it's assassin first. That's his primary role. So it still gets bonked in the head by the power of wildness.
I think the issue is like he gets out-sustained, right? You can do damage to the Hilda, but before you finish off the Hilda will finish you off first because of the built-in shielding and regen. But the keys to success for RRQ, first of all, it's Albert disrupting Vincent's jungling pattern in game number 1 and game number 3, right? When Vincent does get shot down, you see Rebellion struggle, and to be honest, I think you see most teams struggle because how important the jungle is right now. Afterwards, apply pressure when they are ahead in the early game, and that is most definitely what RRQ were doing. Game number 2, they fell behind, but in game number 1 and 3, dude, 10k gold lead, and what was this the same game? 16? Yeah, just like 10k gold in above for both.
It's over
RRQ.
9,000.
Exactly, it's just insane, and they just don't let it go, right? You saw some chances for them to use, you know, the old RRQ strat and go for broke, go for the exciting, you know, dangerous end. But they don't. They just back away. They go for the Lord. They come back and they just keep taking you out before they get the very decisive victory. So that's the new RRQ, the scary RRQ, the calm, calculated RRQ. But that mic check, they seem pretty, I don't know, somber, like annoyed almost. I wonder what is going on.
Not too sure. Chef,
I feel for them as an RRQ fan.
We can rewatch the replay on Max Stream.
You can also not be annoyed with a lot of original series from Max Stream. Of course, if you love MLBB, MPL S11, Season 11 is available on Max Stream. It's an app that combines many OTT and channels, so you don't have to switch between apps.
Channels.
There's also, of course, without paying extra, there's Technostorm and DGTV. Exclusive original content, as I said earlier. Love in the game, Love Coach with Rachel. The one I believe... Wait. Whoa, Russia, the Wonder Kid, and Kolak.
There you go. You got it. You're getting there. You're getting the hang of it,
Connie,
man.
shout out Connie. Okay.
He's gonna be here.
He'll be here very soon.
Oh, yeah.
But don't miss it out on cool. Don't miss out on cool and exciting shows. Watch only on Max Stream.
Okay, of course. We're nearing my fast break time in about 30 minutes. So yeah, I'm a happy chef in here. After I cast, I just doze off a little and just eat it right away. So for all of you who actually fast today, yeah, happy fasting and happy Ramadan.
Happy fasting to everybody who is fasting, obviously, and obviously don't forget to break your fast.
Fast break.
Don't forget to break your fast. Fast.
Yeah, I guess. But after this, we're gonna have 2 exciting matches. Also, it's gonna be Aura Fire versus Alter Ego. Not exciting for Aura Fire fans, but Alter Ego, of course, still fighting for that playoff spot. Wait, is RPL out of the picture or
no? If Alter Ego lose their next 2 matches, technically, and Rebellion needs to win against ONIC. So
okay, and
pretty good
also
chances.
Yeah,
GEEK versus Bigetron. Yeah, match that he definitely waited for a long time, and good news for him too. BTR already secured a playoff spot, I believe, and yep, I think that's it for us, Shefin, Mirko, and Arashi. Mirko will be here after this, but me and Arashi will be signing out, right?
Yeah, we'll see you next time, my friends.
Bye-bye.
Stay tuned.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.